one of those things. Maybe it will be a little bit. I ain't really like it. I didn't really want to play like that after I already adjusted.
The Right Time with Bomani Jones.
You can listen or follow on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Canty and Carlin.
At Hobart College in Geneva, New York, at the time, instead of semesters, we had trimesters. Okay. So you only had 3 courses per 10-week term. Okay. The third term of my freshman year, my grade point average was 0.8.
0.8. That's impressive, Carlin. That's impressive. To have a GPA below 1.0, that's hard to do.
It is hard to do.
What exactly were you doing with your college side?
Chris, I pledged a fraternity, and that was a mistake. I was already on academic probation when I got my 0.8.
0.8. I thought I was going to be the low man in this tandem. I had a 1.4 the second semester of my freshman year.
You went to UVA.
Yeah, but that was after the first semester having a 3.0 GPA.
What happened?
I discovered girls.
Chris Canty and Chris Carlin are Canty and Carlin. Don't miss them weekdays on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus. You're listening to the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Archer with you inside our Granger Studios. Tip, 10 minutes away. In Miami in Game 7, Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, Monica McNutt have the call here in Game 7 of these Eastern Conference Finals, the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics. I want to take you back to Thursday night. The Golden State Warriors win the Western Conference Series against the Dallas Mavericks. They do so in 5 games. On the TNT postgame show, Steph Curry, Draymond Green were guests with Ernie Johnson, Kenny the Jet Smith, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal. Shaq posed this question to Draymond Green.
Still undetermined who you're going to play in the next round. Who would you like to play? I mean,
be honest.
I think both teams are tough. Boston causes problems, especially offensively.
Draymond.
Their defense is incredible.
How long we been boys, Draymond? I want the honest answer, Draymond.
You're asking me who I want to play. I'm going to tell you who I think we're going to play. We're going to play Boston.
Okay, that's
who we're going to play.
Thank you. That's the Draymond I know.
So that was Draymond Green on TNT on Thursday night. Well, on Friday, after their victory over the Boston Celtics, Udonis Haslem went over to the ABC broadcast and said to the guys, Mike Breen, Jeff Van Gundy, Mark Jackson, tell Draymond, thank you. PJ Tucker told Scott Van Pelt, we thought it was funny, but he should know better than anybody. You still got to play the game. That you do. Brian Windhorst on one player who is playing tonight, Tyler Hero.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's what's going to happen. I've been watching him warm up behind me for the last 20 minutes. He's only going about half speed, but he looks okay. The trainers are not watching him. He has been cleared. The Celtics personnel are. They're not sure what they're going to see from Tyler Hero tonight about whether he's going to be a big part of the game plan or a small part of the game plan. He obviously averaging 21 points off the bench, 6th man of the year, could be a huge boost to this offense, but it's unclear whether this is a decoy move to force Boston to make some last-minute preparations or whether he's going to be a Game 7 game changer. I'll tell you what, Zubin, it was a mistake for the Celtics to let the series get this long. They've allowed Hero to get healthy. They've allowed Jimmy Butler to get healthier. They've allowed Kyle Lowry to get healthier. And obviously we're in Miami for the deciding game.
No doubt we saw Lowry with 18 in the last game, and it all comes down tonight to 48 minutes, maybe more. And on that note, you just sort of said it. The Celtics, they had it. They had it. So what's their big takeaway from Game 6 as they continue to stew on it?
They cannot allow Jayson Tatum not to put his imprint on this game, as has happened in the end of Game 6. Tatum only with 3 shots in the second half of that potential closeout game. He made 9 of 12 shots for the game. The 9 isn't the impressive part. The 12 is the stunning part. The double teams that Eric Spoelstra and the Heat threw at Tatum late in the game will now be prepared for by the Celtics, and Tatum has got to deliver. The last time he was in a road elimination game was a few weeks ago in Milwaukee. He had one of the games of his life with 46 points. He is going to need another high-level performance in this building with the fans knowing that they can get their team to the finals with one more victory.
That is Brian Windhorst on SportsCenter earlier today with Zubin Mehenti. Game 7. Is it Jayson Tatum? Is it Jimmy Butler? Is it Jaylen Brown? We're here tonight in Game 7 because of what Jimmy Butler and Miami did in Boston on Friday night, which, of course, followed Boston's second-half rout in Game 5 on Wednesday night, in which Jaylen Brown was spectacular.
Back to Tatum, three-pointer on the way on the baseline. Splash, Boston. Brown with the ball, drives around the double, raises up, and caught another body underneath.
When you talk about that second half of last night's ball game, it is a true definition of a Batman and Robin.
Jalen, you guys went on a 24-2 run.
We just got it going offensively. We stopped turning the ball over. We had a lot of turnovers in the first half.
93-80, and that's it. And they take a 3-2 lead and head back to Boston.
Where I literally have absolutely no idea what I'm about to watch. That's how I feel throughout the last 2 rounds of the postseason. But right now, I feel pretty sure that Boston is going to go home and take care of business.
We can play some really good basketball, and we know that we're going to play some really good basketball. And it's going to have to start in this next game up in Boston. I just think that we know that we can win.
Butler with the steal. Butler on the break, takes it in. Fouled and one. Oh, he put some muscle in his hustle. In traffic, hands it off to Lowry for the tie. Kyle! Oh, what a killer! It's knotted in 97. Butler turns, fires. Got it! A miracle!
If you want to understand what the culture of the Miami Heat is all about, you hear about it maybe ad nauseum.
Dade County, from Liberty City down to Coconut Grove.
Just check out Game 6 on the road in the famed Boston Garden.
How would you describe Jimmy's game?
Incredible. My bad. Listen, don't find me in the air. It was by mistake. That was really by mistake. I promise.
Our guys love competition, and we love the challenge, and we have deep respect for our opponent.
How about Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown not combining for a grand total of 1 shot in the first 11 minutes of a fourth quarter? That would help.
Heat culture is literally fueled by count us out, that is your mistake.
Scale of 1 to 10? 10. I mean, there shouldn't be any less than that, right?
You all ready? It's Game 7, everybody. The Miami Heat, the Boston Celtics. Boston playing its 35th Game 7 in NBA history. The Miami Heat are playing their 11th. Boston has more road wins than anybody. 3. They just haven't won a Game 7 on the road since back in the 60s. You had a guy named Bill Russell then. Winner goes on to the NBA Finals in San Francisco on Thursday night. The NBA on ESPN Radio is presented by Indeed. Attract, interview, and hire at Indeed.com/credit. It is time for the 2 greatest words in all of sports. Game 7. With the call to FTX Arena in Miami with Monica McNutt on the sidelines alongside Doris Burke. Here's Mark Kestisher.
Kevin Winter, thank you very much. We welcome everybody to South Florida. Stormy night, stormy late afternoon. Took a lot of people off the beach and gave them plenty of time to get into the arena. And Doris Burke, one thing you notice here, if you've been to Miami Heat games, they are slow arriving during the playoffs. I dare say about 90% filled as we get the introductions here. And it's a Game 7 with so much on the line, and you can feel the emotion already.
I am shocked. It's a whiteout again that became famous during the LeBron Heatles days here. But you're right, the atmosphere is electric. And we're going to know soon enough about Miami, Mark. What does Jimmy Butler look like? Because in Game 1 and 2, he averaged 35 points per game. Then that knee became problematic, and his productivity went into the tank. And then all of a sudden, it's like that Meg Ryan line, I'll have what Jimmy's having, because that's how good he was. And listen, I don't think he needs 47, Mark. I think what he needs to do is get downhill. 23 drives, 23 against this vaunted Celtics defense in Game 6. Is Jimmy a shot maker? Is Kyle a shot maker? And is Max Strus a shot maker tonight?
Meanwhile, on the other end, the Boston Celtics had a golden opportunity, up 3 games to 2, at home to close out. You just detailed Miami and what they were able to do down the stretch. We actually had a fourth quarter lead change for the first time in the entire series. How about the bounce back on the road for Boston?
Listen, this series has been about a couple of stats for the Boston Celtics. Number 1, in wins, they averaged 12 turnovers. In losses, 19. The other stat is, do they keep the Miami Heat off the offensive glass? Because you can't gift a team 15 extra field goals than you're taking and expect to win. So I know what we can anticipate from Jaylen and Jayson. I think they're going to play well. I think they're going to have to play well through plenty of attention, doubles, triples, shrinking the floor, taking away the paint. Are the Marcus Smarts, the Al Horfords, are the guys around them when they get open shots? Because in the second half, when they double-teamed the Jays 18 times, they had 12 open looks. They were sloppy with the ball, and they didn't make shots. They've got to do that tonight.
Going to be fascinating in the 7th game. Doris mentioned Al Horford. Tyler Hero also back tonight. We'll see in what capacity. For more on that, let's check in with Monica McNutt.
Pre-game, and he said that Tyler Hero has passed protocol, but not to expect his normal minutes because he hasn't been able to practice with that groin injury. Coach Spo echoed that he appreciated the way that Tyler has faced getting back on the floor, working around the clock to help his team, and so he is available. On the other end, while Al Horford was not injured for the Celtics, he had an uncharacteristic performance, going 1 of 8 from the field with just 3 points. I asked Ime Udoka, was there something he needed to do schematically to help Al get back in the action? He said he had good looks, he just didn't hit them. He thought they were pretty wide open with the bigs dropping of the Miami Heat defense. He said Al does a good job of mixing it up well and adds another layer to us when he's shooting the ball well. He did not seem concerned about Horford's ability to bounce back. Of all the guys on the floor tonight, guys, Al Horford is one of the most experienced players at this point in a season, Cassie. So we'll see how both Hero and Horford can contribute for their respective teams.
Thank you, Monica. The 141st playoff game for Al Horford and his first finals. Could it be? He's 4 quarters away. We'll see. Giving the starting lineups for the 7th game. Same starting 5 for Boston. Marcus Smart playing through that right ankle injury. Jaylen Brown in the backcourt. Jayson Tatum in his 5th game 7 up front with the aforementioned Al Horford. And Robert Williams playing through the left knee soreness will be in the middle for the Miami Heat backcourt. Kyle Lowry, Max Strus. It's been so terrific this year. 3 of 19 last 3 games from three-point land. Jimmy Butler out of his world performance in Game 6 with 47 points. He's up front with P.J. Tucker trying to get to his 2nd straight finals. And Bam Adebayo is in the middle. We got a lot of guys to keep our eyes on, Doris, including Tyler Hero when he comes in. Jimmy Butler, see how effective he is, but Robert Williams, you're going to be keeping a close eye on him.
So Robert Williams in Game 6, who was, I thought, a little bit limited with that knee, still held Miami to 4 for 15. And for the series, if he's the closest defender, they're shooting 26%. He has been a monster for Boston.
And their defensive efficiency when Robert Williams is on the floor, nearly 8 points better per 100 possessions. We got an outstanding crew for you for Game 7. Our officials, Scott Foster, James Capers, David Guthrie, the visiting Celtics wearing the Kelly green uniforms, Boston across the chest in white. Miami, the white-out crowd as usual here in the postseason. The white unis, tops and bottoms, trimmed in red, Heat across the chest, and we're ready for Game 7. Miami trying to get to their 7th finals, 2 in the last 3 years, and the Celtics looking for their 22nd finals, first in a dozen years. Adebayo and Horford to jump center. Scott Foster, lead official, ready to lift the basketball in the air. It's away. The tap is controlled by the Celtics. Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals underway in Miami. Boston will work from right to left as we watch it. Tatum setting up on the left wing, finds Marcus Smart, hurls the pass in the lane. Robert Williams gets it back to Horford, drives on Strus, a bump with the shoulder, put up the shot, missed it, and Adebayo clears the boards. Up ahead, Kyle Lowry rushing into the front court. Now peels back to the right wing. Now accelerates by Robert Williams. To the corner, high pass. Butler reaches for it. To Kyle Lowry, a fake on the 3. Gives to Butler a wide open 3. Missed from the corner. And Tatum snares the rebound. They'll outlet it to Marcus Smart across half court. Scoreless in the opening 40 seconds. Now to Jaylen Brown, right corner. Back up top, Smart. He'll launch a 3 on its way, in and out. Offensive board. Tatum puts it up and in.
So Jayson Tatum had been struggling for the first 5 games against P.J. Tucker. Game 6, he went 6 for 7. Has he figured something out? He just scored the rim over him.
2-0 in favor of Boston. A minute into Game 7. Jimmy Butler with the white headband, harassed by the Defensive Player of the Year, Marcus Smart, gives it up to Strus on the left. Strus drops it off to Tucker. Wide open corner three, blocked by Horford. Horford up floor to Brown against two defenders. Brown puts it up with the left hand and in. 4-0 Boston.
If the lone defender in front of you is Max Strus and you're a Boston Celtics, you go right at him.
An offensive rebound and a block shot, counting for the first 4 points. Here's Bam Adebayo. Trying to get down deep, goes outside to the corner. Tucker, driven off the three-point line, drives, fade, shot, no, tip won't go. Marcus Smart rebound.
Robert Williams took a shot to his knees, the last man up the floor.
Here's Jaylen Brown getting deep and a block foul inside the restricted area, but let's keep our eyes on Robert Williams and that bulky knee as he walks over to Ime Udoka.
And Ime flips off the mic that gives him audio to the truck that the team can access. Whatever he's saying to Robert Williams, he doesn't want anybody to hear. And Robert's gait is not right. He is walking back to the middle of the floor. That's something to keep an eye on.
Trying to walk off that knee sore. The only Celtic on the right end of the floor. To the left end, Jaylen Brown buries the first of 2 free throws. We're just a minute, 41 seconds into Game 7, and Boston already has the 5-0 lead. Celtics have already won 2 games in this building in the series, and Brown makes it 6-0. Yeah, home court advantage doesn't mean as much between these two teams. Both have won 2 games on the other's home floor, including Miami in Game 6 at TD Garden. Here's Jimmy Butler looking for Miami's first point. Pass to the wing, Strus. Up top, Lowry. Shot clock at 10. Ball faking a drive on Jaylen Brown, who stays in front of him. Now Lowry, left-hand dribble, gets deep, pump fakes, puts it up, a whistle. Shot not there, but Lowry will head to the line for 2.
There is no reason for Jaylen Brown to bite on that. Okay? The size differential, the length, all he has to do, Marcus, is hold his ground defensively, get his hands up long, and that principle of verticality, he could have sent it back without the body contact. But I got to give Kyle Lowry credit. He spent his career baiting guys into doing exactly that.
Kyle Lowry, who fouled out of Game 6 late, gets the first Miami point with a free throw. A gutty performance like we may see from his teammate Tyler Hero later. Playing on an injured groin, so difficult, especially with no time in between these games as the second free throw is missed. Bam Adebayo tipped it out to the near side and out of bounds to Boston.
If you're Tyler Hero and you're trying to go from 0 to 110 with a groin injury in a physical series like this, in a Game 7 like this, that is a tall ask.
Of course, groin injury was an earlier injury for Lowry in the playoffs. Been dealing with a hamstring of late. Jaylen Brown with it, 6-1 Boston. Brown against Strus on the right. 9:45 to go in the first. Butler got in his face, blocked a ball out of Jaylen Brown's hands, who got it back. Finds Smart with 6 to shoot. Marcus drives deep, bounce down low. Tatum stripped of the ball, and Miami comes up with it on the end line. I think Bam Adebayo got a hand in on that one as Kyle Lowry picks up the loose ball. Here's Lowry driving into the painted area, finds Adebayo for a 12-foot push shot, no good. Rebound Boston, down floor quickly. Marcus Smart walks right up into a 3 and buries the triple. And the Celtics have taken a 9-1 lead.
Last several games, shooting the ball has been a problem for Marcus Smart. Good start for him there with that jumper.
Butler spins from the right wing, drives on Horford, or lets him go, and Butler missed the layup. Horford the rebound. 9 minutes to go in the first, a 9-1 lead for the Celts. Smart fouled on the three-point line by Kyle Lowry, who picks up his second.
A couple things out of the gates here, Mark. In particular, Jayson Tatum, who normally is out front in the Celtics offense, has been along the baseline side. Remember, he had the offensive rebound, and that last possession, they entered a post pass to him. So it's interesting that they've mixed the spot on the floor where he's starting offensively. This is going to be fascinating to watch.
7 games, there's still adjustments. And how about Marcus Smart coming out just 3 minutes in? And Derek White, who played so heroically in defeating Game 6 on the floor. Off the inbound, Brown outside to White. White left-hand drive, pass to Brown is a bad one, intercepted by Jimmy Butler, and the open floor stuck to with 2 hands.
Same old, same old. Careless pass leads to Jimmy Butler jumping a passing lane, an easy opportunity other end. Now do you fuel a guy who's so dangerous?
First 2 for Butler, and that got the crowd re-engaged. 9-3 Boston. Here's Tatum in the right corner. Strus defending, back to the basket. Double comes, up top Horford for 3, and he hits.
I said it, Mark. All the guys around, the double. We've seen multiple doubles on Jaylen and Jayson. They've got to make shots around them.
12-3 in favor of the Celts. Adebayo, dotted line jumper, in and out, and back in again for Bam. It's 12-5.
2 early shot opportunities for Bam. He's not typically that aggressive out of the gates. I'm sure Spo had a word or two to say to him.
First bucket for Adebayo, 12-5, Celts leading. Derek White at the point, on top against Adebayo. They swing it into the left corner, Tatum. Tatum against Strus, dribbles inside the arc, finds Horford, bouncing it back to Tatum, spins, fires the three, missed it short, rebounded by P.J. Tucker. They'll leave it for Lowry into the front court. Lowry accelerates, blows by Tatum, layup, not there, but the rebound flush for Bam Adebayo.
And Kyle Lowry is yelling at the baseline officials, screaming for a foul call. Works out well for Miami, but he was hot.
Yeah, he had Tatum right on his back. Could have been a foul, but you're right, worked out in the end. 12-7, Heat down 5, Boston with it. Miami bench wants a travel on Jaylen Brown, gets rid of it to White, who's wheeling up on top of the three-point arc. Now drives free throw line into the lane, throws it up with the right hand, and it goes down.
They are attacking Max Strus almost every possession.
5 of 9 shooting for Boston to start. Here's Adebayo, zigs and zags down the lane, back to the basket against Horford. In the corner, it's Lowry, but it's going to be a foul called before the three that's going to be waved off. Foul on Tatum. It'll be side out Miami.
Tatum was trying to fight over the screen. One thing that Jayson Tatum has got to be careful of, he spends too much time arguing with the officials. He puts his team at a deficit. Tonight, you got to put it aside. I don't care if somebody takes your head off and there's no whistle. Keep playing.
Survive and advance. Winner's going to go to San Francisco for the start of the NBA Finals Thursday on ESPN Radio and ABC. 14-7 Boston. Jimmy Butler dribbles to the baseline right, cut off by Marcus Smart back in the game. Finds Strus, fading late clock three, in and out. Got a decent look for a fading shot. Other end, Tatum hits Grant Williams in the game for the first time, muscles it up and in against Strus, and a chance for three.
Celtics playing off a missed shot opportunity, get a transition opportunity because your big man, Grant Williams, sprints to the rim.
Ime Udoka going deep in his lineup early, and 6 for 10 from the field, 16-7. Celtics lead the Heat. First time out of the game at 6:42 to go, opening quarter in Game 7. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed.
Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio. The San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record of St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Tuesday on Bart and Hahn, we're closing in on the NBA Finals. We'll have the latest from the NBA playoffs, and the final preparations are on the way for the 2-on-2 challenge with Keyshawn Johnson and Jay Williams. That's Bart and Hahn, 12 o'clock here, ESPN+.
From NBA Countdown.
You're welcome inside Madison Square Garden. We're about a half hour from tip-off.
Right to your radio.
If Kevin Durant did not get hurt, James Harden would still be on the Nets.
Greeny and the NBA.
I believe these stories are actually the lifeblood of the league.
The latest news, opinions, and stories from the NBA.
To quit on your team and your fans and your league.
Greeny, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN+. In 4 days.
Alan Hahn and Bart Scott about to play Jay, Will, and Key in 2-on-2.
A broadcaster basketball showdown.
Did you say that Keyshawn and Jay Will are playing Bart and Hahn in basketball?
They did say that. All of our analysts that come on and talk about this situation, here's the consistency.
Keyshawn and Jay Will.
I'm going to be winded. Jay Will is Michael Jordan 2.0.
Versus Bart and Hahn.
Bart Scott is going to break somebody's nose. Alan Hahn is just a guy with a jersey.
ESPN Radio 2-on-2 Challenge. The Low Post Podcast with Zach Lowe.
Tatum needs to stop whining. It's the same thing with Luka last year, but Tatum has the Tim Duncan open mouth after every single puck.
Check out the Low Post Podcast on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger Studios. Don't forget to log on to our Twitter account at NBA on ESPN Radio, at ESPN Radio, to vote in the AutoZone in the Zone poll question. Who's going to get in the zone for tonight's Game 7? Jaylen Brown, Jayson Tatum, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. In the Zone brought to you by AutoZone. What makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? They offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries. And they've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone, AutoZone. We go back to Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, and Monica McNutt. Kesty, I know you were in the West. Doris has pointed this out many times. Boston, turnovers, rebounding. They do that, they win. The other thing is, Whoever drives the lane has the advantage in these games. Back to you.
Yes, very true. And Doris, what are you seeing here in the early going?
So the Celtics 7-2 in fast break, 9-2 in transition, which is slightly different. They've held Miami to 33%. And the other observation is Jimmy looks better than he did in 3, 4, and 5. He had the one jump the passing lane dunk here, but he had a jump shot where he didn't look like he had great lift. I just think it is something for us to keep an eye on. Is Jimmy's knee as good as it was in Game 6?
See, Gabe Vincent coming in on the timeout for Miami as Grant Williams hits the free throw on the back end. 17-7, Celtics with a 10-point lead at the 6:35 mark to go. First quarter in Game 7. Vincent around the top finds Tucker on the right angle. Grant Williams defending about 5 feet off. Tucker more effective out of those corners. Pass to Butler goes by him. Marcus Smart has it on the turnover. Smart driving deep. Got it poked away. Out of bounds. Last touch by P.J. Tucker is the ruling. Nice bit of handwork by Tucker to knock that one away.
I didn't think it was a great decision by Smart to take on Jimmy.
Inbound to Tatum. Straight on three. Lifts and connects. Third three-pointer in the first quarter for Boston.
That's just somebody falling asleep defensively.
Tatum with 5 points, and it's a 20-7 Boston lead. Here's Vincent open for three. Missed it. Rebound Horford beating Adebayo to it. Gives it to Smart into the front court. Pass along the near side. Knocked out of bounds by Miami. Boston will have it in the front court.
Boston has done an exceptional job. They've only given up one offensive rebound through the first 6 minutes. If they're going to win, that defensive backboard has got to be on point.
Well, this 13-point lead has taken the starch out of the crowd for the moment. Inbound to Marcus Smart, who finds Horford across the three-point line. Drives down, nearly lost it, saved it on the end line right. Passes skip over to Williams on the left. Drives the three-point line, and contact in the lane. What's the call? Offensive foul. The baseline official, David Guthrie, I think he was about to call it a charge. Looked up to Scott Foster, the lead official, who made the mechanic.
This is really interesting, and I think the Heat are one of the best teams in the league at taking charges. I don't know. I'm going to be honest.
He might have still been moving
I
there.
thought Dave was moving, to be honest with you.
We saw it in slow motion just now. It still looked like he was moving. Inbound to Adebayo with the Heat down 13. Finds Strus, checks his feet in the deep left corner. Passes to Bam in the high post. Hesitation move. Drives under the basket. Tries the reverse. And behind his back puts it up and in. Adebayo 6 points, matching all he had in Game 6.
Much more aggressive Bam Adebayo.
20-9. Shaving the lead down to 11. Boston with it. 5:20 to go in the first. Tatum three-point line. Bounces it to Smart. Baseline fade. The rainbow in and out. Rebound Tucker. PJ will leave it for Gabe Vincent. Third-year man out of Cal Santa Barbara. Coming up in this Miami Heat program. Dribbles to the free throw line. Finds Strus, who makes a run at it. Blows by Marcus Smart. And got blocked on the dunk attempt by Horford. Down floor, Brown dishes to Grant Williams, who lays it up and in.
Al Horford is the unsung hero of the Boston Celtics. How about that? Meet at the rim and send it back.
22-9, Boston here on the road in Miami in Game 7. 4:45 to go first quarter. Jimmy Butler makes a run at Horford. Pass to the right corner. Tucker for three's a miss. Bam! Over the back comes up with a rebound. Tipped away. Weak side Jaylen Brown knocked it out of bounds away from Bam. It'll be Miami ball.
Jayson Tatum ended up on the weak side with the responsibility of checking out Bam. That is a difficult thing to do with all the length and speed that Bam has. But I can't get over that block by Al Horford. I mean, Strus was way up over the rim, and Al met him there and sent it back. Hit him twice on the pipes, Al.
35 years of age and trying to get to the finals for the first time in his 141st NBA playoff game. Victor Oladipo is in. Bam Adebayo is out. Miami small here. Oladipo tries the three. Missed it. Rebound Tatum. Miami is 0 for 5 from distance. Smart, beautiful pass down the lane to the cutting Grant Williams for the score.
You have got to be so upset with your transition defense if you're the Miami Heat.
15-point lead for Boston. Here's Butler hanging shot way off. It was too high off the glass. Here's Tatum the other way. Pass to Horford. Ball fake on the three. Drives into the lane. Sends it out to Smart. A long three is up. It's a miss. Offensive board. This is Derek White sending it outside to Tatum. Floating for three. Missed it short. Oladipo comes up with it. 3:50 to go in the first. Miami looking at a tall hill to climb. It was nearly a few feet higher. Pass inside. Tipped by Marcus Smart. 3-on-1 Boston. To Tatum. Leans in. Missed the layup. Had a bad angle, and Miami comes up with it. Oladipo to Butler, drives against Horford, down low, turns and scores.
He's just so good scoring against size. He uses either a little spin fake to his right and comes back left. Just so outstanding near the cup, Jimmy.
And snaps a 12-2 Celtic run, 3:20 to go, first quarter, 24-11 Boston. Here in Game 7 of the Eastern Finals. Smart from the right wing against Strus. Now crosses to his right, sees the double, passes out to Tatum, fakes the three, steps to his right, shoots the deep two, missed it, rebound Strus.
Tatum 2 for 7, and he's had several good opportunities that he's missed.
Gabe Vincent against Horford, little shake and bake move, now steps back, topside three, knocks it down, Horford the foul, Gabe Vincent a chance at a 4-point play.
This is a challenge for Al. He's not the same closing space that Robert Williams is. Gabe dances with the ball, baits him into the contact as he tries to challenge that three-point shot.
Well, Miami looked like they could have fallen behind by 17 or 18, got away with one, scored a bucket, and now a chance at a 4-point play. Could get it down to single digits, 2:53 to go. First quarter, Game 7, Boston 24, the Heat 14. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
I never, ever thought I would open a business for myself, and then I had a baby.
Meet Patrice Mousseau, founder of Satya Organics, a skincare company created for people with skin issues, powered by Shopify.
When Esme was about 8 months old, she developed eczema. The doctor's only option to me was steroid creams. I just started experimenting in my kitchen crock pot. I actually found something that cleared her eczema up in 2 days. After about a year or so of just selling it out of my kitchen window, I decided to make a business out of it. Shopify templates are fantastic, and their customer service is absolutely stellar. You can buy Satya online, you can buy it in stores, you can buy it in our social channels, and that's all made possible by Shopify.
When you're ready to share your business with the world, grow it on Shopify, the all-in-one commerce platform trusted by millions of businesses like Satya. Get a free 14-day trial at shopify.com/play and start selling wherever your customers are with easy-to-use tools and friendly 24/7 support. Go to shopify.com/play right now. Shopify.com/play.
Stop buying tickets without rewards and start getting more from the only ticketing company that rewards you for buying, Vivid Seats. Buy 10 tickets, the 11th is on us. That's like 10% back every time you buy. And with 100% buyer guarantee and over 100 million tickets sold, that's something to sing, laugh, cheer, scream, buy about. Head to vividseats.com for terms and conditions. Vivid Seats. Life happens live.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
Giannis is the best player in the world. That doesn't change with the fact that he had a bad day and lost.
Greeny, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus. Did you miss Canty and Carlin?
In college, I was the heaviest I have ever been in my life.
Okay.
So when you are socially inept and physically inept, boy, that is really something that you cannot recover from.
Well, you could have tapped into the lovable loser, be the big teddy bear that girls could cuddle with.
Yeah, that guy is the mayor of Friendville.
Chris Canty and Chris Carlin are Canty and Carlin. Don't miss them weekdays on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger Studios. 2:53 to go in the opening quarter. Boston with a 24-14 lead. Miami going to the free throw line with pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7 on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app presented by Indeed. Favorite tweet I saw before the game, quote, "I now know why Bill Russell puked before every Game 7. No, legend is Bill Russell puked before every game. He was so nervous. Casty Doris, that was the tension for fans of both teams before this game started. Back to you.
I know exactly how they feel. Let's check in downstairs with Monica McNutt.
Thanks, Cassie. All right, so one of the things that will continue to be thematic for the Boston Celtics is the turnovers. And so one of the things that Coach Ime Udoka has harped on his team is a turnover, gave up 2 points for the Miami Heat, and then an offensive rebound for the Celtics turns into 2 points. And so he's very mindful of this team turning the basketball over and capitalizing on the opportunities on their side of the ball, Cassie.
Appreciate it, Monica. And the free throw good for Gabe Vincent, a 4-point play. The fast break points, Doris, have been majorly in favor of Boston. Call this play first, and we'll get to that. Here's Jaylen Brown dribbling free throw line, turns, shoots, missed it, rebound Butler. 24-15. Boston was looking like they could run away with this, and now the Miami Heat back within 9. Butler drives, spins down the lane, high off the glass and in, and make it a 7-point game.
So when you allow Jimmy Butler to get to his spots, back dribble you into the post, turn the lights out. He's too good down there.
8 straight Miami points, 2:15 to go in the first. Horford will hand it off on the right side to Jaylen Brown. Now cuts down the right post against Bam. Sends it into the left corner to White. Derek shoots the 3 and answers with a triple to end the 8-0 run.
Celtics 50% from 3. 4 for 8, and you have 4 different players who've made one.
How about the Boston bench doors? 5 for 5 between White and Williams. 12 off the bench. 27-17, 10-point Celtic lead. Jimmy Butler out of the left wing will dribble across the three-point arc, stops at the top, now drives on White, stops middle of the paint, 3 to shoot, out to Lowry with 1 to shoot. Lowry's got to get it off, just does as he wheels and airballs one, and it's a 24-second violation.
Jimmy Butler is hunting Derek White. He does not think Derek physically can handle him one-on-one. Bam came to set the second screen. Jimmy went opposite. Give Derek White credit. Shuffled his feet, stayed in front.
Derek White, who came over on February 10th, a shrewd acquisition by the Celtics. Passes or attempted to pass into a cutting Jaylen Brown off the foot of Gabe Vincent. Kick ball, shot clock at 14.
Do you know what a casual pass will do if you're the Boston Celtics?
Yeah, it's going to turn to 2 the other way.
Thank you, Mark Kestershire. Preach.
Crisp. Tatum will inbound from the left side, gets it into White, back to Tatum on top against Butler. Passes to Williams, ball fake in the corner, drives against the smaller Vincent, puts it up, his first miss. Contested rebound, Bam comes away with it for Miami. 1:15 to go in the first. Down 10 is Miami here in Game 7. Vincent using the Adebayo screen. Great pass to Lowry. Went off his body and out of bounds. Just couldn't come up with the bounce pass.
The window was tight and the pass was hot, but it was a catchable pass for sure.
27-17 Boston, coming up on a minute to go in our opening quarter from Miami. Tatum will square for 3 and hit. Just rose, fired at a man in front of him. Didn't matter. Basket for Jayson Tatum.
I'll tell you, a rhythm dribble into a 3 is his sweet spot. He's 2 for 4 from beyond the arc.
30-17 Boston. 50 seconds to go in the opening quarter. Lowry on top. Bam sets the screen of Tatum. Now fires to the rolling Bam, who lifts from 10. Missed the shot. 4 Celtics there to rebound the ball.
A lot of green jerseys in that paint defensively.
Jayson Tatum has it, accelerates down the middle on Oladipo. Layup, missed it at the cup. Lowry, the rebound, tries to thread the needle and nearly saved by Jimmy Butler, but he hit the end line, and the crowd you hear is the shot that went in that won't count for Gabe Vincent.
Celtics right now in the paint, Mark, they're not finishing as well as they'd like. They've missed a few chippies that they'd love to have back. The score would read drastically differently if they had put home a couple more layups.
Boston trying to improve on that 13-point lead, led by as many as 15 in the first quarter. 20 seconds to go. Derek White has it on the Heat logo just inside a half, aggressively defended. Now gets by Gabe Vincent, will pass it off to Brown. Tip of the circle, hesitation, drives, floats, and scores for Brown, and the lead's back to 15.
That is a tough shot. Floater in the lane from about 8. Tough.
6 seconds to go in the first. Now with 4 on the left wing, Oladipo pounding the basketball into the deck with 1. Drives, couldn't get the shot off. In fact, I think he was trying to pass, and the clock expires, and the Celtics have a 15-point lead after 1.
Excellent defensive strip on that last possession by Al Horford. Everything the Celtics doing, beginning and ending with the pressure they're applying defensively and finishing those defensive possessions with a defensive rebound.
And Doris, this postseason, when leading after the first quarter, the Celtics have won 7 of 8 games. 1 quarter in the books in Game 7. It's the Celtics 32 and the Heat 17. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
The Low Post Podcast with Zach Lowe.
I was high on Golden State before the season. I told Nick Friedel and Anthony Slater on this very podcast preseason that they had a final ceiling if enough things went right. But a lot had to go right. And sports rarely allows everything to go right. Sports is just cruel. But most of those ifs, flash forward here to May, to the finals, most of those ifs have broken right.
Check out the Low Post podcast on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
You put LeBron and Anthony Davis together in this postseason, they don't get out of the first round of the West. They don't. They certainly aren't as good as Golden State. Memphis is only going to get better with more experience. Phoenix is better than them. Dallas is one piece away from being much better than them. The Clippers, with Paul George and Kawhi, if he ever comes back, and I say that sort of half jokingly, he's going to play. I'm not sure that a fully healthy Lakers aren't like at best the sixth best team in the West, and maybe more like eighth. Not only do I think that they should consider trading him, but I think he should want to get traded. If you put LeBron on the Cavs as constituted this year with the players they have, next season I think they'd be one of the favorites in the East. I genuinely do. But I think he'd be much better off finishing in Cleveland with what they have going on right now than finishing in L.A. with what he has.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN+.
Sundays mean you're just one day away from the latest with First Take. Rest up, because I'm bringing it starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Kevin Richard with you at our Granger Studios. 12 minutes complete in the 145th Game 7 in NBA history.
Dribbles to the free throw line. Finds Strus, who makes a run at it. Blows by Marcus Smart and got blocked on the dunk attempt by Horford. Down floor, Brown dishes to Grant Williams, who lays it up and in.
Al Horford is the unsung hero of the Boston Celtics. How about that? Meet at the rim and send it back.
35-year-old Al Horford, never been to the finals. Back to Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, and Monica McDuff.
Yeah, pregnant pause indeed. Horford and Tatum each with a block shot. Tatum didn't have the great shooting percentage, but stuffed the stat sheet in the first quarter.
You know, they deployed him a little bit differently, putting him at times on the baseline. And you're right, he does not have to score 46 like he did in Game 6 against Milwaukee. But the 6 rebounds, 3 assists, and already a block shot. This is what you want from your franchise player, whatever it takes.
Remember, Grant Williams had 7 threes in Game 7 against Milwaukee. Didn't shoot a 3, but 7 off the bench. Big for the Celtics, who had 12 off the bench. Second quarter getting underway. Kyle Lowry driving against Derek White. Takes him down to the baseline right. Circles him to the middle of the lane. Pump fakes, ducks under. Shot blocked. The third Boston block tonight. Here's White from right to left. Now bounces it down low to Williams. A power dribble got hit, got a shot off, no good. Williams is all right, but Gabe Vincent, who committed the foul, now just being lifted off the floor.
I love that Grant Williams is being so aggressive near the cup. I want to make one more point about the first quarter. There wasn't a single turnover from a Boston starter. Jaylen Brown has 19 in the series. Jayson Tatum is 31 in the series. That was a monster number for them coming in here tonight.
Great point. 31 for Tatum in 6 games and had 7 in Game 6 as Grant Williams misses the first free throw. Robert Williams going to check back in, the center for the Celtics. And Tyler Hero, the 6th man of the year, has missed the last 3 games due to injury. Checks in for the first time in Game 7.
He has the most points off the bench in the NBA this season. At his best, he adds playmaking, scoring, etc. 2 missed free throws now by Grant Williams.
Rebounded by Miami. Jimmy Butler will bring it up with Lowry and Hero and Adebayo and Oladipo. Flip to Hero, left hand at the top, shaded by White. Hero make a run at him, calls for the high screen from Adebayo, bounces it to the screener. Adebayo, drive shot up too strong. Robert Williams rebounds for the Celtics.
Excellent challenge by Grant Williams, staying and keeping his body in front and not fouling.
Peyton Pritchard on the floor for Boston at the point. They'll get rid of it. Out to the right side, it's Jaylen Brown. Finds Derek White on top against Tyler Hero. We saw him go north-south in pregame. Can he go east-west? Here's White off the switch on Oladipo. Stops, pass, tipped away by Butler. Another bad pass and a turnover Boston. Adebayo lopes into the front court, peels to the left, finds Hero shooting a 3 off angle, missed the shot, rebound Boston.
Every time Jimmy Butler goes for an offensive rebound, there's a green jersey in front and behind.
Here's Brown getting deep, lays it high off the window and in.
Wow.
Jaylen Brown with 8 points.
How about that? He takes it length of the floor virtually for a bucket, and Miami doesn't do a thing about it.
Biggest lead for the Celtics, up 17. They've doubled them up. Lowry got the contact, got the shot, missed it. And it'll be Pritchard the foul, and Kyle Lowry going to the line with the Heat down 34-17.
Just such a savvy play by Kyle Lowry. This guy is the master at understanding you reach, and I teach. And as soon as you reach, I'm getting into my shooting motion.
Sure, Mark Jones brought this up over the conference finals. The Heat are the only team with a player who have been on a team to win a title each of the last 3 years, as Lowry misses the first. Kyle with Toronto back in 2019. Markieff Morris with the Lakers in the bubble in 2020. And P.J. Tucker with Milwaukee last season. And Lowry missed both free throws. He'd been a perfect 5 for 5 in the series and 9 for 10 in the postseason. He needed him too, down 17. Robert Williams, early second quarter on top, gives it to White against Hero, dribbles him into the lane, goes strong, up and under, shot not there. Williams, an offensive board, put it up, missed it short. Oladipo clears. Up ahead to Lowry, three-point line, bouncing it to Butler outside the mid-post left. Against Grant Williams, takes him off the bounce, turns, squares, got the foul, and the roll. Shot's good for Butler and a chance for three.
See, this is so frustrating if you're a coach. Because Grant Williams, for the entirety of that possession, played excellent defense. If Jimmy Butler has navigated his way to just in front of the restricted area, do not body up. Just stay vertical. Don't allow him to make the official make a whistle. Give Jimmy credit because he extended that right arm over the body of Grant and basically made the official have no choice. But, Grant, you got to keep your hands out of the cookie jar, baby, when Jimmy's around.
2 fouls on Williams. 3-point play for Butler, who's got 9. Heat down 14, 34-20. 9:50 to go in the half. Jaylen Brown at the top against Hero. Rises from 18. Bricked it off the back of the iron, and Bam's got the rebound. Up ahead to Lowry. Front court left side. Stops on the 3-point line. Guarded by Pritchard. Arms extended. The screen from Adebayo. Lowry against Williams. Bounces it to the cutting Butler, who gets hammered on the end line and fouled. Derek White came over to help. Jaylen Brown came over to help.
I got to be honest with you. I think the minutes that Peyton Pritchard plays are going to be tough because they're going to attack him. Now they've gotten by him twice. You're putting the backside of that defense in rotation, and this is why Derek White picks up that foul.
First on White. Third team foul on the Celtics early in the second, and to the chance of MVP, Butler hits the first of 2.
The last thing you want to do is foul Jimmy Butler. I say it over and over and over again. If he gets one in transition, like he did early, and if you foul him and put him in the free throw line, he starts to hum and he feels good, and now he knows he's got you. So he's now taking his third free throw of the night, and he's going to get them back within 12.
3 for 3 at the line, 43 for 46 in the series. 11 for Jimmy Butler. Heat down 12, trailed by as many as 17. Here's Brown, a catch and shoot 3. It's good. Jaylen Brown from the right wing knocks it home.
He looks to the stands in the right and barks at somebody as if to say, don't talk to me, I'm that good.
11 points for Brown, 6th triple for Boston, leading by 15 once again. Hero at the top, Tatum gets right up in him. Bam screens him off. Now the pass to the rolling band. Goes strong, went for the dunk and able to guide it through the cylinder and get fouled. What an athletic move by Bam Adebayo.
I tell you, Bam's a different guy. He's got 5 boards and 8 points on 4 of 7 shooting, and 3 of the 4 buckets have been dunks. And the dunks have come on cuts or they've come off offensive rebounds. This one, just 2-man game. And boom, boom, bam.
And it was Grant Williams who contested and got called for his 3rd personal. And Williams, who's been terrific off the bench, is going to get subbed out of the game. Al Horford's going to come back in at the 9:06 mark to go here in the second. Let's check in with Monica.
Cassie, well, over the course of this series, Bam has been pointed out as sometimes an X factor in terms of his play. So we asked him about preparing for Game 7. And he says he watches a lot of film, but in particular with Udonis Haslem, which he described as something that can be exciting and a headache at times. He says Has has helped him to figure out where he can be more aggressive and breaks it down before plays happen, Dusty.
I can see where that could be an issue with Udonis Haslem. Bam missed the free throw. 13-point game. Boston still leading. Tatum drives from the right. Short jumper, high off the glass, miss. Loose ball in the lane, and Bam comes away with it for the Heat. Outlet to Hero on the far left side. Negotiates a screen from Butler. Passes back to Lowry. 8:40 to go in the half. Lowry using the Bam screen. 3 for 3. Missed it off the iron. Bodies flying. Loose ball foul Miami as Marcus Smart hit the deck.
I think that's going to be on Bam Adebayo.
It is his first.
He just tosses Marcus Smart like he's a rag doll. How about this? Jimmy Butler has 4 of the 9 field goals for the Miami Heat. Only Bam Adebayo and he and Gabe Vincent have put a field goal in the bucket.
They're going to need some help. Miami, 34% shooting, 1 for 9 from 3. Here's Marcus Smart spinning and scoring from the middle of the lane.
It's always the same 2 guys Boston attacks. If Strus is on the floor, it's him. If it's Hero, it's him.
Leads back to 15, 39-24 Miami. Bam attacking at the free throw line, now backs up and hands it off to Lowry. Smart works through the screen. Pass to Hero on the left, 8 to shoot, 8 minutes to go in the half. Hero now sidestep pass. Lowry corner 3, no good. Good contest by Williams and rebounded by Horford. Long outlet pass to Tatum, makes the catch, double covered on the right wing. Pass to Horford crossing half court to Marcus Smart. Let's fly from 3 short. Rebounded PJ Tucker.
Why? Why are you shooting that with 15 seconds left?
On the other end, Butler driving deep, got through, got the whistle and scores. They take advantage of Smart's miss on one end, and Jimmy Butler a chance for a 3-point play on the other.
Just a really bad shot. I don't know what other way to say it. Marcus goes back and slaps his hand. Don't just slap your hand. You're trying to win a game 7. That is a really poor shot. It puts your team in a deficit on the other end, and Jimmy about to get them back, hopefully within 12.
Jimmy Butler, 13 points, 5 of 8 shooting. Been an ace at the line, 7:44 to go in the half. Celtics 39, Miami 26.
Peyton Pritchard got 2 minutes. I think Ime Udoka recognized quickly that was going to be a tough situation for him. We'll see how much he plays down the stretch.
Free throw good, Butler. 3-point play. Heat back within 12. Boston has kept it a double-digit game for the most part of the second quarter. Smart dribbles toward the left, terminates the dribble on top of the arc, passes to Tatum, 12 to shoot. Tatum on the Heat logo, dribbles against Hero up to the 3-point line. He's doubled, pass inside for Smart's tipped away, goes behind the back. Smart over to Brown for 3, short off the rim, but a long offensive rebound to Brown, but he lost the handle. Was it poked away? Yes. Scott Foster said poked away from behind, out of bounds to Boston.
You will very rarely catch Scott Foster out of position.
He is the lead official here in Game 7 of these Eastern Conference Finals. 5-second count is on. Timeout called. Horford barely beat the 5-second count, and the Celtics use a timeout, and Ime Udoka gets right out to half court, barking some orders at Robert Williams. Barking orders at all his players. As we go to timeout here, the winner heads to Golden State for the NBA Finals. 7:21 to go. First half, Game 7. The Celtics 39, the Heat 27. You're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio.
The ball crushed, forget it. On its way, left field, there it goes and gone. Home run, Manny Machado.
Manny Machado and the San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record into Busch Stadium in St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals.
One! Paul Goldschmidt goes yard!
The Padres and Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Back on Tuesday, Canty and Carlin, 3 p.m. Eastern. Can the Warriors extend their dynasty?
And can Steph Curry reel in his first NBA Finals MVP?
That's Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio and ESPN Plus.
Coming up Monday, the Splash Brothers are back in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you why I think another championship will make them one of the top trios of all time. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio, ESPN 2.
You can't miss a moment with Greeny.
And I don't want to pass the buck, but I allowed myself to be talked into voting for Jokic. The numbers are the numbers, but I don't want to be governed by the advanced metrics. Like, the numbers suggest that Jokic did things this season that had never been done before. And I allowed myself to get talked into voting for him, but I'm kind of mad at myself that I didn't vote for Embiid now.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN Plus. The playoffs on ESPN Radio.
They were the more physical team overall. They got one on the road.
Brown launches a deep three. Man, he is hotter than fish grease right now.
This dude is something so different.
Got it! Oh, Jimmy Buckets with a big one.
Get the very latest from the NBA every morning starting at 6 Eastern with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. And it continues all day on ESPN Radio.
Kevin Richard with you inside our Granger Studios. Miami's largest deficit tonight, 17 points in the first basket here of the second quarter. Time now for Did You Know, brought to you by Geico. Switch to Geico today and see all the ways that you can save. Did you know over the last 25 seasons, the largest comeback win in a winner-take-all game with the Dallas Mavericks against the Utah Jazz and the Blazers against the Nuggets. Dallas in 2001, Blazers against the Nuggets in 2019. Kesty, Monica, Doris, 17-point comeback. Miami could match it tonight. Long way to go. Back to you guys in Miami.
Yep, Kev, Miami keeps trying to get back into it, but outside of Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, they need some help.
They do, Kesty. 9 for 15 between Bam and Butler. The rest of the group just 1 for 13. And the Celtics, the key numbers, they've only given up 2 offensive rebounds and only have 3 turnovers. Monster performance thus far by Boston.
Celtics took the timeout to avoid a 5-second count. They'll try to trigger now front court baseline. They get it into Horford and over to Marcus Smart, guarded by Gabe Vincent on the perimeter. Now to Tatum on the right, and an offensive foul as Jimmy Butler got tripped trying to come through the screen.
So they ran the elevator play, which you typically see run at the free throw line. They ran it, mid-post, extended out, and just Jimmy Butler was not given space. Derek White, is that who they got it? Gave it to?
Yep, yeah. Horford and White were trying to close that elevator. White got called for his second. 7:07 to go, first half, down 12. Miami with it, Adebayo over the top, another foul. Marcus Smart bodying Jimmy Butler on the attempted catch on the baseline. And over the limit are the Celtics. Free throws at the 7:03 mark to go in the half.
Long way to go. The Miami Heat only have 2, but that was Jimmy Butler doing a sprint out to catch, being denied and spinning off and trying to get a bucket at the basket. And give Marcus credit, super physical, super tough, make him earn it.
Jimmy Butler lets out a primal scream. He knew that free throw was going long. He'll get one more. And how about the coaching adjustment? Spo's been through this before.
Yeah.
Ime Udoka, we've been talking off air. His first year as a head coach has been terrific as Butler is the second.
Oh, couldn't be more impressed with the level of accountability and adjustments game to game.
11-point game, 39-28. Boston, under 7 minutes to go. First half of Game 7. Marcus Smart gets a high screen from Tatum, drives through the double, lays it up and in. Smart in the bucket.
He knows that quite often 2 defenders are going with Tatum, and he makes them pay for that.
41-28 Celtics. Butler has it near the three-point line from the left, drives into the lane, squares, puts it up and in. Got knocked down by Jaylen Brown, no call, but Jimmy Butler's up to 17 points. 41-30, 11-point Boston lead. Brown against Bam, takes him into the high post. They thought he traveled the fans, passes out to the wing. Back to Brown, rises from 3, circles the rim, and Tucker's got the rebound.
Excellent check out by Miami.
Here's Bam into the front court, 6:15 to go. He's going to attack Horford. Ball fake, wheels off the glass, not there. Offensive board, Bam with a left hand, able to put it in.
So you're allowing those 2 guys to get to the best aspects of their game. Painted mid-range for Jimmy and right at the cup for Bam.
8 points, 7 boards for Bam, and the crowd gets on its feet, all wearing white. 9-point game. Tatum the run. Tatum puts it up and in, and a foul. Jayson Tatum taking Gabe Vincent down deep, and that'll quiet the sellout here at FTX Arena.
And I love Gabe Vincent complaining about this. Spoelstra and Gabe are making the point that Jason's holding his arm. There's a level of physicality by Gabe that's, he's getting as good as he's given right there.
Let's check in downstairs with Monica McNutt.
Well, Casty, this is just an observation on the court. As Jayson Tatum is shooting his free throws, as he missed that one, on his left arm he has a purple band with the gold lettering of 24 as Bam Adebayo heads the other way. We know that his idol is Kobe. Just imagining that is about channeling Kobe's mobile mentality in a very important and pivotal Game 7 for the Celtics.
Appreciate that, Monica. And this Boston team, like Miami, plays splendid defense. Marcus Smart just knocked it out of Butler's hands out of bounds. Miami will inbound from the near right side. Into Bam, 43-32. Boston by 11. Adebayo will shovel it to Butler, 7 to shoot. He's on the right wing, puts it on the deck, drives into 2 Celtics, nowhere to go. Passed it to the far side. Hero's got it. Got to shoot it, instead passed it, and no chance at a three-point play for Vincent. He knocked down a deep three, but well after the shot clock buzzer sounded.
I'll tell you, the shot clock's been dwindling on them quite a bit. They had 2 or 3 baskets like that in Game 6 where Boston was making a push. That time just a half second too late.
7th turnover by the Heat. Boston has 10 points off the first 6. Chance to build the lead. Tatum jump pass, Smart floats it up and in. 12 points off the 7 turnovers. And Eric Spoelstra wants a timeout as the Celtics go back up 13.
I'll tell you, 4 assists right now and 6 rebounds for Jayson Tatum. Playing smart basketball. As soon as the double comes, it's a quick release point pass, and Marcus Smart getting inside the paint and doing work.
5:18 to go, first half in Game 7. Boston 45, Miami 32. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indy.
The Mina Kimes Show, featuring Lenny.
Charles McDonald.
My question for the Commanders, how much better is Carson Wentz than Tyler Henry?
That's ultimately the big one.
I do think Carson Wentz is better, but is it better in a way that like really changes your fortunes for the season? And to me, it just seems like the most middle of the road team that you can put together.
Yeah.
I don't really understand what there is to get excited about here.
Listen and subscribe to The Mina Kimes Show, featuring Lenny, wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is ESPN Radio.
Arthur Smith, head coach, Atlanta Falcons, here with us.
The fact that they pay me to do this job, I'm lucky as hell. I live in my dream, and I get to coach football in the NFL for a living.
Mario Andretti, everybody.
Formula One is at a good place right now. Something has exploded here. The fan base speaking loud and clear.
The head coach, Bill Self.
Winning it is fabulous, an unbelievable feeling. One thing I will say, the wins never feel as good as the losses feel bad.
Lane Johnson, Philadelphia Eagles.
The past few years, we've been starting off very slow, 2-5, 3-6. My goal is to start out hot and keep going.
Philadelphia 76ers guard, Danny Green. I got to talk trash about James Harden now.
I appreciate y'all, man. Don't talk too much trash about my teammate, bro.
Mike Vrabel returns. Does Tom Brady still owe you an Escalade? I think he stole your MVP in the Super Bowl against the Eagles.
Yeah, it's okay. He made up for it with all those Ohio State, Michigan bets.
The biggest names in sports come here. It all starts with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max at 6 Eastern and continues all day. This is ESPN Radio.
Only one sale away from the Shopify 1000 Club.
Is that a thing?
Wow, Mom. Have a cookie.
I'll take one.
Dad.
These are delicious. You need to show them.
You should.
Mom.
No, seriously. Let's set you up on Shopify. It's easy.
I always knew you would build your own business.
Guys.
Yum.
Okay, if Mom can do it, then why not?
Number 1000.
Start selling today with Shopify for free. Sell online, in person, and anywhere else your future holds. And manage it all from a single place. No design or coding experience necessary. It's why every minute of every day, something amazing happens. A new seller makes their first sale with Shopify. Plus, with on-demand business courses and 24/7 support, Shopify is with you every step of the way. So, when you're ready to bring your idea to life, build it on Shopify, the commerce platform powering millions of ideas around the world. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free 14-day trial at shopify.com/play. Go to shopify.com/play right now and start selling today. Shopify.com/play.
Kevin Richard with you inside our Granger Studios. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max start your morning tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. They're followed by Greeny with Mike Greenberg. They will have an NBA Finals matchup to talk about. And they'll spend, let's see, I gave you 6 hours. I'm going to guess they're going to spend 5 of it talking about Game 1, which comes your way on Thursday night. Let's go inside the numbers tonight in Game 7. Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Inside the numbers, Miami finishing the first quarter with just 1 assist, their fewest in the first quarter of the season. Celtics led by 15 at the end of 1, tied for the second largest lead after a first quarter in a Game 7 of the shot clock era. Kesty, back to you.
Kevin, thanks a lot. And Steve Kerr gave the Warriors off the last 2 days.
I love
That's
that.
Big rest for them. They're back to practice tomorrow. And the assistants, they're at it right now, getting ready to cut up all this film.
Unequivocally, and he said it. It was good mental health break I got to talk about Marcus Smart. Aside from that one awful three-pointer that he took, he's 4 for 8 from the floor, and they are 0 for 5 when he's the primary defender.
Well, Miami did get within 9 points at the 6-minute mark, but still down double figures, down 13 out of the break. Tyler Hero has it on the three-point line, had a moment of space, passed it up, drives free throw line, 14-footer short. Marcus Smart the rebound.
Marcus and Jayson Tatum in that two-man game defensively, so sound.
Smart takes on Vincent, passes to the wing White, up top Horford, left side Brown. Brown against Tucker, crossing the left, slipped a little, got deep, flipped it up, not there, but got knocked down. Looked like he initially slipped on his way in, going to be a foul against Miami, and I believe P.J. Tucker. It is.
Jalen, I think one of the things he will work on this offseason is his handle. He's got to be tighter with his handle. He slipped, lost his balance. He may have gotten away with the travel before the contact, to be perfectly honest with you. I think he did travel.
I agree with you. He was able to eventually get his footing and square up and get the shot off. No foul called, and Jaylen Brown to the line for 2. First one is good for Brown, who's in double figures. In fact, leading all Celtics scorers with 12 points.
Back comes Strus and Lowry. Out go Hero and Gabe Vincent.
Strus and Lowry, who had 31 combined points in Game 6 after a combined 0 in Game 5. And Eric Spoelstra needs those guys to get going.
They're battling. Both guys are battling nagging injuries, and neither looks as bouncy as they did the other day.
Brown completed the free throws. Strus and Lowry, by the way, have 1 combined point tonight. 15-point Celtic lead. Butler gets deep, got fouled, trying to get a shot off, had to gather. At the 4:43 mark to go in the first half, Al Horford will pick up his second.
Lots of conversations in between every stoppage of play defensively by the Boston Celtics. And what that tells me, Mark, is high level of communication to me is a significant part of any elite defense. So, yeah, Jimmy got by, and Al Horford had to come over and rotate. And as soon as those 2 players who are involved in that play come over and talk, maybe it's about changing the angle. Maybe it's about cutting off that right hand a little bit faster. But communication is the very first point in an exceptional defense.
Yeah, the precision of defense in the NBA with teams that move on a string like the Celtics, the Heat, the Warriors, remarkable. Jimmy Butler's free throws give him 19 points. Lead is still 13 for the Celtics. Jaylen Brown, right angle, inside the line, jump, passes it to White. He'll launch the 3, and he'll connect. Net barely quivered that time. 50-34 Boston.
Celtics have 7 threes, 7 for 14 to just 1 for 10 for Miami.
White's got 8 off the bench. Butler runs right into Derek White with the block call from Scott Foster as White tried to defend, and Jimmy's going to get himself back to the line. That's 3 fouls now on Derek White.
29 of the 34 Miami Heat points have come between Jimmy and Bam. Jimmy will likely add to that here.
And we mentioned off the top of the broadcast, Doris, that it was a matter of which team was more complete, getting play from others than their stars. And so far, Boston has provided that as Butler misses another free throw, his second miss in the last 2 trips.
It's unusual. Think about Jimmy Butler's brilliant 47-point game. He had made 4 threes in it. He had 20 in the paint. He went 11 for 11 from the free throw line. And he just can't do it for any better from any spot on the floor.
Just missed 2 in a row.
Wow.
For Jimmy Butler, who hadn't missed many in this Eastern Conference Finals. Boston trying to build on the 16-point lead. Pass to Smart, left corner, drives, 10-footer, not there. Strus grabs the rebound in transition. It's a 3-on-3, though Strus will pull out to the wing. They'll set here with Oladipo on the left side, right at the 3-point line break. Against Brown, under 4 minutes to go in the half. Victor dribbles across the free throw line, bounces it to Strus on the right wing. 8 to shoot, finds Bam at the top. Bam, free throw line jumper, rattles out, rebound Horford.
He had been rhythm and grooving, Bam, but that little hesitation made him doubt it.
Here's Horford, catch and shoot 3, missing from the wing. Oladipo has the rebound. Oladipo will bring it up past half court, 3.5 to go. Drives the free throw line, rises and scores from 16 feet away.
He's going to get himself a contract because he has flashed all the things that made him an all-star. The on-ball defense, the mid-range jump shot.
He has come back from a couple of severe injuries. Only played 8 regular season games. Victor Oladipo draws Miami within 14. Tatum into the front court, finds White at the top. Derek dribbles left along the three-point arc. They get it back to Tatum near half court. Now to Jaylen Brown in rhythm. Shoots a long three, high off the rim, no, and rebounded by Butler. Jimmy will bring it left to right. Down 14, 3 minutes to go in the half. Can Miami make a little run here into the half? Backing down White. Into the mid-post, spins, baseline, yes for Jimmy Butler.
21 points. There isn't an answer for Jimmy. He's just dancing to the spots he wants to get to, and he's in a real rhythm.
50-38, Boston by a dozen. White right of the circle, pass to Tatum. He'll lift from 3, and he will answer with a three-pointer for the Celtics.
Boy, what a half for him. 13 points, 7 boards, and 4 assists, and that's a big-time bucket.
8th triple for Boston in the half, 2:27 to go. There's Butler, dribbles free throw line, stops, poked away by Tatum, picked up by Brown. Off the steal, pass to Tatum on the right wing. Miami gets back defensively. Strus got a hand in against Tatum, ball's out, body's on the floor. Strus and Tatum tie it up, and we'll have a jump ball at the free throw line to our left.
You know, Jayson Tatum is going to be frustrated here by the non-call, but I'm going to be honest with you. He sat down for 3 hours with the officials, and they tried to tell him how to talk to him. I think he hurts himself. They're human, and they get sick of him complaining. So any benefit of the doubt call, he's not getting. That's a benefit of the doubt call, and he didn't get it.
You see that across the league. There are certain players talk a little bit more than others. Scott Foster is going to line everybody up. I think we have some moisture on the floor from perspiration. We do, and they'll bring out the mop to dry it up with 2:12 to go in the half. Boston 53. Miami 38. Celtics have led from the jump here on the road in Game 7. Now we're getting set for Tatum and Strus. Free throw line to our left. Scott Foster, 2 dribbles of the basketball. Lifts it over his head. It's away, and the tap is tipped away. It's loose, and Adebayo's got it for Miami. Big jump ball win for the Heat. Adebayo into the front court. Dribble handoff Strus. Turns from 3. Shoots and connects.
Folks, that was a tough shot. Defensive Player of the Year is scrambling to get in your grill, and does, and you still make it.
First points of Game 7 for Strus. Gator down 12. Boston with the attack. White dribbles to the left, handoff Tatum. Minute 40 to go in the second. Shot clock at 7. Couple of twitch moves by Tatum. Now he'll rise over Adebayo and miss it badly on a 3. Butler's got the rebound and left to right into the front court. Walks up to the three-point line. Nobody's there. And he shoots and scores. Timeout. Ime Udoka can't be happy with that defense as the Heat draw within 9.
And Ime Udoka gets in the face of Derek White appropriately. You got the best player in the playoffs walking up uncontested into a 3, and you walk away? Are you kidding me?
Jimmy Butler, who was 2 for 12 from three-point land for the first 5 games of this series, came up 4 3-pointers in Game 6, part of his 47-point night. That's his first of Game 7. 53-44. Celtics lead Miami. Minute 26 to go. And Doris Burke, I'm sure Ime Udoka, discussing the importance, not only the defensive breakdown, but they've had a 13, 15-point lead almost this entire first half. Yeah. They don't want to see Miami shrink this into single digits.
No, and I think the shot selection has gotten less sharp for the Boston Celtics the later we've gone in this second quarter. That 3 Jayson Tatum just took was against Bam Adebayo. It was a possession that stood on the left-hand side of the floor for a long stretch. Celtics, I keep saying it, they are at their best with multiple driving kicks where you get the defense shifting. You're attacking multiple closeout, and eventually you find one of your three-point shooters. You've got to go back to what you were doing early. But let's give the Miami Heat defense some credit. They're physical, they're tough, they're switchable, and they are ultra-aggressive.
Jimmy Butler has 18 of his 24 points in this second quarter, matching Butler's high for a playoff quarter. Boston out of the timeout, minute 20 to go in the half, 53-44 lead. Tatum sends it over to Brown at the top, dribbles free throw line, nearly slipped again, wheels 360, trying to pass it, trying to lean into his shot, does and scores.
Wow, that's as tough a shot as you can make. Those guys, if you give up your dribble, it allows everybody else to stay home and get in passing lanes.
Jaylen Brown up to 15 points. Lead of 11 points restored by the Celtics. 50 seconds to go, opening half of Game 7. Victor Oladipo dribbling between the circles. Now is on the three-point line. Shoots over White. A three, missed it short. Offensive board out of Bio, tipped away. And a loose ball foul is going to be called against Boston here with 43 seconds to go. Here in the second quarter, Jayson Tatum picks up his second. They've been in the bonus, and we'll have free throws for Miami.
Again, Bam Adebayo, his length, his athleticism, just such a significant part of what they do. And it's not enough to have position on him. He had two green jerseys in front of him. They didn't put a body on him and box him out.
Adebayo, second free throw of Game 7 is a make. He's 1 for 2 there. 11 points. He and Butler have 35 of Miami's 45 here in the half.
I think in the second half, it's going to be fascinating. Do the Celtics make any? Is there any adjustment to be made to try to deny Jimmy Butler touches? But think about it. Last game, you let some of the three-point shooting that had been so good for Miami back into the equation.
Second free throw is a brick by Bam, rebounded by Marcus Smart. 10-point Boston lead, 35 seconds to go. Cross-court pass to White is out of bounds. White kind of jerked his head back trying to draw that foul. Max Strus said nothing doing there, and it'll go out of bounds to Boston. Jayson Tatum on the far right side will inbound to Smart on his fingertips. Three-point line blows by Strus. No look pass corner. White shoots the three, missed it. Weak side foul against Horford. Lowry tried to get position. Al bumped him from behind, and they'll walk to the other end for 2 more free throws.
Now the free throws really mounting for the Miami Heat. They are just 10 for 18 from the free throw line, but they are just. It's Kyle Lowry being an absolute bulldog on the weak side of the floor. Al Horford thought he could just reach over the top. Kyle Lowry's too savvy, Mark. Yeah, he's longer and bigger, but Kyle Lowry's going to fall down and make that official make that call.
And it's the third foul on Horford, the third Celtic with 3. Derek White, Grant Williams also, as Kyle Lowry on the other end of the floor. First of 2 goes down. 9-point game. He can get it down to 8 with 28 seconds to go in the half. I believe that is the closest Miami will have been since the early stages of the first quarter. It is Miami down 8 on the 2 made free throws by Lowry. 27 seconds to go in the half as they rise as one here at FTX Arena in Miami. Jaylen Brown dribbling slowly, about 5 seconds difference on the shot clock, which hits 10. Brown moves over to the right side against Strus. Pass to the corner, Horford. Ball faking a drive, 5 to shoot. Back to Brown, hand in his face, 3 off the rim, no. Rebound Lowry with 5 seconds to go in the half. Lowry at half court with 3 to the three-point line. Bumped by Smart, and it's going to be 2 more free throws for the Miami Heat. Second foul on Smart with 1.7 seconds to go in the half.
That's Ime Udoka is furious. 21 and 22 free throws. You have somebody calling for a review. I don't think you waste the review here. I think this would have very little chance to be overturned. I think you just let them shoot the free throws. You're the Boston Celtics. You will discuss the amount of fouling you are doing here. You've got to be far more disciplined defensively.
Kyle Lowry back to the free throw line. 3 of 6 tonight. He's 0 for 5 from the field in the first half, but his free throws have helped Miami narrow this one. 17-point deficit. First one is good. 7-point game can get it down to 6.
Give the Miami Heat credit. We talk all the time about their mental toughness and their will to win and compete.
Lowry hits both. 55-49, an 11-2 run. Baseball pass front court. Tipped by Lowry into the hands of White at the horn. Jumper, no. He got a really good look at it. But the Heat outscore Boston by 9 down the stretch and have cut the 17-point deficit down to 6.
Couple things. You've done a much better job not turning it over. But now you've lost your discipline in terms of your ability to guard without fouling. You let them go to the free throw line for a parade of buckets, and you got to find an answer for Jimmy Butler. I don't know how you keep the ball out of his hands, but that's your best opportunity.
Jaylen Brown had 15 first-half points to lead Boston. Jimmy Butler, 18 of his 24 coming in the second, and we have a 6-point game at the half in Game 7. Boston 55, Miami 49. Let's send it to Kevin Winter in the studio. Here's the AutoZone halftime report.
Kesty, Doris, Monica, thank you very much. What makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination? They offer free battery testing and charging and reliable replacement batteries. They've always got your battery solution. Get in the zone of AutoZone. Thought Doris Burke nailed it as well. Boston's offense got stagnant. They went 3 happy. They started missing those threes. Then all of a sudden, Miami gets a little momentum. This is very similar, by the way, to game #1 in this series. Remember, Boston was dominant in the opener, and then Miami had a blitzkrieg in the third quarter. We'll see what happens coming out of the locker room, but at the half right now, the Miami Heat trail the Boston Celtics 55-49 here in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Up next on the AutoZone Halftime Report, we look back at the Golden State Warriors advancing to their 6th NBA Finals in the last 8 seasons. Boston 55, Miami 49. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app.
Stop buying tickets without rewards and start getting more from the only ticketing company that rewards you for buying, Vivid Seats. Buy 10 tickets, the 11th is on us. That's like 10% back every time you buy. And with 100% buyer guarantee and over 100 million tickets sold, that's something to sing, laugh, cheer, scream, buy about. Head to vividseats.com for terms and conditions. Vivid Seats. Life happens live.
Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio. The San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record of St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Tuesday on Burn High, we're closing in on the NBA Finals. We'll have the latest from the NBA playoffs, and the final preparations are on the way for the 2-on-2 challenge with Keyshawn Johnson and Jay Williams. That's Burn High, 12 o'clock ESPN Plus.
You can't miss a moment with Greeny.
I thought they might fire Mike McCarthy after last season, and they didn't. I still don't know what the Sean Payton of it all is, which is to say, I still believe that with the relationship between Jerry and Sean Payton, that's the long-term future. So my gut feeling is McCarthy coaches out this season, unless it's just an unimaginable disaster, which I don't think it will be.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN Plus. This is the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Heat down 12, trailed by as many as 17. Here's Brown, a catch-and-shoot 3. It's good. Jaylen Brown from the right wing knocks it home.
Looks to the stands in the right and barks at somebody as if to say, don't talk to me, I'm that good.
Jaylen Brown helped Boston build a 15-point end-of-one-quarter lead. Lead got to 17. Miami closed the second quarter, though, on an 11-2 run. Here on the AutoZone Halftime Report, it is Boston with a 55-49 lead over Miami. The lead is 6. The AutoZone Halftime Report is brought to you by Barbasol. For nearly 30 years, every thrilling Jurassic moment has led to this. Limited edition Jurassic World Barbasol cans. Capture them all before they're gone. Second half coming up here in Game 7 from Miami. We do know the NBA Finals will start on Thursday night. And when they do, they'll be hosting the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors making their 6th trip to the NBA Finals in 8 years. They're going to savor this one.
The embers of the dynasty still glowing. Golden State headed to the NBA Finals, winners of the West.
It looked like the end of an era when 2 years ago, the Golden State Warriors went to league worst 15-50 in the pandemic-shortened season. That, of course, was with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson combining to play just 5 games. But on Thursday night, the Warriors defeated the Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals to become just the 4th team in NBA history to go from the worst record in the league to the NBA Finals in a 3-season span. And they're the first to do it since the 1960s. Warriors forward Draymond Green.
You feel great about it after being counted out and, dynasty's over and all of those things. And to get back here, it's fantastic. It's a testament to the hard work and dedication and to an incredible organization. We continue to stick with it and, show what we're capable of.
Golden State is now the first team to make 6 NBA Finals in an 8-year span since the Chicago Bulls of the Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen era did so back in the 1990s. Western Conference Finals MVP, Steph Curry.
The fact me, Klay, Draymond,
from 2015 to now. 6 out of 8 years, having a chance to compete for a championship. The feeling leaving 2019 finals and realizing we had been on an amazing journey and got hit with a lot of adversity and some speed bumps, but never lost the faith that we could get back here.
Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson are now the first trio to make All-NBA multiple times and reach 6 finals together over the last 50 seasons. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr, who is just the 6th head coach to reach the finals 6 times.
I think they're a really unique trio just in terms of how they complement one another in every way. They're such different players, but they needed each other from the beginning. Klay handling some of the tougher defensive assignments to allow Steph to be able to focus more on the offensive end. And then the three of them together, the way they move the ball, they pass and cut, it's beautiful to watch.
And we're going to get an up-close and personal view, Steve. These finals start Thursday night in San Francisco. Up next on the AutoZone Halftime Report, who's going to be playing Golden State? This is Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app.
Keyshawn Johnson, Jay Williams, and Max Kellerman.
I don't wear shoes when I'm in. I don't wear shoes really when I'm in LA unless I go to dinner.
You got the shorts on.
And even when I go to dinner, I mean, depending on where I go, I may put on shoes. But other than that, for the most part,
up to Nobu and the Jesus sandals.
For sure, 100%. T-shirt and shorts. I mean, I'm not dressing up for nothing. When I dress up, people be like, "We going to a wedding?" I'm like, "Cause that's just me, man."
GJ and Max, followed by Greeny. Mornings on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Did you miss Canty and Carlin?
In college, I was the heaviest I have ever been in my life.
Okay.
So when you are socially inept and physically inept, boy, that is really something that you cannot recover from.
Well, you could have tapped into the lovable loser, be the big teddy bear that girls could cuddle with.
Yeah, that guy is the mayor of Friendville.
Chris Canty and Chris Carlin are Canty and Carlin. Don't miss them weekdays on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. The Hoop Collective Podcast.
When I watched that game end last night and I saw the joy that the Warriors had in winning, particularly Klay Thompson's joy, he said afterwards in an interview with ESPN, he said that he dreamed of this day. I mean, obviously we know why he dreamed of it, but for someone to get to their 6th finals in 8 years and say that they dreamed of this day, that's some perspective.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Bart and Hahn.
I will not say that Golden State is just a system team. That team is a video game. They are peaking at the right time.
Great team with great system.
Stars, culture, experience, a head coach who gets it, who knows how to push his players. You can be tired of the Warriors, you can be bored of the Warriors, you want to downplay Steph Curry and how great he is, all that stuff, you're out of your mind. The Golden State Warriors are the team you wish your team was.
Bart and Hahn, weekdays at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
Yo, Pablo Torre here, host of the ESPN Daily Podcast. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Pablo Torre. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
Giannis is the best player in the world. That doesn't change with the fact that he had a bad day and lost.
Greeny, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
I'm Kevin Richard. That'll do it for us on the AutoZone Halftime Report. Boston's biggest lead was 17 here in the second. Miami closes on an 11-2 run. They're down by 6. Our first half recap brought to you by the United States Postal Service. Delivering for America. Learn more at USPS.com/delivering. Who goes to the finals? Second half of Game 7 is next. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Mike Greenberg, Greeny.
Giannis is the best player in the world. That doesn't change with the fact that he had a bad day and lost. I think he wore down from carrying that team practically by himself against that extraordinary defense and all those bodies the Celtics throw at him. But to me, the Middleton factor is undersold, and Giannis is clearly the best player in the world.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN+.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. School's out for summer, but if your business is running outdated software, you'll never get a break. The manual processes and delays will leave you scrambling. Graduate to NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system, no matter how big your business grows. With NetSuite, you gain visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, e-commerce, and more, just like 93% of surveyed businesses who already graduated. NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind financing program, so graduating has never been easier. Head to netsuite.com/jump. netsuite.com/jump.
Friends, we all reach tipping points in life. The weight of a low-paying job, unpaid bills, a new family. You can't keep going. That's where My Computer Career can help. In just months, not years, they can help you start a new life as an IT pro, even without prior experience. Impossible? You learn online from home. And My Computer Career offers lifetime career services to help you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Spring means getting stuff done, like cutting, shoveling, and planting. Looks like you're in for a busy weekend. Better grab a 5-Hour Energy with vitamins, caffeine, and nutrients. It will help you cut those chores and those weeds down to size. 5-Hour Energy tastes great, and it works fast. So grab that shovel, power up that mower, and turn on the sprinkler. It's time to make your yard the envy of the neighborhood. 5-Hour Energy, for every weekend to-do list. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Hey, is this line secure?
Franco's cybersecurity firm secured a contract, and that's all we're allowed to say.
We have a green light on hiring.
He needs web security professionals with a military background.
3 teams of 4, 24-hour rotations, but Protocol Zulu is on a need-to-know basis.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard, so you can stay organized and connected all the way to the hire. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NBA fan gear. With unique designs by Fanatics, Nike, and all the latest styles for every NBA team, plus one-of-a-kind products and authentic collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
This is the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. I'm Kevin Winter. Our entire broadcast crew is going to San Francisco for Thursday's Game 1. Who are we taking with us? Back to Miami. Boston leads by 6. Kesty?
Warriors are wondering the same thing, Kevin. And Doris Burke, you've been wondering since the end of the second quarter if there'll be a Boston defensive adjustment against Jimmy Butler.
Listen, you've done the 2 things you had to do. You've kept your turnovers low. Only 5. You gave up 8 points. That's very manageable. You've kept them off the offensive glass. You've given up 3 offensive boards for a total of 5 points. Both manageable numbers. But Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo have 71% of the Heat points. There's only 3 assists on 16 buckets. Jimmy Butler is flat willing and skilling his team into within a 6-point edge. So what I'm curious about is, does Boston trap? Do they send multiple? Do they try to keep a bigger body on him? He played all 24 minutes. Does that knee hold up long term?
Jimmy Butler coming off the 47-point Game 6, the 7th most in an elimination game. And as Doris mentioned, first time in 8 years. You got to go back to the 2014 postseason. Last time Jimmy Butler played every minute of a first half in a postseason game. I'm a little surprised. Are you? It's a 6-point game with all those numbers you rattled off. Miami's only down 6.
I'm stunned that just Bam Adebayo and Jimmy have been effective, and yet they're within 6. I thought the Boston ball movement and shot selection both really took a turn for the worse late in that second period.
And Jimmy Butler, 5 for 5 in the quarter, 18 of his 24 coming in the second. Miami, who ended the half on an 11-2 run, will open the third quarter attacking the basket 2 hours left. Kyle Lowry accepts the pass on top. Jayson Tatum in the defensive stance as Lowry lofts over the top, made the catch, Strus, but he's way too deep. Finds Adebayo in the high post, 7 to shoot. Bam goes to the left post, shoots it up, and gets it to rattle home.
So the theme continues. Bam in his sweet spot, 4 to 6 feet. Easy jumper, easy money.
How about Miami within 4, as close as they've been since the early stages, have never led. Horford, right wing, goes to Smart on top, dribbles to the right, got the foul, put up a shot as he was falling down that careens off the backboard, no good. Smart will be helped up by Robert Williams and will shoot a pair.
Now, Bam, stop it now. You're going to bark at that call when Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler throw themselves into defenders. You got to be able to take it if you're going to give it. And I love it. I love that Bam's frustrated, but watching the Masters, Kyle Lowry and Jimmy, throw themselves into defenders, they do a spectacular. Listen, this is what good offensive players do.
Marcus Smart at the line for 2 as the crowd is just settling in for the second half. And he sends the second one down. We looked at the halftime score sheet. We noticed Boston dominated fast breaks in quarter 1. Miami answered with a perfect second quarter.
Well, to their credit, Miami stopped them in transition and did an excellent job on the defensive backboards, I thought, in the second quarter as well.
Smart in double figures, misses on the second free throw, splitting the pair. He's up to 10. The Celtics lead, 117, is at 5. 56-51, Miami. Lowry for the Heat finds Strus on the left angle. Back to Lowry around the Bam screen. Dribbles, bounces it for Strus on the left. One more bounce and a hop step to the three-point corner, and he knocks it down. Max Strus with a triple his second.
Boy, that hit a lot of the rim, bounced up, and then bounced through. Nice touch.
2-point game. Smart gets deep, flips it up, hangs on the rim, and falls through.
I was about to bark at him for a bad shot. He attacks size and somehow gets it home.
58-54 Boston here in Game 7. Early third, Strus got knocked down. Jaylen Brown trying to defend. Freedom of movement taken away, and the second foul on Brown.
First team foul, and this is one of the keys to me. You gave up 22 free throw attempts in the first half. Boston's going to have to be much more disciplined shooting the ball, or not fouling here on shots.
Boston had 16 first half fouls to 7 for Miami. Inbound Adebayo standing just inside the three-point arc. More bodies flying off ball. Strus has it, finds P.J. Tucker, 10 to shoot. Tucker inside the arc, dribbles across east to west, finds Butler. Left-hand dribble into the dotted line with 2 to shoot, gives to Adebayo, rolls a right-handed hook in and out. Long rebound tapped out, it goes off the body of Brown. It's loose on the floor, and Marcus Smart dives and taps it to Tatum. Here's Tatum, a hop step against Strus. Put up a tough shot and a whistle called. Foul on Strus defending. And Jayson Tatum will shoot a pair with 10:16 to go here in the third.
Crowd doesn't like it. But again, Jayson Tatum just attacks the body, seeking the body, drawing the contact. I can see the frustration by Strus. That's a pretty good vertical challenge, Mark. I got to be honest with you.
Yep, he was up and down. Tatum was rushing into him. His momentum took him there. Tatum got the foul call, and he'll shoot a pair, and the first is good for Jayson Tatum. 14 points, 7 rebounds here in Game 7.
Should be noted as we march closer to perhaps what could be a clutch basketball game, meaning within 5 with 5 to play. Celtics in the last 2 series are just 1-4. 1 win and 4 losses in any clutch game. So we'll see if we're in that position late, and can they handle it?
Tatum's free throws make it 60-54 Celtics. Second minute of play, third quarter. Adebayo at the top, looking to pass, hands off to Strus, comes around the Bam screen. Now Strus drives, finds Jimmy down low, outside corner, Tucker, wide open three is missed, rebounded by Horford.
Well, I'm surprised Jimmy didn't look to score that, Mark.
Instead, Boston tries to take advantage, build on the 6-point edge. Tatum on the top against Adebayo, stops in the high post, was looking for contact, pass to the wing. Now it's Brown driving the lane, and out to the left wing, Marcus Smart drives home a three-pointer. They'll review it. If his foot was on the line, it's going to go down as a 3 for now, 63-54 Boston. Lowry finds Tucker on the wing, 9.5 to go to Strus, fading three, bricked it to the left, rebound Smart. Outlet Brown too far in front, but able to chase it down. Passes to Horford, bounce to Robert Williams, will dribble out toward the wing, stops the dribble, and a tough pass to Horford, gets bumped into the first row, and it's a turnover against Boston.
Yep, there's a little bit of contact, but I thought marginal by Kyle Lowry. I like the non-call.
9:13 left here in the third, 63-54. Celtics out in front. Jimmy Butler out on the right wing looking for his first points of the second half after 24 in the first. And now a defensive 3-second call against Boston. I don't know if it was Al Horford who didn't get out of the lane in time. It was?
It was, and he's pointing, trying to say who he's matched up against, but just a shade too long.
As Butler shoots the tech, let's go down to Monica McNutt.
Well, guys, as this game comes down to the most pivotal parts, I just want to echo something that Coach Spo said that I think is applicable to both teams at this point in an Eastern Conference final. He said this game's going to come down to who you are, what are your habits, what is your trust level, and can you get to your stuff more than the other team does, guys? So I just thought that was so poetic as Jimmy Butler attacks the paint, Kesty.
He does. He's rising for the baseline. Jay missed it after he made the technical free throw. 63-55 Boston in transition. Tatum got the pass from Smart with a head of steam down the lane for the lay-in.
So Miami just poor transition defense again, Mark.
Lead is up to 10 for the Celtics. Adebayo got deep, puts it up with the left hand, scoops it up, and it gets the roll. Against Horford, 65-57. Smart, the deep drive, found Robert Williams near the cup, and he's fouled on his way up by Jimmy Butler.
Well, it's been a quiet game for Robert Williams. He knocked knees early, and he hasn't boarded it too well. He's only got 3 rebounds. He's not been the menace as a shot blocker, and he's taken his time now getting to the free throw line. So I think he's playing through some pain. And I just think Ime thinks he's still his best option in there.
So remember, there was a 3-pointer by Strus. Just heard the public address announce that they've waved it off, that Strus was out of bounds.
Wow.
I thought the review was 3 versus 2. The score is 65-54, and Robert Williams at the line shoots the first of 2 in to make it a 12-point lead. Boston back in double figures.
And one of the things, just to continue on the Williams theme, they have him on P.J. Tucker. And that allows him to float in the middle of the lane unless P.J. is in either corner where he's a dangerous three-point shooter. But you haven't felt him as big as you have when he's really healthy.
Free throw's good for Robert Williams, the Time Lord, making it a 13-point lead. Boston 67, Miami 54. 8:28 to go here in the third. Kyle Lowry lets the very slow-moving basketball get across half and now picks it up to trigger the clock. Uses a high screen from Adebayo, bounces it to the rolling Bam. He'll wheel, he'll raise, he'll shoot, and he will score.
Robert Williams just is not moving, and he's the defender. Bam's just lighting him up right now.
Robert Williams trying to gut it out down there with a banged-up and sore knee. 8:06 to go here in the third. 67-56 Boston. Horford catch and shoot right corner. Off the rim, no good. Williams throwing his body trying to get the rebound. And it will go the other way. A foul on Robert Williams on an aggressive rebound try.
I got to be honest with you. And listen, I don't care who wins. Bam Adebayo, every time he screens, it feels like it's an illegal screen. There's a level of physicality, and it's just like, it's because of, it's who Miami is. They do it better than anybody else.
Well, we know when we get the start of the season, they talk about moving screens and width of your feet and your shoulders. That kind of slides a little bit as the season rolls along into the postseason. Here's Butler, left-hand dribble down the left post, rises in double coverage, shot off the glass is a miss. Grant Williams, who came in for Robert Williams, gets the rebound. Pass down floor off the foot of a Miami defender. It'll be Boston ball with 7:43 to go in the third. Celtics 67, Miami 56 here in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Jayson Tatum slaps the ball far left side, inbounds it to Marcus Smart. Smart calling for the high screen and look to thread the needle to the screener Grant Williams off the foot of a defender. Shot clock at 16.
It's really a tough team to make tight window passes against. Every time for the Celtics, it's a turnover or it's a deflection or it's a kick. You got to be on point with your passing against the Miami Heat.
Long and quick. You can say that for both defenses, right? Here's the inbound to Tatum. Tatum drives deep, pass down low, right underneath the Jaylen Brown. Beautiful pass for the easy deuce.
That's so important when you get 2 feet in the lane. If size is meeting you at the rim, somebody's going to be open.
17 points for Jaylen Brown, matching Tatum's 17. Lead of 13 for the Celtics. Here's Lowry behind the screen of Adebayo. Dribbles to the free throw line, passes to the wing, Oladipo. On the three-point line, hop back 3 on its way, no good. Don't know if that was deflected by Grant Williams, but Oladipo has it 2 to shoot. Bam rises and hits a late clock jumper.
He's got 19, Jimmy 25. Nobody else near double digits.
69-58, 11-point game. Brown drives and kicks. Smart wide open, right wing 3, buries the triple. Eric Spoelstra calls for time as the Celtics go up 14 points in Game 7.
3 different players with 17 or more points. Marcus Smart, after an abysmal couple games shooting, has finally found his range, Mark.
Smart with 3 threes, 18 points. We go to timeout with the Celtics 72, Miami 58, 6:45 to play here in the third quarter. And you're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Only one sale away from the Shopify 1000 Club.
Is that a thing?
Wow, Mom, have a cookie.
I'll take one.
Dad.
These are delicious. You need to show them.
You should. Mom! No, seriously. Let's set you up on Shopify. It's easy.
I always knew you would build your own business.
Guys!
Yum.
Okay, if Mom can do it, then why not?
Number 1000!
Start selling today with Shopify for free. Sell online, in person, and anywhere else your future holds. And manage it all from a single place. No design or coding experience necessary. It's why every minute of every day, something amazing happens. A new seller makes their first sale with Shopify. Plus, with on-demand business courses and 24/7 support, Shopify is with you every step of the way. So, when you're ready to bring your idea to life, build it on Shopify, the commerce platform powering millions of ideas around the world. This is possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free 14-day trial at shopify.com/play. Go to shopify.com/play right now and start selling today. Shopify.com/play.
Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio.
The ball crushed, forget it. On its way, left field, there it goes and gone. Home run, Manny Machado.
Manny Machado and the San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record into Busch Stadium in St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals.
Gone! Paul Goldschmidt goes yard.
The Padres and Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Richard with you in our Granger Studios. Time now for Straight Talk Soundbites, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Monica McNutt brought it up earlier from Eric Spoelstra. What's it going to take to win Game 7? That we'll get in a moment. We'll play it. Boston right now, thanks to Marcus Smart connecting on a three-pointer. 17, 17, and 17 for Tatum, Brown, and Smart. That's the 3 leaders of the Boston Celtics. Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, Monica, we'll go back to you guys in Miami. I'll get that Eric Spoelstra soundbite. Something happened.
Sorry, we'll tee it up. We'll get it for you coming up in another break here as Boston leads 72-58. As Kevin said, 6:45 to go in the third quarter, and we're still waiting somebody to come to Butler and Adebayo's aid here for Miami.
How about the rest of the group has made 3 for 20 shots? That includes Kyle Lowry. Your backcourt, your starting backcourt is 1 for 9.
Screw said Lowry, who had a 0-0 performance in Game 5, came alive in Game 6. And in Game 7, nowhere to be found yet. Victor Oladipo leading Miami's offense from the left wing. They go to Bam outside the mid-post left, wheels against Horford. Pass to the dotted line. Butler turns, shoots, and connects. First field goal, second half for Butler.
Excellent out of bounds or off a dead ball play call. Get Jimmy to the middle of the paint, let him shoot over the top.
Butler with 27, Heat down 12. Here's Tatum on his horse down the lane. Lost it out of bounds, tipped by Lowry, and Boston will keep on the end line with 6:16 to go.
And Tatum slaps the ball in frustration. Kyle Lowry saying that should be a technical. Scott Foster just walks away.
Tatum wanted the call, didn't get it. It'll be Marcus Smart to inbound, baseline right. Gets it into Tatum on the wing. Dribbles against Lowry across the three-point line. Slings it to the left side to Brown. Brown gets through Butler into Strus. And what's the call? It's an offensive foul.
That's multiple times tonight, right? Where guys in rotation just get outside the restricted area, absorb the contact. And again, because it's the Miami Heat, it's what they're known for.
Offensive foul against Jaylen Brown, down 12. Over the top, it's Lowry intended for Butler. Too far out in front. Turnover Miami. That's their 10th.
Jimmy Butler saying, hey, he's fouling me along the lane. Like, they are hand-to-hand combat every possession, Miami.
Physical as you would expect Game 7 to be with 5.5 to go in the third quarter. Pass to Tatum, tried to guide it up to the cylinder. Won't go. Tatum still down on the other end. 5-on-4 Miami. Lowry to Bam. Down deep for the layup. It's a 10-point game.
Jayson Tatum needed to come down with that. And then when he stayed down on the ground, it was 5-on-4. Easy opportunity for Miami.
Here's Smart. Great hesitation move on Oladipo. Flips it up. No. Tatum follows. Can't go. Rebounded by Butler. Butler 1-on-3. Passes back to Oladipo for 3. And he connects. Victor Oladipo with the triple. 7-point game. Timeout Boston.
Well, twice you've driven the lane. Twice you've not made opportunities happen. And Miami on a 7-0 run because they've gotten back out in transition. The exact thing that got them back in the game in the second is getting them back in the third.
Miami's got the crowd back in it with 5:16 to play, third quarter. Celtics 72 and the Heat 65. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Back on Tuesday, Canty and Carlin, 3 p.m. Eastern. Can the Warriors extend their dynasty?
And can Steph Curry reel in his first NBA Finals MVP?
That's Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio and ESPN Plus.
Coming up Monday, the Splash Brothers are back in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you why I think another championship will make them one of the top trios of all time. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio, ESPN 2.
Yo, check this out from Canty and Carlin.
The Golden State Warriors are the team to beat, period. The way that they share the basketball, the sheer depth that they have, it's going to be hard to compete with the different machinations, the different lineups that Steve Kerr can throw at you. And so I love the Golden State Warriors to not only make it through the Western Conference, but to actually hold up the Larry O Trophy.
Check out Canty and Carlin, weekdays on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus. Mike Greenberg, Greeny.
If you look at the big teams in the West, right? Golden State, I know they have some good young talent. Poole is really good. And let's see what they have in Wiseman. But look, Steph is getting older. Clay is getting older. Draymond is getting older. Phoenix, they have good young players, but I'm not sure that DeAndre Ayton is there for the long run. And Chris Paul is obviously getting much, much older. There's someone needs to sort of step in. The Lakers are washed as can be. They're dry clean. Someone needs to sort of step into that fray. Is it Denver when they have all their pieces healthy? Is it New Orleans, dare I say, if Zion actually comes back and becomes a full-time player? Does Dallas add a piece to go with Luka? Does Minnesota put something out there with Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns? Do they take a step forward? There's something about this Grizzlies team, and in particular, I feel like Ja Morant could be the future in the Western Conference.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and watch exclusively on ESPN Plus.
Kevin Richard with you in our Granger Studios. 7-0 run from Miami, so maybe this is a better tee up. Time now for Straight Talk Soundbites, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Eric Spoelstra, what it's going to take to win Game 7.
Both teams are going to have an incredible will and urgency and attention to detail. You really have to rely on each other and rely on your habits. You can't make it up. You can't cram for the test. You can't reinvent yourself at this point and this late in the series. But what we've done, is good enough. And you just have to try to get to that more often than they can get to their good or great.
Straight Talk Wireless, no contract, no compromise. And Kesty, Doris, and Monica, Boston is learning the hard way. Miami will not go away. You have to put them away. Back to you guys.
And Kev, they're good to great right now. Butler in the first half and Bam Adebayo here in the third quarter.
I mean, they're a different team when Bam Adebayo is aggressive to score it. And Coach Spoelstra talks often about how scoring is not how he defines that guy's success. But your offense goes to a completely other level when he is aggressive like he is tonight.
Boston out of the timeout. Sellout of over 19,000 chanting defense. Grant Williams on the floor for Boston. Finds Marcus Smart, defended tightly by Lowry. On top of the arc. Dangerous pass to the wing. Horford gets it right back to Smart. 9 to shoot using a Horford screen. Switch defense. Butler's got him. High off the glass. Smart. No. Horford grabs it. Flicks it in the air. Can't get it. Grant Williams offensive board. Keeps possession all the way out near half court. And fires over to the corner. 7 to shoot for Marcus Smart. Against Bam. Rises. Fires. Missed a long one. And a loose ball foul in the lane's going to go against Miami.
Kyle Lowry raises his hands. Folks, the level of physicality in this game is incredibly high. And both teams just laying it on the line. There are bodies colliding in the paint. Hands and arms are grabbing at each other. It is something else to watch.
Lowry's third foul off the inbound. Williams flips it to Jaylen Brown, and a block foul as Brown warded off Max Strus after the foul and knocked him down. 5-team
fouls. So the rest of the way, the Boston Celtics will be taking some free throws.
And this is reversed from the first half, and specifically the second quarter when Boston went over the limit early.
Yeah, they went into bonus with over 7 minutes to play. It became a parade. Much better job, Boston, defending here in the second half without fouling.
Jaylen Brown at the line. First of 2 is good.
I thought, could feel when Miami made that last push, you could feel their confidence and level of intensity go up. Boston has got to answer it, Mark.
And they answer with 2 free throws there from Jaylen Brown, 74-65. Celtics with a 9-point edge. 4:37 to go. Again, Kyle Lowry saving some time. Picks up the ball at half court. Bounces to Strus, who directs Bam Adebayo and set a high screen away. Strus holding, now puts it on the deck once. Pass to Butler. Near the 3-point line, left corner. 10 to shoot. Butler off the bounce to the dotted line. Circles in. Layup is good. 29 for Butler.
They're doing a better job of not fouling him and making them N1s. If he beats you, he beats you. But don't give him 3 points.
74-67. Celtics with the ball and the lead. Coming up on 4 minutes to go. Brown got deep. Layup gets the roll. Jaylen Brown pushes the lead to 9.
Little change of pace. Momentarily froze the defender, and that burst in athleticism so important.
21 for Brown. 4 minutes to go in the third. Butler's going to call Bam out to set a screen on the 3-point line. Pass to Oladipo, deep right corner against Grant Williams, who cuts him off on the end line. 7 to shoot. Oladipo gives it up to Butler on the right hash with 4. Butler drives into the lane. Butler hangs, goes to the left hand now. Tried to grab his miss, couldn't. Grant Williams comes away with it.
Jimmy's gait looking a little bit tired all of a sudden. You wonder if that knee's bothering him, Mark.
He's given Miami everything here in Game 7 so far. Horford, ball overhead, down low. Tatum, who turns at the cup and scores. Now Eric Spoelstra calls for time with the Celtics up 11.
Both of these coaches going to their timeouts quickly. What a response by the Boston Celtics. Miami put game pressure on you. They were getting out in transition. They were guarding you tough, and you've responded in a big way.
Jimmy Butler, as you pointed out, has played every second of this game so far. Walks to the bench, grabs some rest here. Very vocal down in that Miami huddle right now as Eric Spoelstra with the timeout gives him a chance to get a breather and get a response.
I think you're going to have to watch Jimmy Butler now. I guarantee you Jimmy went to Spo and said, don't take me off the floor tonight. But there's been a couple of times where just after even a make, his gait feels like it's a little more labored. If I'm the Boston Celtics, I'm watching that, and I may start to attack him on the defensive end. I know you're going at Strus and other guys, but I might be putting Jimmy Butler in as much pick and roll action and saying, go ahead, fight over this screen, Jimmy, and come through this staggered screen just to try to put some more pressure on him.
Wear down a guy who scored 47 the other night and up to 29 here tonight.
Exactly. And Kyle Lowry is a guy whose history suggests he could be heard from before this night is over. He made huge shots in Game 6. I don't know if he's physically right, but I know this. If Kyle gets an opportunity to make some shots, I think he does it. He's still on the floor. He, too, has played a lot of minutes, if I'm not mistaken. What's he at?
Kyle Lowry at 26 minutes so far, 0 for 5 in the game. Lowry does have a couple assists, 5 points, but nothing close to the performance he gave Eric Spoelstra at Game 6 in Boston on Friday. Strus has it. Miami in the front court. 3:10 to go in the third. Down 9. Now to Kyle Lowry on the FTX Arena logo. Dribbles to the three-point line behind the screen. Buries the three. His first field goal of Game 7.
I mean, he has a championship medal and a championship history. And you know at some point he's going to contribute.
78-70, Celtics lead down to 8. Marcus Smart directs the offense with 2:45 to go in the third. Pass to the left side, Tatum, bodied on the perimeter, drives and kicks to the wing. Here's Brown defended by Oladipo tightly, knocked it away. Brown gets it back, knocked down Oladipo. Finds Horford, 2 to shoot from the corner. No good. Did it touch the rim, though, as it was offensive rebound by Grant Williams and put in. What's the call here? Did the ball on the shot by Horford touch the rim and reset the shot clock or not? The shot clock went to zeros.
The officials seem uncertain. And Scott Foster taking command, but all three are huddled together. I thought it grazed the rim, Mark, because I thought it turned over.
It did. We're getting a couple looks at it.
Oh,
and
it did.
It just kissed the far side of the rim
And
on the miss and count it.
They gave him the 2, and this is appropriate.
Counted for Grant Williams. 80-70, Boston by 10. 2:34 to go, third quarter. With a ticket to San Francisco, California on the line. Who will face the Warriors in the NBA Finals? We're late stages, third quarter. Kyle Lowry finds Strus curling on the left. Now driving Brown deep. Layup hangs on the rim and falls off. Rebound Horford. Up 10. Here comes Boston. Marcus Smart left wing against Strus. Stops the dribble. Goes to Brown on top. Gets a Horford screen. Brown dances. Passes to Smart. He'll drive and send it to an open Grant Williams. 4-3. It pops in and out and rebounded by Adebayo. Double-double for Bam Adebayo. 21 and 10 here in Game 7. And he's attacking Horford. Up fake. Walled off and passes out to Lowry, who drives. Flicks it up and in and one. Off the glass and in is Kyle Lowry. A chance at a three-point play.
Again, a guy who's got experience and savvy, and he's the master of understanding how to sell it. He's going to fall down every trip. He's got his right leg kicked back out, but the official, buys it. Jayson Tatum a little bit frustrated, but it is what it is. Like, this is savvy veteran play from Kyle Lowry. You can get frustrated all you want. His whole career has been making plays like that.
Wrong place, wrong time for Tatum, who ended up on the right hip of Lowry, and it turns into a three-point play. Kyle Lowry, who had 0 field goals until the late stages of the third, has 11 points now. 7-point game, Boston leading. Minute 40 to go here in the third. Brown had it poked away. Tatum's got it doubled on the wing. Finds Grant Williams right corner. Skips it across to Horford. He'll square for 3. Too long. Tipped and controlled by Jimmy Butler. Here's Butler, bodied by Tatum into the front court. Butler will set up on the right wing. Gets a screen. Penetrates the lane. Turns. Puts it in. No, he missed the shot. Tried to duck in against Horford. Missed the layup attempt. On the other end, Brown gets deep, puts it up, and that rattles home.
Jaylen Brown's just putting his head down and going to the cup. He's made multiple momentum-busting drives. He's got 23 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists.
Boston back up 9, 82-73. We dip under a minute to go in the third. Lowry bounces it for the cutting. Jimmy Butler with a 2-hand slam.
I mean, this is all about Kyle Lowry right now. His signature is all over them within 7. Making buckets and assisting for others.
Jimmy Buckets up over 30 points, 31 here in Game 7, but the Heat still trail by 7. 82-75 Boston. Tatum out on the right side, gets a screen, pass to Smart, is guarded by Lowry, 7 to shoot. Smart rises, tough jumper, missed badly on the 3. Oladipo's got it. Here comes Miami right to left. Oladipo will take his time here. Maybe a 2-for-1 opportunity, missed the 3 from the hash. Horford doesn't have to touch it and smartly let it go out of bounds.
He looked like he was about to try to save that ball.
Yeah.
They would have lost their minds on the Celtic bench.
Well, I'm not sure how wise if that was a 2-for-1 effort, because they're only going to have less than 2 seconds on the backside. Boston front court, 2-second difference on the shot clock, which is at 10. End of the third quarter, 7-point Boston lead. Here's Smart against Lowry, and an offensive foul is the call against Boston.
Oh my gosh! I don't know what to say. It's like they get every whistle. Am I nuts here, Mark Hespersher?
These are very close calls.
Actually,
there is the left arm wrapped around Lowry.
Looking on the replay,
Yep.
This is Kyle Lowry's savvy again.
Third foul on Marcus Smart. 7 seconds to go. Down 7. Heat can get closer. Lowry finds a spot. Tried a 3. Was blocked by Tatum. Lowry got it back. Drove it up. Flipped it at the rim. Not there. And we are through 3 quarters in game number 7. And the Celtics protecting a 7-point lead.
Plenty of competitive toughness by the Miami Heat. And I can't say enough about Kyle Lowry. He's not 100%. And his ability to make plays through incredible contact is something else.
We are through 3 quarters. The Celtics have the lead. They are 9-1 this postseason when they lead after 3. The Eastern Conference Championship will be decided tonight. Celtics 82, Heat 75. We'll head to the fourth quarter next. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Canty and Carlin.
Lamar Jackson still does not have a contract extension, but from all accounts, it's because Lamar Jackson does not want to sign a contract extension right now. I'm having trouble understanding why this is.
Lamar Jackson knows what every other NFL player knows. The closer I get to free agency, the more leverage I have and the better chance I have at being able to get market value.
But how can he not be worried about getting hurt?
Well, Carlin, I'm with you. I would be concerned about getting hurt too, especially with the way that Lamar Jackson plays and how the Ravens use him as a focal point in their running game. But every player has a different risk tolerance. And for Lamar Jackson, the math is simple. Do I want to sign up for a Josh Allen-esque contract, 6 years and making $43 million a year? Or do I want to wait a year and sign a contract 6 years for $300 million?
Chris Canty and Chris Carlin are Canty and Carlin. Don't miss them weekdays on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus. Hoop Collective Podcast.
Chris Paul's salary goes down next year, another $2 million. They totally designed this contract to be able to spend money.
The Hoop Collective Podcast. Listen on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Bart and Hahn.
When I'm talking about a quarterback, I don't want to hear nothing about no damn condition. They don't do nothing. So, like, when you say, oh, he looked like he's in great shape, I don't want to hear that. That means you couldn't think of nothing else great to talk about. I want to hear the arm strength was amazing. The accuracy was on point. I don't want to hear nothing about my quarterback's conditioning. Unless you're a tailback or receiver or a fat dude, I don't want to hear nothing about your condition.
Bart and Hahn. Weekdays at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
Kevin Winter with you in our Granger Studios. 3 quarters are complete in Game 7.
Horford, ball overhead, down low. Tatum, who turns at the cup and scores. Now Eric Spoelstra calls for time with the Celtics up 11.
Both of these coaches going to their timeouts quickly. What a response by the Boston Celtics.
Boston's lead is 7 as we go to the 4th. You know the scene in Jurassic Park, the original? Samuel L. Jackson says, hold on to your butts. That's what I feel like here for everybody. Back to Monica McNutt in Miami.
Thank you, Winter. Well, I just want to reiterate something that Doris pointed out, you guys, in terms of Jimmy Butler's usage so far. In the last two playoff games, he now has 78 points. And so that is the most over a 2-game span in his playoff career. Guys, not to mention that he played 48 minutes in the previous game and has played 36 tonight. So in terms of him getting some support, it certainly seems like an opportune time, Kesty, for anybody, including Kyle Lowry, to step up and help him out.
Spoelstra told Lisa Salters in the timeout, asked if he's going to play the entire fourth, and he goes, I think so. It's go time. We'll see a lot of Butler here, maybe the full 48. Boston has the first attack of the fourth. Derek White into the lane, fading backward, shot not there, knocked out of bounds. It'll go to Miami. Grant Williams arguing he was fouled on that rebound attempt to no avail.
Robert Williams is back on the game. We'll see how long he plays. He's not been as effective. 3 rebounds, 14 minutes. Really being judicious, Ime.
Gabe Vincent on the floor right now on the attack. Drives, floats it up for Bam, who skies, grabs, and flushes. 5-point game.
Do you see what I mean about Robert? I mean, normally with his speed and hops, he's able to challenge and get back. He just doesn't have the level of movement.
82-77 Celtics. Tatum at the top, guarded by Vincent. Trying to get some space. Now backs Vincent to the head of the circle. Slings it over to Marcus Smart. Drives into a double. Bouncer to Robert Williams. Poked away. Butler got a hand in there. Strus coming to the other end. Feeds Butler on the drive. Jimmy goes up. Scores the bucket. And it's a 3-point game for the Heat, who were once down 17. Eric Spoelstra wanted a foul call. Didn't get it. Ime Udoka calls for timeout, and I don't know if he can play Robert Williams here in this fourth quarter.
I don't think he can, Mark. Listen, the double team and the recoveries are unbelievable. The speed, the on-point rotations by the Miami Heat, they have been stellar defensively.
Timeout here at FTX Arena. 10:56 to go in a Game 7 that is very much still in play. Boston 82, Miami 79, and you're listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
Keyshawn Johnson, Jay Williams, and Max Kellerman.
Just hearing you say TikTok makes me giggle.
TikTok.
TikTok.
Does this have something to do with NFTs?
I'm going to get you an NFT, by the way.
Is it, in the metaverse or in the real world?
No, don't say, stop, no.
Do you understand I'm still amazed by fax machines? You put it in New York, it comes out in California. How's that possible? Doesn't make any sense.
Then it goes to email. Think about that.
Oh, my God. I can't. Mind-blowing.
GJ and Max. Mornings on ESPN Radio. Mike Greenberg. Greeny.
Here's my favorite thing about Luka Doncic. From everything that I've heard and everything that we have been led to believe, he has really changed his perspective, changed his attitude, adapted himself, evolved himself, not in any way sacrificing his game, but adapted his mentality to a way where I think everyone's a lot happier with it, and it has made him into what he deserves to be, which is an MVP candidate.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio, and watch exclusively on ESPN Plus. Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio. The San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record of St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Tuesday on Bart Hahn, we're closing in on the NBA Finals. We'll have the latest from the NBA playoffs, and the final preparations are on the way for the 2-on-2 challenge with Keyshawn Johnson and Jay Williams. That's Bart Hahn, 12 o'clock ESPN Plus.
The playoffs on ESPN Radio.
They were the more physical team overall. They got one on the road.
Brown launches a deep three. Man, he is hotter than fish grease right now.
This dude is something so different.
Got it! Oh, Jimmy buckets with a big one.
Get the very latest from the NBA every morning starting at 6 Eastern with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. And it continues all day on ESPN Radio.
Kevin Richard with you inside our Granger Studios. I want to thank all of you who logged on to our Twitter account at NBA on ESPN Radio, developing the AutoZone in the Zone poll question. A tie? Why not? It's the way the series has gone. 44% of you, right down the middle, pick Jimmy Butler, Jayson Tatum to be the players of the game tonight. Butler's done his part. You wonder when Jayson Tatum's ready to step up and take over the game. Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, Monica McNutt. Back to you with Miami on a quick 4-0 spurt in the fourth.
Appreciate it, Kevin. I told Doris about an hour ago, I said if they played 15 times, it would be 7-7 going to game 15. Al Horford is coming in for Robert Williams here out of the timeout.
I didn't think you could play him. Right now, to me, though, the Heat are the tougher team, mentally and physically. They're playing with a level of desperation on the defensive end that is really something else. It is something to behold.
Boston has led Game 7 from the start. Their lead down to 3. Celtics with it out of the break. Jayson Tatum out of the right wing. Passes it off to Smart. To the right side, White. White finds a seam, drives, floats. No good. Jimmy Butler skies in for the rebound. 82-79. Celtics lead dwindling at the 10:30 mark to go in Game 7. Butler dancing with a dribble. Open for 3 for the tie. No! Rebounded by Smart. Marcus will bring it from left to right into the front court, leaves it for Horford, who looked for a quick left side pass, now does it to Tatum. Drives, got the contact, followed up with a shot that's no good. Jayson Tatum gets himself to the line with 10:17 to go. Max Strus picking up his 4th personal.
It feels like a while since he had scored the basketball. Everything for Jayson is hard right now. A lot of free throw attempts. This will be 4 and 5, but they're coming with multiple defenders. Every rotation is on point.
And that is a function as the first is good by Tatum. You were talking about this very aggressive doubling end-to-end defense for the Heat.
I'm telling you, from January to the end of the season, I thought Boston was not only the best team, but the toughest mentally. I'm going to tell you right now, the will and the fight and the toughness of Miami is really breathtaking, Mark. They are so tough.
2 Tatum free throws. Boston's lead restored to 5. 10 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Game 7. Gabe Vincent get the high screen from Bam. Bounces it to Oladipo. Right side 3 in and out. Rebounded by Smart. Marcus already working into the front court. Head on the swivel. Looking to pass. Finds Tatum. Drives down the middle of the floor. Finds Grant Williams in the dunker spot. He's right there to lay it up and in.
Outstanding no call by the baseline official. There was some contact with Jayson Tatum, but well after the ball was released.
7-point lead for the Celtics, who've led from the start. Here's Strus bouncing it to Oladipo. Finds the cutting Bam Adebayo. 10-footers a miss. Rebounded by Boston.
They can relax, though, Miami. Those are good shots they're generating.
Here's Tatum attacking Oladipo. Finds Williams on the short hop catch on the wing. Now to Smart. Fakes the 3. Drives the lane. Another bounce pass down low, and Derek White. And a foul called as he goes down. Max Strus, or was it on Bam?
I think it's on Bam.
It is on Bam, and Derek White is still hurt as he's down, holding his forehead.
He took a shot to the head. His up fake was outstanding, and it's actually Bam. Oh, man.
Left elbow. You mentioned that pump fake had Bam way up in the air. And think of Bam Adebayo at 260 pounds and chiseled muscle coming down hard with the elbow on the head of Derek White.
And he hits his neck now. The Celtics Celtics players looking at the officials trying to say if this is flagrant. I don't think this is flagrant in any way. This is Bam with elite athleticism getting so high up in the air that when he comes down, the contact is going to be big. I wouldn't even look at this if I'm an official.
Right now, we don't have an indication of a timeout or the officials going to the monitor here. At 9:21 to go, this might be a play on.
So it's 2 shots. I think they gave him the 2 shots, right? Was that the call with the arm up?
Usually the lead official will take the ball right to the free throw line if that's the indication. Right now Scott Foster is holding it on the 3-point line as James Capers walks over to the Heat huddle and says, come on guys, let's get out there and play basketball.
Yeah, this wasn't a timeout. And it looks like Derek White is leaving the floor. I mean, he may be hurt. I don't see him.
I see him right now. It looks like the top of his head has some blood there as the elbow of Bam Adebayo pierced the skin of Derek White, and off the inbounds, a block foul on Kyle Lowry, who was trying to take a charge down on the perimeter. Jaylen Brown draws the foul, and that's 3 team fouls already against Miami.
3 team fouls, and I think Miami going to use a timeout. Eric Spoelstra having a word or two with Scott Foster.
4th personal foul on Kyle Lowry. 3 team fouls for Miami, 0 for Boston.
Wow, they're going to challenge it.
The foul. Was it a charge? Was it a block? Kyle Lowry, one of the great charge takers in the NBA. They're going to go to the review. Scott Foster with the headsets on. So is James Capers. And Eric Spoelstra using his challenge here with 9:18 to go, 4th quarter. We'll tell you what happened on the other side. Boston 86, Miami 79. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
The first cup of coffee, it was awful.
Meet Rod Johnson, co-founder of Black & Bold, a premium specialty coffee and tea company powered by Shopify.
The journey of Black & Bold started with us opening our online Shopify store while we were burning beans in my business partner's garage. Shopify allows us to stay true to our mission by having an easily customizable and responsive site. They make it very easy for novices to try their hand in becoming entrepreneurs. I was able to do it without any technical background, and I'm very grateful for Shopify. My advice to anyone thinking of starting a business is to just start selling on Shopify today.
When you're ready to share your business with the world, grow it on Shopify, the all-in-one commerce platform trusted by millions of businesses like Black & Bold. Get a free 14-day trial at shopify.com/play and start selling wherever your customers are with easy-to-use tools and friendly 24/7 support. Go to shopify.com/play right now. Shopify.com/play.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
Giannis is the best player in the world. That doesn't change with the fact that he had a bad day and lost.
Greeny, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
Kyler Murray. I feel like everybody is forgetting how awesome he was last year. And not only did he shred, he took a bunch of leaps forward.
Listen and subscribe to The Mina Kimes Show, featuring Lenny, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mike Greenberg, Greeny.
Giannis is the best player in the world. That doesn't change with the fact that he had a bad day and lost. I think he wore down from carrying that team practically by himself against that extraordinary defense and all those bodies the Celtics throw at him. But to me, the Middleton factor is undersold, and Giannis is clearly the best player in the world.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and watch exclusively on ESPN Plus.
Kevin Royster with you inside our Granger Studios. Keyshawn, Jay, Will, and Max start your morning 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern. They're followed by Greeny with Mike Greenberg. A lot of reactions to tonight's Game 7 here at the Eastern Conference Finals. Reminder, Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, we start our hour-long coverage of Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Rosgold and Woody will join me for the pregame show. Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, PJ Carlissimo, and Monica have the call. Those three have to finish out. Well, PJ's not there. Those three, however, have to finish out the game in Miami, guys.
Kevin, thanks a lot. And a big call here. The challenge by Eric Spoelstra was successful, Doris Burke, so it was a charge taken by Kyle Lowry.
It's a monster call, and I think the right call, to be honest with you. Kyle Lowry, again, I just keep harping on it. I said at the start of the third, I thought he was going to be a big part of this final couple of periods. His signature's been all over it. Fourth personal foul on Jalen. So big swing here possible as it's 86-79 Boston.
Kyle Lowry back to 3 personals, and also Miami now just 2 team fouls as Jaylen Brown put the left shoulder into Lowry on the perimeter. Lowry to Vincent, catch and shoot 3, missed it, ticks the rim on the left side. Oh, what a play by Jimmy Butler, who leaped in and put it off the foot of Marcus Smart, who was trying to shield the ball going out of bounds.
That's a toughness play. You know, Marcus had an opportunity to grab it. He didn't realize Jimmy was close. It's just Jimmy. Again, I talk about the will and the skill and the culture and all the things you talk about with Miami ad nauseum. Another case in point.
Dave Vincent has it for Miami. Front court inbound. To Bam Adebayo up high into the hands of Kyle Lowry, the grizzled veteran. Lowry losing his balance, trying to keep his dribble. He's knocked down. He's calling for a timeout, and it is accepted by the Heat, or by the lead official, Scott Foster. As I look up at the Heat timeouts, and they're down to 1, but had to use it there. 8:56 to go with 1 timeout.
I think he was pleading for a foul. Loses his balance. I think it's a good non-call in that instance, and he had to use it or Grant was going to tie him up and advantage Grant Williams.
Doris Burke's instant analysis brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol comes out thick and rich. It doesn't break down. That's why Barbasol is America's #1 shaving cream. Close Shave America. Close Shave Barbasol. Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, Monica McNutt with you from FTX Arena in Miami. Mike Martino, our producer. Dave Snipp, our engineer. Kevin Winter and the crew back in Bristol. I know you guys didn't have a lead change until the 4th quarter in Game 6. and we're right on the verge of clutch time. We're still about 4 minutes away, and if we're within 5 points, but speaking of America, they would love to have a close game in this series after the first 5 in Game 6, and maybe we'll get it here in Game 7.
Heck yeah. As Miami tries to inbound it, they're going to work with a short clock here on the shorthand side of the floor. 5 ticks left. So if you're Boston, defend everything, but don't foul. Make them take a tough shot over the top.
Remember, Lowry used a timeout to save the possession. But as Doris pointed out, can they cash in with 5 seconds on the shot clock? Kyle Lowry, front court, left sideline. Everybody else on the right side of the floor. Lowry handed the ball looking. Butler coming across. They can't get it to him. 5-second count underway. Ball tipped out of bounds by Tatum. 0.8 of a second came off the shot clock. 4.2 remaining.
Changing the angle here as now you'll inbound just near the half-court line.
Lowry looking for Vincent, finds him off the top, turns, fakes the three, drives, floats it up, missed it. Wide right, players down, including Vincent, who's not back yet for Miami. It's a 5-on-4 Boston. Horford driving, puts it up and in over Kyle Lowry as the Celtics take a 9-point lead.
5-on-4, Gabe Vincent still limping on the other end.
Might be a 4-on-5 now for Miami. Vincent just standing on bent over at the waist as Butler misses on a drive. Here's Tatum the other way. Tatum goes deep, puts it up, puts it in. And it's an offensive foul. Another charge taken by Kyle Lowry.
Oh, my goodness. This is something else. This guy's ability to step in, to beat people to spots, anticipate which way a guy is going. I mean, folks, he just takes it on the chest. He just gets right in front of Jayson Tatum. He anticipates the cross to the left. That is just brilliant defensive basketball.
Miami Heat led the NBA in charges taken this year, 111, 50 more than the next team. Gabe Vincent is out, Max Strus is in. Lowry on the left wing, 8:12 to go. Heat down 9. Here's Lowry off the bounce against Tatum. Got deep, couldn't score, pass to the wing. Here's Oladipo on the drive, reverse layup, blocked by Horford, who comes up with the live ball block and gets it to Grant Williams.
Grant Williams, wisely, Marcus Smart was racing up the floor. And he's like, hey, let's settle down and get a good shot here.
We're under 8 minutes to go in Game 7. Smart directing traffic from the left. Fires to the right wing, Tatum, who comes to the top, hunting out Strus. Pass to the corner, Horford rises from 3, missed it, rebound Lowry.
Been a struggle for Horford from three-point territory, just 1 for 5.
88-79 Miami. Butler holding ball left thigh, now drives on Brown, takes him down to the mid-post right, turns, contested shot up in the air, never touched the rim. Great defense by Brown.
Can't do it any better than Jaylen Brown just guarded Jimmy Butler.
7:20 to go in Game 7. 9-point Celtic lead. Tatum's going to back up on Strus, going to go at him. Pass over to the right side, Brown, and a traveling violation on Jaylen Brown, who picked up the pivot foot.
Now, Jayson Tatum is making all the right decisions. The double's coming. He's absorbing it, Mark, and then quickly getting rid of it. If you're Jaylen, be aggressive on that catch. He was a little bit indecisive.
11th turnover by the Heat. 88-79, been stuck on that score for a while. We're about to cross 7 minutes to go in the 7th game of the Eastern Conference Finals. Butler pass to Lowry, rises from 3, in and out. Horford, great seal on the rebound against Adebayo.
12th rebound for Al Horford. Big time, excellent checkout, consistently.
Marcus Smart in the front court to Jayson Tatum against Strus. Spins into the high post, finds Brown. Quick pass right corner, Smart. Smart drives off balance. Short jumper's good for Marcus Smart, who's got 20.
Wow, just an impressive drive off 1 foot.
Boston back up double digits, 90-79. Pass to Oladipo, left corner, 6.5 minutes to go. Oladipo spins into Grant Williams, ducks in, contact, puts it up, and in for Oladipo.
And has Grant Williams coming up like checking his teeth, making sure they're all right. I love to see Victor Oladipo deliver like that, though.
90-81. Boston up 9 in possession. Tatum backing down Lowry to the three-point line, gives it to Smart on the left. 6 minutes to go. 7 to shoot here. Here's Smart accelerating. Behind the back pass, 3 to shoot. Tatum. Contested 3 on its way. And good! Jayson Tatum with a rocket 3 with 5:50 to go.
That step back with Strus in his grill was tough, folks. Big time delivery.
24 for Jayson Tatum. The lead is a dozen. Here's Oladipo driving, handing it to Adebayo, gets in tight and scores.
That's Oladipo, though, getting 2 feet in the paint, being aggressive and attacking. I love that Spo is going to him here.
93-83, 10-point Boston lead, 5:25 left. Marcus Smart sizing up Strus right on top of the three-point arc. Bounces it to Tatum on the left. Tatum splits a double, puts it up, missed it. Lowry the rebound. Half-court pass, barely got to Jimmy Butler, nearly stolen by Brown. Now Butler's going to split a double. Get deep and score it over Horford.
Horford saying, hey, he's pushing off with his left arm, but Jimmy Butler, in the grill of a defensive player that's much bigger, just says, I'm putting this one home.
Jimmy Butler's got 35. It's an 8-point lead for the Celtics, 93-85, 4:50 to go. Celtics using time here. Jaylen Brown drives inside the arc, spots up from 18, missed it. Weak side offensive rebound try. Horford couldn't get it, but he got fouled. And a loose ball foul on Victor Oladipo at 4:44 to go.
Only the third team foul. Celtics do not have a single foul yet. And we are marching closer to that clutch time game. It's not quite within 5 yet, Mark, but again, just to remind folks, this hasn't been good to the Celtics. Just 1-4 in their last 2 series in these types of settings. Can they close here?
Game 7, jersey number 7, Jaylen Brown has it on the left, finds Grant Williams in the corner. He tries to pass along the end line, and it's tipped out of bounds by Miami, intended for Tatum.
2 seconds left, working with a very short clock. Going to use Marcus Smart, I believe, as your inbounder. Got to inbound it cleanly here.
The Jaws playing in a key moment for Boston. Inbound to Tatum. Tatum wheels, finds a spot, high post jumper, splashes it home. Jayson Tatum coming alive in the final 5 minutes of Game 7. 95-85, 10-point lead. Adebayo, dotted line jumper, no rebound. Jayson Tatum's got it for the Celtics. Tatum bouncing it to Brown from the right, drives, banged around, throws it at the rim, no good, but draws the foul with 4:12 to go.
And these are interesting possessions, and the reason I say that, Mark, is you are walking that delicate balance between making sure you're getting good shots, but still being aggressive. Ime Udoka looked at Jayson Tatum and said, push it, because he knew Jaylen had a step and a chance to get right here to the free throw line. So you're dancing that dance, but you got to keep your foot on the gas pedal.
First free throw good for Jaylen Brown. 24 points. Remember the 2018 Eastern Conference Finals as Brown misses the second. Brown and Tatum were young. Came up short to LeBron James and the Cavaliers. Lost to Boston, or rather to Miami in the bubble a couple of years ago as Jimmy Butler driving, draws the block foul on Marcus Smart with 4:03 to go. That's 4 on Marcus Smart. First team foul this quarter against Boston, so it'll be side in for the Heat.
So only 1 team foul still. Next Heat foul, Boston would be shooting. And timeout situation, 1 for the Heat and 2 for Boston.
A little delay here as they mop up the perspiration, including Grant Williams. Gets down with the right hand in the towel, and is that Horford or Williams? That's a 42. That's Al Horford.
Horford doing the
He's
dirty
like,
work.
Let's go. I played 141 postseason games. I'm 4:03 away from my first final.
Oh, my goodness.
96-85 Celtics. 9-point lead. Miami inbound front court to Bam. 4 minutes to go in Game 7. Adebayo sends it to Strus. A long 3 over Tatum. Bounces off the rim, and 2 Celtics there to rebound it. Now, Marcus Smart works it into the front court, slowing up the Celtics as we go to 3:45 and counting. They go to Tatum. Jason with it out on the perimeter, takes 2 defenders. Bounce pass to Smart on top. He'll drive Jimmy Butler deep, stops, puts it up with a left hand, drew the foul against Butler, and Marcus Smart shoots 2 with 3:35 to go. And as Smart goes to the free throw line, we're going to pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed. Alongside Doris Burke, I'm Mark Kestisher. Monica McNutt with you from FTX Arena in Miami. Marcus Smart at the free throw line. First is good. Second is good. 98-85. The Celtics with a 13-point lead with 3.5 minutes to go in Game 7. Here's Lowry getting a high screen. Wheels in the high post. Terminated dribble. Sends it over to Oladipo. Drives the baseline. Kicks to Lowry. A fading jumper's good from the tip of the circle. Kyle Lowry tried to will Miami back into this one, down 11.
Just, you can see the championship medal of Kyle Lowry. He's willing himself to make shots and plays.
Boston now 3 minutes away. They've played 5 Eastern Conference Finals since their last trip to the NBA Finals in 2010. Trying to protect an 11-point advantage. Tatum swings it over to Smart, spins on the three-point line, drives, pulls, shot off the heel, no good, rebounded by Victor Oladipo. Oladipo front court bound on the right, picked up by Smart, three-point line, dances in, pulls back for three, missed it, rebound, Strus on the flush. Max Strus got airborne on the miss and put it home.
Can't sleep on that young man's athleticism, and what a gritty guy he is.
Boston's lead down to 9, 98-89, 2.5 minutes to go. Grant Williams receives the pass, goes to Smart. He'll trigger a three from the left, no good. Long offensive rebound to Horford, and they can use another 14 seconds.
Horford has been an absolute monster, his 13th board.
Here's Tatum on the drive against Strus. Jump pass to Smart, loads up another angled three, another miss, and bam, secures that rebound for Miami. And he's off to the races, down the middle of the floor. Takes Horford, missed the layup. Loose ball knocked out of bounds. And who knocked it out? It looked like it was off a Miami player. No, they're going to say last touch Boston.
Definitely off Boston. Kyle Lowry doing a good job putting the pressure on the baseline. You've got to guard without fouling if you're Boston. And if you're Miami, you need efficient shots. You don't need threes yet, but you need efficient scores.
1:59 to go. Ball handed to Kyle Lowry, baseline left. Gets it into Oladipo. Using a BAM screen to the high post jumper. Up, missed it long, and 2 Celtics there. Tatum snares the rebound. 98-89 Boston with 1:45 to play in Game 7.
And Jayson Tatum directing traffic. He wants Al Horford to get off the free throw line and to the baseline. He wants a clear runway.
8 to shoot against Oladipo. Drives into a double. Pass down low to Grant Williams. Stripped to the ball. I think Strus got a hand on another one. Here comes Miami. Down 9. Oladipo against Grant Williams. Layup, yes, with 1:23 to go. It's a 7-point game.
This thing is far from over. You've got to keep scoring if you're Boston. And stop. You've got to be aggressive and take these scores.
Williams to Brown, drives the baseline. Pass opposite side. Horford up to Smart. Lines up a three. Off the rim, no good.
But you don't need a three with 12 seconds on the clock by Marcus.
Down 7. Here comes Kyle Lowry in Game 7. And number 7 scores. Kyle Lowry makes it a 98-93 game with 1 minute to go. Down 5 are the Heat. Pass ahead, Jaylen Brown glides to the basket, put it up, missed it. And an offensive foul on Brown is the call.
We've talked about it. Boston is coming apart at the seams right now. Number 1, you're giving up easy shots on the defensive end. Number 2, Marcus Smart takes a three with 12 seconds to go, and Jaylen Brown just commits an offensive foul, which I think they're going to review. And I got to be honest with you, I don't think this is an offensive foul.
We just got to look at the replay, and I think I agree with you, Doris, and Ime Udoka going to use a timeout here to use his challenge. Remember, Eric Spoelstra won a critical challenge at the 9:18 mark in a 7-point game. And now they will go to video review. The green light is on here at FTX Arena.
It looked to me like that's a gather and go to the bucket of an offensive player. I did not think he led with his left elbow, and I think Bam pretty sold it. Now, I wouldn't mind one more look, and we're going to get it right here.
The timeout's been called. The challenge ruling on the floor.
They may keep this.
The left arm lead of Jaylen Brown.
The left arm lead actually
right
does clip him, and so actually I think this is not going to get overturned, which means Jaylen is going to, is that his 5th, or would this be his 6th?
That would be his 5th.
This is his 5th. Okay, so again, 2-possession game with 50.7 and Miami has the ball unless this thing gets overturned.
Tonight's attendance here at FTX Arena, 20,200, brought to you by Vivid Seats, where you earn rewards with every purchase. Vivid Seats Rewards is your ticket to more tickets. Vivid Seats, life
The challenge is
happens
being
live.
unsuccessful. Boston will be charged their timeout. It'll be Miami ball in the backcourt.
So each team with a timeout, too, Mark. And if you're the Boston Celtics, I've said it over and over and over again, this kind of situation has gotten in your head in the past. They're 13-22 in the regular season in clutch games. They're 1-4 in their last 2 series in clutch games. They have got to find their composure right now.
The Celtics lead 98-93. 50 and 7/10 seconds left on the clock. Celtics are in the bonus. Miami's only committed 1 foul. They have a foul to give.
An eternity remains in this basketball game. No need to rush these possessions anymore if you're the Miami Heat.
Jimmy Butler, three-quarter court, will inbound, loops it into Bam Adebayo, who will bring it across the timeline with 49 seconds to go. Hand off to Strus, dribbling to his right, a fading 3 on its way, and it's good! Max Strus has the Heat within 2.
That is a big-time shot by a young man who is so tough.
37 seconds to go. Tatum in the front court, just inside a half. Strus defending, 10 to shoot. Tatum with a big right-hand dribble up to the three-point line, finds Smart with 5. Smart on the drive, up fakes, puts it off the window, missed it. Butler the rebound with 20 seconds to go. Shot clock is off. He's going for the lead of 3, missed it. Tipped out, Horford's got it. They got a foul with 13 seconds to go, and Smart is fouled by Bam Adebayo with 11.4 to go as Jimmy Butler went for it, down 2.
He sure did. And Jimmy Butler today, 1 for 4 from 3. But I like the decision. I really do. He has been your best player all year. Nobody checked him. You're going to get a clean look at 3 with a guy retreating. I don't mind the shot because it's fast enough and it's your best player.
2-point game and Marcus Smart at the line. First free throw is good.
This is the big one, obviously, because if you're Boston, you can play your defense without worrying about it being a one-possession game.
And they have a foul to give as well. Marcus Smart, 23 points, 24 as he makes it a 2-possession game. Eric Spoelstra is going to use his last timeout with 11.4 on the clock, and the Celtics leading 100-96 in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
Mark, we were talking when we started the game about the others, right? They needed somebody else to have a big night. Marcus Smart, 24 monster points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists. Now, still plenty of time here. Miami will advance the ball. You can try to go for a quick 2. You can try to get a clean look at 3. If you're the Boston Celtics, if you foul, you do it on a downward dribble. If you're going to take that foul to give, no matter what, it's on the downward dribble. Because you don't want anybody getting into any shot motion, and they call it a 2-shot foul.
Mark Kestisher, Doris Burke, Monica McNutt with you in Miami. Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The winner will head west to face the Golden State Warriors in the NBA Finals beginning next Thursday night here on ESPN Radio, also on ABC. Warriors waiting, watching, and listening, and the Celtics clinging to that 4-point spread as we're about to break the huddles here.
All starters except for Grant Williams on the floor, and again, that has everything to do with Robert Williams' physical health for the Boston Celtics.
Heat will break their huddle with Kyle Lowry, Victor Oladipo, and Jimmy Butler, Max Strus, and Bam Adebayo down 4 with 11.4 to go and no timeouts remaining. And again, the Celtics have a foul to give here. Kyle Lowry waiting, front court, sideline left.
They may vacate the backside and lob to Bam if they can.
Lowry waiting on the ball from official Scott Foster. Has it. 5-second count is on. Gets it into Strus. Strus turns at the top. A long 3 is up. Front rim. Rebound attempted for. It's loose. And a loose ball foul. Scott Foster, the lead official at half court, says it is against Boston with 6.1.
That was their foul to give. Jayson Tatum's 4th, 6.1 to go.
Side out of bounds once more with 6.1 on the clock and the Heat down 4. Now time, a major issue for the Heat here. Max Strus just grabs a towel, wipe those hands in case he gets a chance at it. Lowry yet to be handed the ball, now has it. From the left side, Horford doing the jumping jacks defense. Lowry gets it into Strus. Strus contested three. No good with 2 seconds left. Rebounded by Al Horford, who's finally going to the finals. The Boston Celtics need 7 games. They've defeated the Miami Heat 100-96. The Celtics win their 26th Game 7, and they're headed to the NBA Finals.
Mark, to have a 17-point edge, to be on the road and relinquish virtually all of that, to deal with a little bit of foul trouble, to be against a team that is so tough competitively, physically, mentally, to be absorbing body blows from Jimmy Butler. As Ime Udoka taps Jimmy Butler on the chest, nothing but respect for that great competitor. But how about the Boston Celtics? This is a team that was below 500 for a long stretch of the season. They were 21-21 after half the games were gone. Nothing has been easy as we watch Al Horford and Brad Stevens celebrate. What a performance by Jayson Tatum. Wow.
I guess it's only fitting that the first Bob Cousy trophy goes to the Boston Celtics. As the Eastern Conference champs, we'll find out who the MVP of the series is. The Larry Bird MVP will be announced here, as well as the trophies are being put together. The white glove affair down at center court. Celtics hang on. You pointed out, Doris, many times, under 500, midpoint of season. Not great in clutch time games, and here they were down the stretch, their double-digit lead. They end up going wire to wire. Jimmy Butler had a chance for one lead change.
Right.
With about 15 seconds to go, he pulled up, and you mentioned, had a really good look at a three-pointer, didn't go. Boston hangs on to set up a Celtics-Warriors NBA Finals.
Just couldn't be more impressed with the resiliency of the Boston Celtics throughout the course of the year. And if you ask Jaylen Brown about it, Mark, he will tell you that early adversity, he thinks, helped steel this team for the postseason run that they had to go on. And listen, you had been to multiple conference finals, both Jayson Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Marcus Smart. And what a job finally coming through on the road in Game 7.
Well, the Celtics and the Warriors played in the NBA Finals in 1964.
Wow.
Like the San Francisco Warriors at the Cow Palace. Boy, have they come of age in arenas. The Chase Center will host Game 1 of the NBA Finals as the Celtics celebrate below. They beat the Miami Heat 3 times in this building. Remember, Miami was 7-0. They won their first 7 home games. Yeah. And Boston beat them 3 straight times on the road, had a 3-2 lead, and now have won the series in 7. Let's check in with Monica McNutt.
Jason, we got to do this quick. This armband on your left arm, purple, gold lettering, 24. What did it mean to you to put that on in a pivotal Game 7 to head to the finals?
It's probably the biggest game of my life to this moment. Everybody know how much Kobe means to me. More than just his player, just his mentality. I got my Kobe Bryant shoes on. So I had to put the armband on for this game.
The question was whether or not you guys had the mental fortitude to get this done. What did you learn about yourself and your teammates to advance to the finals?
Man, this was tough. Just the road to get here. Playing Brooklyn, beating the champs, and then coming and win a Game 7 on the road, the biggest game of our life so far. That shows a lot about our team. I couldn't be proud of these guys.
There is a dynasty, we'll call it, waiting on the other end. How do you enjoy this, but also prepare for the task that still is at hand?
Man, we've been trying to get over this hump. It's my 3rd time in the Eastern Conference Finals in 5 years. So I'm going to enjoy this one right now. But, the job not done. We want to win championships, so we got work to do.
Thank you, Jason. Congratulations. All right, we out.
Thank you, Monica, with Jayson Tatum, who ends up with 26 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists for the Boston Celtics. And you heard it in his voice. They had lost 5 straight games with a chance to clinch the finals. He remembers 2018, had LeBron James and Cleveland down to the last 4 minutes, couldn't come up in Game 7, lost to this same team in the bubble a couple of years ago, and now finally this young core with all that talk, but Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown be together. Could they play together? Do we need to trade one of them away? Under 500, and now here they are going to the finals.
And think about it. This young man was criticized early in the year for not sharing the basketball, for not being a good enough playmaker, he and Jaylen Brown. And when you are willing to accept constructive criticism, when you are willing to be coached, which is what Jaylen Brown and Jayson Tatum were willing to do. They let Ime Udoka call them out publicly through the media. They listened to every critique in every film session, and they grew from it. And the thing you like about both of those young men, Jayson and Jaylen, is the game is important to them, Mark, and they work to improve. And now they've got an opportunity to compete on the game's best stage against a Golden State team that is formidable offensively.
Golden State and Boston split 2 games in the regular year. The Warriors won in Boston in December by 4, and then an infamous game at Chase Center. Remember, Marcus Smart fighting for a loose ball, landed on the foot of Steph Curry, kept Steph Curry out the final 12 games of the regular season with a foot injury, and they'll meet for the first time since. The Warriors, who are in the NBA Finals for the 12th time, and now the Boston Celtics for the 22nd time, and a chance to break that tie with the Lakers going for their 18th NBA title. It should be a lot of fun starting next Thursday.
It should be tremendous. Both teams are excellent defensively. They go about things drastically different on the offensive end. But this was one heck of a series, particularly games 6 and 7, Mark. What a special treat to be here.
Well, we'll welcome PJ Carlissimo to our crew, and we'll see everyone. We'll talk to everybody from Chase Center in San Francisco coming up next Thursday. You can hear the NBA Finals, of course, right here on ESPN Radio, and you can see it on ABC television. Wire to wire for the Celtics on the road. 3 of their 4 wins in the series coming here in Miami as they beat the Heat 100-96. Boston wins in 7 games the Eastern Conference Championship. Now for Doris Burke, Monica McNutt, our producer Mike Martino, and our engineer Dave Sniff, I'm Mark Kestisher from Miami as we send it to Kevin Winter in the studio with the post-game show powered by 5-Hour Energy.
All right, everyone. I'll see you guys in San Francisco coming up next week. No, that's this week. I'll be arriving later in the week. The NBA on ESPN Radio is presented by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed.com/credit. What a way this has gone down. The road team has won 5 of the 7 games here in these Eastern Conference Finals. The Boston Celtics are headed back to the NBA Finals, but for the first time since 2010. Coming up next on the NBA Tonight postgame show powered by 5-Hour Energy, we will get full reaction from Al Horford, who's going to his first ever NBA Finals. All of that is coming up next. Highlights, the whole kit and caboodle. Boston wins the series in 7. They hang on to win game number 7. 196. The NBA Tonight postgame show powered by 5-Hour Energy is next. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app.
Get in zone.
The first cup of coffee, it was awful.
Meet Rod Johnson, co-founder of Black & Bold, a premium specialty coffee and tea company powered by Shopify.
The journey of Black & Bold started with us opening our online Shopify store while we were burning beans in my business partner's garage. Shopify allows us to stay true to our mission by having an easily customizable and responsive site. They make it very easy for novices to try their hand in becoming entrepreneurs. I was able to do it without any technical background, and I'm very grateful for Shopify. My advice to anyone thinking of starting a business is to just start selling on Shopify today.
When you're ready to share your business with the world, grow it on Shopify, the all-in-one commerce platform trusted by millions of businesses like Black & Bold. Get a free 14-day trial at shopify.com/play and start selling wherever your customers are with easy-to-use tools and friendly 24/7 support. Go to shopify.com/play right now. Shopify.com/play.
Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio.
The ball crushed, forget it. On its way, left field, there it goes and gone. Home run, Manny Machado.
Manny Machado and the San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record into Busch Stadium in St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals.
Paul Goldschmidt goes yard.
The Padres and Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Back back on Tuesday. Canty and Carlin, 3 p.m. Eastern. Can the Warriors extend their dynasty?
And can Steph Curry reel in his first NBA Finals MVP?
That's Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio and ESPN Plus.
Coming up Monday, the Splash Brothers are back in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you why I think another championship will make them one of the top trios of all time. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio, ESPN 2.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
This is the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger Studios. The NBA Tonight postgame show is powered by 5-Hour Energy. Spring means getting stuff done, so grab a 5-Hour Energy for every weekend to-do list. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com. Tell you what.
The Boston Celtics need 7 games. They've defeated the Miami Heat 100-96. The Celtics win their 26th Game 7, and they're headed to the NBA Finals.
And for the 4th time, Mark Kestersher, they've won a Game 7 on the road, but the first time they've done it since 1974. In Miami, the Boston Celtics have just been presented the Bob Cousy Trophy, which is the Eastern Conference Championship. And now Lisa Salters has presented the Larry Bird MVP trophy to Jayson Tatum. Let's go to Lisa talking to Jayson now.
Mean to you?
It's a great honor. But, you know, this is some of our 4th time in the conference finals. It's my 3rd time. And to get over the hump with this group, it means everything. So I couldn't be proud of these guys, the road that we took to get here. You know, not a lot of people believed in us. We took the toughest route. And it worked out.
Why did you decide to wear the Kobe Bryant armband tonight?
Game 7. Everybody know how much he means to me. You know, my idol and, you know, my favorite player. So just to have something to, you know, to show him in the biggest game of, you know, my career so far. And it worked out.
Congratulations to you, Jayson.
Thank you.
Jalen.
All right, there it is. There's Jayson Tatum. We heard from Jayson with Monica. Now he's just won the inaugural Larry Bird MVP award. Let's go to tonight's game flow, brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Bundle and all. Protect your today. Try that again. Bundle and protect today under one roof. Learn more at Progressive.com or call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Story of the game, if we can. Boston was up 17 in the second quarter. Slowly but surely, it started to fade away.
82-73. We dip under a minute to go in the third. Lowry bounces it for the cutting. Jimmy Butler with a 2-hand slam.
I mean, this is all about Kyle Lowry right now. His signature is all over them within 7. Making buckets and assisting for others.
All right, so we now have a 7-point game as we made the turn to the fourth quarter.
Slings it over to Marcus Smart, drives into a double bouncer to Robert Williams, poked away. Butler got a hand in there. Strus coming to the other end. Feeds Butler on the drive. Jimmy goes up, scores the bucket. And it's a 3-point game for the Heat, who were once down 17.
82-79. Boston calls timeout. 4-0 run for Miami to start the quarter.
7 to shoot here. Here's Smart accelerating. Behind the back pass, 3 to shoot. Tatum. Contested 3 on its way. And good! Jayson Tatum with a rocket 3 with 5:50 to go.
That step back with Strus in his grill was tough, folks. Big time delivery.
Absolute clutch shot by Tatum. The step back on the side. Go back to game 6. Jimmy Butler hit a jumper with 2.2 on the shot clock on an inbounds play. 2 seconds to go on an inbounds play.
Jaws playing in a key moment for Boston. Inbound to Tatum. Tatum wheels, finds a spot. High post jumper, splashes it home. Jayson Tatum coming alive in the final 5 minutes of game 7.
Jayson Tatum on the night would finish this game with 26 points. Boston would build a lead.
We'll bring it across the timeline with 49 seconds to go. Hand off to Strus, dribbling to his right, a fading 3 on its way, and it's good! Max Strus has the Heat within 2.
That is a big-time shot.
98-96. Max Strus knocking down our three-pointer of the game. Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. Boston would get the ball. Marcus Smart has it.
Tatum with a big right-hand dribble up to the three-point line. Finds Smart with 5. Smart on the drive. Up fakes. Puts it off the window. Missed it. Butler the rebound with 20 seconds to go. Shot clock is off. He's going for the lead of 3. Missed it. Tipped out. Horford's got it. They got a foul with 13 seconds to go.
Jimmy Butler tried to call game. He went for the kill shot. Butler went for the kill shot. It didn't go down. It's our turning point of the game, brought to you by My Computer Career, training for a better life. Monster game for Jimmy Butler, 35 points. Although Doris Burke had alluded to it many times in the second half. Jimmy had 23 at halftime. He had 12 in the second half. Jimmy ran out of gas. Couple of missed threes.
The Boston Celtics need 7 games. They've defeated the Miami Heat 100-96. The Celtics win their 26th Game 7, and they're headed to the NBA Finals.
And they will start on Thursday night. It'll be in San Francisco. We have exclusive coverage on ESPN Radio beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Game's also available on ABC television. Coming up next on the NBA Tonight postgame show, powered by 5 Hour Energy. You imagine playing 140 playoff games, and then you're finally going to the NBA Finals. We'll hear from Al Horford next. This is the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio.
Did you miss Canty and Carlin?
In college, I was the heaviest I have ever been in my life.
Okay.
So when you are socially inept and physically inept, boy, that is really something that you cannot recover from.
Well, you could have tapped into the lovable loser, be the big teddy bear that girls could cuddle with.
Yeah, that guy is the mayor of Friendville.
Chris Canty and Chris Carlin are Canty and Carlin. Don't miss them weekdays on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
First Take, Her Take, the podcast.
I wonder what his teammates are saying behind his back.
If you literally are on the court and you see him in his bright outfit and you're playing and you guys are down 0-2, 0-3, I know, I would say he's a chump. I would say he's a bum. Like, look at this dude.
No one's saying this to his face, obviously, because I would be like, bro, you are not sitting on our bench in that stupid outfit.
First Take, Her Take, the podcast. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Keyshawn Johnson, Jay Williams, and Max Kellerman.
I don't wear shoes when I'm in. I don't wear shoes really when I'm in LA unless I go to dinner.
You got the beach shorts on.
And even when I go to dinner, I mean, depending on where I go, I may put on shoes. But other than that, for the most part,
up to Nobu and the Jesus sandals.
For sure, 100%. T-shirt and shorts. I mean, I'm not dressing up for nothing. When I dress up, people be like, "We going to a wedding?" I'm like, "Cause that's just me, man."
GJ and Max, followed by Greeny. Mornings on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. This is Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
You put LeBron and Anthony Davis together in this postseason, they don't get out of the first round in the West. They don't. They certainly aren't as good as Golden State. Memphis is only going to get better with more experience. Phoenix is better than them. Dallas is one piece away from being much better than them. The Clippers, with Paul George and Kawhi, if he ever comes back, and I say that sort of half jokingly, he's going to play. I'm not sure that a fully healthy Lakers aren't, like, at best, the 6th best team in the West, and maybe more like 8th. Not only do I think that they should consider trading him, but I think he should want to get traded. If you put LeBron on the Cavs as constituted this year with the players they have, next season I think they'd be one of the favorites in the East. I genuinely do. But I think he'd be much better off finishing in Cleveland with what they have going on right now than finishing in L.A. with what he has.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN+. You're listening to the NBA on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Kevin Winter with you inside our Granger Studios. The NBA Finals are set. It'll be the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat starting on Thursday, Chase Center in San Francisco. Coverage on ESPN Radio begins at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Coverage is also available exclusively on ABC television. Reminder, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Recap tonight's Game 7. And they'll also look back and start previewing the NBA Finals between the Celtics and the Warriors.
Tatum with a big right-hand dribble up to the three-point line, finds Smart with 5. Smart on the drive, up fakes, puts it off the window, missed it. Butler the rebound with 20 seconds to go. Shot clock is off. He's going for the lead of 3, missed it. Tipped out, Horford's got it. They got a foul with 13 seconds to go.
Jimmy Butler went for the kill shot. Saw a former NBA executive on Twitter here on the NBA Tonight postgame show powered by 5 Hour Energy. A former NBA executive said, you wonder if Jimmy drives that basketball to the lane if his knee isn't bothering him and if he doesn't play all 48 minutes tonight. He was clearly hampered by that knee in the second half. You wonder if he takes it to the rack if he doesn't have that. But in the end,
the Boston Celtics need 7 games. They've defeated the Miami Heat 100-96. The Celtics win their 26th Game 7, and they're headed to the NBA Finals.
That is our Getting It Done play of the game, brought to you by Grainger. Like a marquee player, count on Grainger for unstoppable moves that help you get more done. Click Grainger.com for supplies and solutions for every industry. Told you Jayson Tatum has been named the NBA's Eastern Conference Larry Bird MVP, but the trophy was presented by Cedric Maxwell, former MVP of the Finals, to Al Horford. Al's played over 140 games in the postseason in his NBA career. He's never gone to the finals. He is now. He spoke with Lisa Salters.
Man, first of all, honor and glory to the Lord for putting us in this position. Grinding. We stayed with it. We believed in each other. We made a commitment on the defensive end. That was the biggest thing, defending, and that was going to be our identity, and that's what's carried us this far.
Al, 141 playoff games for you to reach the finals. What has that wait been like?
It's been a great journey. A lot of battles. Obviously never been able to get it, but had a lot of great teammates along the way. And this group is special. And I'm really happy to be sharing this moment with these guys.
Al Horford of ESPN's Lisa Salters. Just 5 points tonight, but he had 14 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks. Al extremely instrumental in this basketball team. We've heard from Jayson Tatum. He had 26. Marcus Smart had 24. So, too, did Jaylen Brown. He spoke with Lisa Salters after the game.
Jaylen, I asked you how you were feeling coming into this game, and you said just focus, trying to get over the hump. What does it mean to you to have gotten over the hump?
It means everything. You know, all the adversity, all the struggles, the losses, the wins, everything that we finally got to this moment makes it that much more special.
You guys made it interesting down the stretch. What was happening?
I don't know. Hey, but we figured it out. We persevere. Sometimes we like doing it the hard way. I hate that about us. But we got the job done, so now we're looking forward to the future.
They did do it the hard way. There's no question about that. And if you think about their run, however you want to look at it, Boston swept Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets, the team that was the favorites the beginning of the year to win the NBA title. They then took out the defending champs in 7, and they went 7 against the Miami Heat. Now what awaits? Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, and the Golden State Warriors. Hey, Draymond.
Still undetermined who you're going to play in the next round. Who would you like to play? I mean, be honest. I think both teams are tough. Boston causes problems, especially offensively. Draymond. Their defense is incredible. How long we been boys, Draymond? I want the honest answer, Draymond. You're asking me who I want to play. I'm going to tell you who I think we're going to play. We're going to play Boston. Okay, that's who we're going to play. Thank you. That's the Draymond I know.
That was Draymond Green on Thursday night. After a week off, it will be the Warriors and the Celtics. Keyshawn, J-Will, and Max. More coming up tomorrow morning. The next time we are with you, we'll be in San Francisco for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. That'll do it for us on the NBA Tonight postgame show powered by 5 Hour Energy. The Boston Celtics win Game 7 and knock off the Miami Heat 196. Starting Thursday, it's the Celtics and the Heat. Excuse me, the Celtics and the Warriors. We just did the Celtics and the Heat. Celtics and the Warriors. We thank you for listening to the Eastern Conference Finals on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app.
Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio. The San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record of St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
Tuesday on Barton High, we're closing in on the NBA Finals. We'll have the latest from the NBA playoffs, and the final preparations are on the way for the 2-on-2 challenge with Keyshawn Johnson and Jay Williams. That's Barton High, 12 o'clock here, ESPN+.
The Mina Kimes Show, featuring Lenny.
Charles McDonald.
My question for the Commanders, how much better is Carson Wentz than Tyler Heineke?
That's ultimately the big one.
I do think Carson Wentz is better, but is it better in a way that like really changes your fortunes for the season? And to me, it just seems like the most middle of the road team that you can put together.
Yeah.
I don't really understand what there is to get excited about here.
Listen and subscribe to The Mina Kimes Show, featuring Lenny, wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mike Greenberg, Greeny.
If you look at the big teams in the West, all right, Golden State, I know they have some good young talent. Poole is really good, and let's see what they have in Wiseman. But look, Steph is getting older. Clay is getting older. Draymond is getting older. Phoenix, they have good young players, but I'm not sure that DeAndre Ayton is there for the long run. And Chris Paul is obviously getting much, much older. There's someone needs to sort of step in. The Lakers are washed as can be. They're dry clean. Someone needs to sort of step into that fray. Is it Denver when they have all their pieces healthy? Is it New Orleans, dare I say, if Zion actually comes back and becomes a full-time player? Does Dallas add a piece to go with Luka? Does Minnesota put something out there with Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns? Do they take a step forward? There's something about this Grizzlies team, and in particular, I feel like Ja Morant could be the future in the Western Conference.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg. Weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio. And watch exclusively on ESPN+.
That was a great Game 7, and now we know who's playing in the finals.
Absolutely, and it's gonna be, like I said, it's gonna be great from a neutral perspective. It's just gonna be fun to watch. If you like good basketball, if you like stars, if you like, you know what I mean. You got it. You got a hallowed franchise in the Boston Celtics. You have a dynasty in the Warriors. It's the storylines are there. And the CD, man, listen, man, Wardell, I need 15 times from Wardell, baby. So I take it any way I want it, but yeah, 15. I need 15.
Got 3 right now.
Yeah,
brother.
I need 12 more, baby.
That's a lot of work, man. That's a lot of work that you're asking that man.
Going for the next 12 years run, baby. Like 12 years, we're gonna start right here, and then we're gonna run off 11 more.
I'll tell you what, man, we've got plenty of time to talk about the NBA Finals. We've got plenty of time to talk about the Celtics. Of course, we'll go to the podium there in South Beach throughout the course of the night, but I mean, think about the run that the Warriors have been on, especially the big three that we mentioned. You know, you talk about Steph, you talk about Clay, you talk about Draymond, what they've been able to do and how they've been able to do it so consistently over the course of the last 8 years, getting to where they are for the 6th time.
My goodness.
That's big.
It's
that
huge,
is big,
brother. It's
yes,
huge.
that is something that we do. That's rare air. We don't see that very often. I mean, we just don't. You know, and I mentioned rare air. MJ was rare air. His Chicago Bulls were rare air. There's certain teams, there's certain organizations that have been able to be a part of that rare air that the Warriors are involved in. Of course, the Celtics legacy rare air. You know what I mean? So that just goes with the brand name, the Celtics. So man, it's gonna be fun. You know, I love this time of year. I love the finals, love the playoffs, and I can't wait to see it all shake out. Of course, as I mentioned multiple times, you can hear that beginning on Thursday right here on ESPN Radio. Coming up next, we're gonna continue to react from Game 7 in Miami and bring you the latest post-game sound. That's all coming up next here on Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Keyshawn Johnson.
People that are complaining about the way he went about doing it, you're the one running behind him.
Jay Williams.
Carries a lot of weight that the trade value was not affected by 22 accusations.
And Max Kellerman.
The chip's on the line. You believe he's going to get it done.
Weekday mornings at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio.
The ball crushed. Forget it. On its way. Left field. There it goes and gone. Home run, Manny Machado.
Manny Machado and the San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record into Busch Stadium in St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals.
Paul Goldschmidt goes yard.
The Padres and Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Now streaming.
Stay hidden, or we will not survive.
Exclusively on Disney+. Experience the 6-episode event.
The key to hunting Jedi is patience.
Where is he?
You can't run, Obi-Wan! You can't
escape him! Obi-Wan Kenobi. Limited series now streaming on Disney+.
Sundays mean you're just one day away from the latest with First Take. Rest up, because I'm bringing it starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on ESPN and the ESPN app.
The Stanley Cup playoff party continues as hockey's best carry on their quest for the Stanley Cup.
These are the top teams in the NHL.
The scoring will be electric.
What a goal!
And the saves will be iconic.
What a save!
The matchups will be tougher, which makes the glory sweeter.
They are the Stanley Cup champs!
The Stanley Cup playoffs, presented by Geico, continue on ESPN.
Coming up Monday, the Splash Brothers are back in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you why I think another championship will make them one of the top trios of all time. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio, ESPN 2.
Yo, Pablo Torre here, host of the ESPN Daily Podcast. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Pablo Torre. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Tuesday on Barton High, we're closing in on the NBA Finals. We'll have the latest from the NBA playoffs, and the final preparations are on the way for the 2-on-2 challenge with Keyshawn Johnson and Jay Williams. That's Barton High, 12 o'clock ESPN Plus.
Back on Tuesday, Canty and Carlin, 3 p.m. Eastern. Can the Warriors extend their dynasty?
And can Steph Curry reel in his first NBA Finals MVP?
That's Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio and ESPN Plus.
Welcome in the audience that just finished hearing the Celtics top the Heat 100-96 here on ESPN Radio. This is Game Night, heard on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. He's Evan Mack. I'm Q Myers. We've been reacting to that 100-96 victory by the Celtics, punching their ticket to the NBA Finals. Right now, we're going to go down to South Beach and hear from Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra.
That does change the context of how you're playing. We were starting to gain some momentum, and you feel like it's a 7-8 point game, and all of a sudden it's a 13-point game. You're looking up, and there's no explanation for it other than it's gone back to to the league offices. You feel like if it happens like that, it should happen immediately, and then you can adjust accordingly. But look, that's not the reason we lost. We still had plenty of opportunities. We just couldn't get control of the game. A lot of that was Boston. But we didn't stop grinding, and we gave ourselves a shot at it, at the end. We just couldn't make enough plays during the course of the game. It felt like most of the game we were grinding from an 8 to 10 point deficit.
Jimmy played every second tonight. Was that the plan entering?
It wasn't, but I was going into this by any means necessary. I have so much freaking respect for the guys in the locker room, and Boston was going through their stuff too. This is one of the most admirable, honorable series that I've been a part of. Guys that were clearly not anywhere near close to 100% on both sides. You have guys staggering around out there, and then, the loose ball and instincts just take over. It was extremely physical, really hard played, well played at times, and because both teams, are so effective defensively, sometimes it was probably ugly, to the average fan, but to us, it's beauty. But, we had to play Jimmy and Bam. We couldn't afford to take them off the court tonight.
No, PJ, you went out early in the third quarter. Was there an injury there that kind of kept him from playing the rest of the night?
Yeah, look, I don't want to speak on behalf of our players, but Tucker is a Miami Heat guy. I would say for the majority of this playoff run, he's just been willing himself to get out there and do what he does best. I marvel. There's probably 5 or 6 times where the trainers told me, I don't think Tuck's going tonight. And I joked about it with you guys all the time. I couldn't ask him how he was doing, and I couldn't ask the trainers in front of him how he was doing. He just has an incredible will inside of him to overcome anything that he may be feeling. I think if this series, could have been at some point where we could have had 2 days in between somewhere, or maybe a couple of those gaps, I think guys could have recovered a little bit more. But both teams were dealing with it, and we were dealing with quite a few things as well. It's not an excuse. We got beat, and I love the fact that our guys were putting themselves out there. Kyle, whatever minutes he played tonight was way more minutes than he should have played. And the same thing for Tyler. Tyler just absolutely made himself available when he really didn't have any practices. And if it was during the regular season, there's no chance he would have played.
Spo, you've coached several historically great players. How would you sum up the series that Jimmy just put together?
Yeah, it's one of the great performances, of an elite competitor. Jimmy has this competitive will that is so unique. That's a talent unto itself. There's a lot of basketball players in this league. Jimmy is a great basketball player. He is a world-class competitor, and he knows how to win basketball games, and that's a talent. And for young players coming into the league, I think that's a missing talent or skill. It becomes about all the other skills, but that's what makes Jimmy so unique as a world-class player. He just knows how to compete to win and to compete to not let you lose. That's an incredible DNA that he has inside of him.
And just to follow up on
So there's head coach Eric Spoelstra of the Heat. Of course, they lose Game 7, 196 to the Celtics. Celtics on their way to the NBA Finals. But, Evan, just a lot of respect for Coach Spo. You hear the respect in his voice. You hear the respect and admiration for not only his players in his locker room, but also a lot of respect and admiration for the Celtics, who played a very physical series. Both teams were banged up. All of these guys were throwing themselves on the floor to get after loose balls. I mean, you want to talk about two teams that wanted it. Both the Heat and the Celtics wanted it, and they put in their best performance possible. Jimmy Butler plays the whole game. You heard him say, couldn't take Bam out, couldn't take Jimmy out. We needed him tonight.
Yeah, that's what these players get paid to do. I'm going to give them their flowers. I'm going to pat them on their back. But they get paid a lot of money to play all this minutes. This is the Game 7. With all due respect, you have to win this game. So I'm going to have to hold my flowers a little bit for a player playing 48 minutes. This is what you have to do in order to get to an NBA Finals and compete for a championship. So with all due respect, brother, they ain't out there playing for free.
No.
So, you know what I mean. I'm going to pat him on his back. But that's what you got to do, Q. That's what pros got to do. That's what future Hall of Fame players have to do in order to succeed.
Right, and of course everyone banged up. You heard him talking about P.J. Tucker being banged up, and the fact that there's times that he didn't think he could go. And I think that Tucker, and he mentioned that Tucker is a Miami Heat player, and we both kind of looked at each other and kind of smiled and laughed when he said that. Yeah. I mean, we talk about Heat culture. I think P.J. Tucker fits in that Heat culture in a major way. You saw how much he helped the Bucks last season in their quest to make the NBA Finals and win the whole thing. P.J. Tucker was a major role.
I can't tell you how much I love a player like P.J. Tucker and what they do for any team. He's one of the, you call it a glue guy, whatever you want to say, but he's one of those players, no matter what team he goes, where the team is going to be better. The culture is going to be better. How they play, how they compete is going to be better. And that's P.J. Tucker. He's that guy that you want in your locker room on and off the court, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Tatum, Brown, Smart, they all really contributed in a major way for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen Brown, he talked with Lisa Salters post-game. Here's what he had to say.
Jaylen, I asked you how you were feeling coming into this game, and you said just focus, trying to get over the hump. What does it mean to you to have gotten over the hump?
It means everything. You know, all the adversity, all the struggles, the losses, the wins, everything that we finally got to this moment makes it that much more special.
You guys made it interesting down the stretch. What was happening?
I don't know. Hey, but we figured it out. We persevere. Sometimes we like doing it the hard way. I hate that about us, but we got the job done, so now we're looking forward to the future.
They did get the job done. That was Jaylen Brown with our Lisa Salters following the game. The Celtics topped the Heat 100-96. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Insurance for motorcycles, boats, and RVs for protection on the road and on the water. See how much you can save at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com. Coming up next, we're going to continue to talk about the NBA Finals. That's Game Night. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio.
Wake up and get up with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
Joe Burrow is fascinating because he's a young leader. When you're a young leader and you're doing it the way you want to do it, tell people what you really feel and how you really feel about what you think.
TJ and Max. Weekdays starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
And you think about Tim Anderson and Josh Donaldson, two former teammates. He says that he said it in 2019, which was published. Okay, that's cool. He may have very well did that. There's no question about it because it's published. But what I would say is, I don't know if it was had race motivated toward it or whatever the case may be, because I'm not a lip reader. I'm not a body language expert. But I can tell you this, if somebody says something to me that I don't appreciate and I don't like a certain way, and they're delivering it a certain way, or their attitude is toward things a certain way, and they know I didn't rock with them in the past, and they think they can joke with me like that, like it's cool, then I'm going to take it a certain way.
Key, J, and Max. Followed by Greeny. Mornings on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Yo, Pablo Torre here, host of the ESPN Daily Podcast. When you want to go beyond your feet, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Pablo Torre. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Sundays mean you're just one day away from the latest with First Take. Rest up, because I'm bringing it starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Legend is next.
Love you, Paul. Don't worry about Jim. You ain't going to hell, dude. Of all people, you ain't going to hell. Legend now.
Paul Feinbaum. Weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and the SEC Network.
The Stanley Cup playoff party continues as hockey's best carry on their quest for the Stanley Cup.
These are the top teams in the NHL.
The scoring will be electric.
What a goal!
And the saves will be iconic.
What a save!
The matchups will be tougher. which makes the glory sweeter.
They are the Stanley Cup champs!
The Stanley Cup playoffs, presented by Geico, continue on ESPN.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
Giannis is the best player in the world. That doesn't change with the fact that he had a bad day and lost.
Greeny, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
Back on Tuesday, Canty and Carlin, 3 p.m. Eastern. Can the Warriors extend their dynasty?
And can Steph Curry reel in his first NBA Finals MVP?
That's Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio and ESPN Plus.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Ed Benkin. Despite a late run by the Miami Heat, the Boston Celtics are heading to the NBA Finals. The Celtics took Game 7 in South Florida, the Eastern Conference Finals, 100-96. Miami went on an 11-0 run late to cut the Boston lead to 2, but with just over 16 seconds left, Jimmy Butler missed a three-pointer, which would have given the Heat the lead. Butler finished with a game-high 35 points, 24 of those in the first half. Jayson Tatum led Boston with 26, so the Celtics are in the finals for the first time since 2010. They will take on the Golden State Warriors with Game 1 set for Thursday in San Francisco. The Warriors have been installed as favorites in the finals. There is one more second-round Stanley Cup playoff game to be played. It will take place in Raleigh with the Hurricanes and Rangers set for a Monday night face-off. They'll get underway at 8 p.m. on ESPN. Defending Stanley Cup champion Tampa Bay Lightning await the winner of the conference finals. That will get underway on Wednesday night. In baseball, the Phillies and Mets wrapped up their 3-game weekend series on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN2 and ESPN Radio. The Mets came back to tie the game in the 9th and won it in the 10th. With the victory, New York sweeps Philadelphia as they take the series, winning 5-4 in extra innings. As we had a call to ESPN Radio, trust us, the Mets did win in 10 innings. So New York sweeps Philadelphia, goes 10.5 up on the Phillies, 8.5 up on the Braves in the NL East. White Sox shortstop Tim Anderson is heading to the injured list after straining his groin in the game against the Cubs on Sunday. The White Sox beat the Cubs in 12 innings, 5-4. Jays edged the Angels 11-10 in a game that featured 25 hits before it was over.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
I'm done even putting Luka's name in the same breath, comparison-wise, similarity-wise, to LeBron.
Get more from the guys Monday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Well, the 2022 NBA Finals are now set. The Celtics and the Warriors. Who do you have and how many games? We'd love to hear from you at 1-888-729-3776. That's 1-888-SAY-ESPN. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app, presented by Progressive Insurance. He's Evan Mack. I'm Q Myers. We've been reacting, talking about the Celtics topping the Heat 100-96. We've heard from Eric Spoelstra, the Heat head coach. We've heard a little bit from Jaylen Brown from the Boston Celtics. Now let's hear from Coach Udoka talking about multiple things, including what he was thinking when he saw Jimmy Butler pull up for that three-pointer at the end of the game.
You know, he's been making big shots throughout this whole series, especially last game and in Game 1. Came out in attack mode, and, you know, we had defended him, you know, decent overall. I mean, he had a big first half, but we were much better in the second half. And, you know, he's just a guy that's made big shots and puts that team on his shoulders. So not surprised by anything he's done. Played through pain and injury, and as well as the rest of their team. And we just came out a little bit more fresh tonight. And that's sometimes the luck of the series, luck of health and how it goes.
As a matter of fact, we can actually go to Coach Udoka at the podium right now in South Beach. Here he is.
Throughout the course of the game, like how is he holding up as far as, like,
he's okay. I mean, there's some swelling that limits his movement. You know, restricted movement as far as that. He can't be himself to his standard and what he wants to do, and we're not asking him to be the Rob when he's 100% healthy. And so he has to understand that we rely on him to keep everybody in their places coming off the bench, keep our units and matchups
like we liked him to start the game, and it's not going to be the same long rotations as his average minutes from the year. But what he gives us out there is invaluable. It's just a presence in general, and so he understands we're not asking him to be the all-world second-team defensive stopper, but his presence in the paint, getting back out the shooters, getting guys off the line is good enough for us. And, it, like I said, keeps everybody in their place, and he did exactly what we needed him. So kudos to him pushing through it. And now he gets some rest, some much-needed rest, and hopefully he comes back feeling better. One thing I do want to say and bring awareness to is as we're all celebrating, this win, I can't help but think, when I talk to my son, a 10-year-old, and think about Uvalde and what's happened, I think, we talk about this game that we love and put all our passion into, and it's not life or death. We win or we lose, we kind of go home and kiss your kids, and you move on. Either way, we'll be happy if we win and we'd be down if we lost, but you sit back and think about 19 children and 2 adults, that don't get that. That's life or death. That's real, and that's something I don't want to be forgotten. The awareness of that just happened a week ago and seems to be pushed in people's memory already. And so change is needed. It's a game that we play, and regardless of the result, it's not life or death, bottom line. And so just keep that in our minds. Thank you.
Udoka right there at the podium in South Beach. I believe that's podium session is wrapped up there. And Evan, what were your thoughts hearing what Coach Udoka had to say?
He's a great coach, great leader. And this is when it comes to basketball, because how I am about coaches, right, Q? I think sometimes they get too much blame, and then sometimes I don't think they get enough credit, or sometimes they get too much credit. But that's the kind of coach right there that does affect outcomes of how a team plays. And that mentality and that thought process and how he coaches and those things, that personal stuff he said, that's who you want to play for. And that's somebody I would want to play for if I made it to that next level. And it's just great to see, man. It really is.
No, it is, and I thought it was a tip of the cap to him and real classy of him to mention the tragedy in Texas and not let us start to forget about it already, because that's something that we should not forget about, something that we need to, as he mentioned, we need to make a change. Now let's go back out to the podium and talk to one of the stars of the game, Marcus Smart, or listen to what Marcus Smart has to say as he's at the podium there in South Beach.
What's going through your mind when Jimmy went down and pulled up for that 3 with 17 to go?
Not again. Man, Jimmy's been playing well, so when he pulled up, it was kind of like, oh, man, just hope he doesn't make it, and I just think our defense wore on him, and he had got a good look from a great player, and, he missed it, and we came up with the victorious, so, we're thankful for that.
Your core group of players has been through a lot together. You've had arguments, publicized arguments, you've had big losses, you had a 500 season. How did that journey shape you guys? How did you stay together through that? And how rewarding is it now to be to the finals with the same group?
It's huge for us. Like you said, we've been through a lot. Literally blood, sweat, and tears. And, we every year we've been in this situation, like I said, and we had to sit there and look ourselves in the mirror. And, it had to hurt, and it did. For us, it was just, we wanted to come out here and make sure that didn't happen again, and we did it. Like I said, all the years we've been through early on in the season, all the things we went through early on in adversity really allowed us to come here in a Game 7 and do what we done. I think our road record is better than our home record, and that just shows the resilience we have, that we can come into somebody's building and, tear it up. And that's what it's all about, man. This core group of guys, the guys that's on the bench, this coaching staff, this whole organization, they trusted us, and, they allowed us to fix it and work it out. And we've grown from it, and it's definitely helped us in the long run.
Marcus, you talk about Al coming back this year. You, Jalen, Jayson were around him early in your careers. What kind of boost was it for him coming back? How can you just describe how that boosted this group, and, what works for him as a leader with you guys?
He's selfless. Al can care less about the numbers. He cares about the wins in this team. And when he came back, that gave us a sense of security. You know, we got Al back there. You know, he's always going to make the right play on both ends. He's going to calm us down. He's going to show us what we missed. And he's going to, you know, help us learn the game even more. And we appreciate everything that he brings to this game. You know, his mentality, you know, his professionalism. And that's the big part for us. The way he comes in every day to work, you know, we look up to that. And we try to implicate that into our lives and in our game.
Right there at the podium there in South Beach, reacting to the Celtics advancing to the NBA Finals with a 196 victory over the Miami Heat in Game 7. He put in a heck of a performance. Of course, Jayson Tatum put in a heck of a performance. Jaylen Brown as well, and the rest of the cast of characters with the Celtics all did a fantastic job to advance. So you hear Marcus Smart, Evan, and I think that he is one of the key cogs, one of the major key cogs. I know he's Defensive Player of the Year, but I think he brings even more to the table than just that. Thoughts on what you heard from Smart?
Smart, one of those guys. Well, maybe I wouldn't say the PJ Tucker of the team, but he is that guy. First Defensive Player of the Year guard since Gary Payton. He was just, I can't emphasize enough how much I like this team and the way they play.
Yeah,
I never thought in a million years I'd say I like a Celtics team over. That's like my favorite team to watch. You know, next to my boy Wardell and the crew. But Matt Q, it's just great. It's just, look how poised and focused he is. He's not even in a celebratory mood right now. He's in the NBA Finals because listen to the tone of his voice. Listen to that mentality. We still have work to do mentality. We still need 4 wins mentality. And that right there is why this team is going to be a tough out no matter who they face. Because he ain't even celebrating his victory right now.
Right, no. I mean, the Celtics, they're so locked in, and Coach has them so locked in to the point where, yeah, they're happy about this. They're going to celebrate it because it's a Game 7 victory. It's a chance to go to the NBA Finals, but they're gonna head to Golden State. They're going to head to Cali and be ready to rock and roll on Thursday for Game 1. Of course, Game 1 of the Celtics-Warriors could be heard right here on ESPN Radio on Thursday night, so make sure you tune in for that. And I'm excited, man. I really am. I'm excited to see how this next series is going to shake out, and the chess match. That's what it's all about, right? Yep. It's all about the chess match. It's not just about the athleticism and who's good, who's not, who's hitting buckets and who's not. It's the chess match.
Because we know somebody's going to hit buckets. You know what I mean? It ain't going to be. So we got 2 great coaches. We have great players on the team. To me, this is a great finals. When I'm a firm believer in, brother, like whoever gets there is supposed to be there. You know what I mean? By hook or by crook, come hell or high water, whoever gets there is supposed to be there. These are the 2 teams that are supposed to face each other. We all know there's injuries in all professional sports, so I'm not trying to hear any of that foolishness. These are the 2 best teams to get there, and they both have great coaches, and they all great veteran leadership, and they got great young talent on the one side, but they got the great veteran team on the other side. It's a clash of styles. It's a clash of how you play the game, and I think it's going to be one of the best series we've seen in years.
We want to know who you think's going to take the NBA Finals, the Celtics or the Warriors. 1-888-729-3776. That's 1-888-SAY-ESPN. Coming up next, we're going to continue to shift our focus to what comes next. Warriors, Celtics. They're facing off in the NBA Finals starting on Thursday, baby. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey. Wake up and get up with Key, Jay, and Max.
If you buy Ja Morant stock right now, you're still buying it comparatively low to what it's going to be in years to come. I'm calling him underrated. This dude got the MIP this year.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Followed by Greeny.
Got a lot to say. I am bursting.
Weekday mornings on ESPN Radio.
Cutting the price of your wireless bill feels good. Really good. Actually, it feels great. You should try it out. So cut your bill by switching to Straight Talk Wireless. Now offering our $45 Silver Unlimited plan with 5 gigabytes of hotspot and nationwide 5G on America's largest, most dependable networks. The $45 Silver Unlimited plan from Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
A month equals 30 days. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
For 30 years.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Every thrilling moment has led to this.
What is that?
The biggest carnivore the world has ever seen. And for a limited time only, capture your Barbasol Jurassic cans before they're gone. And don't miss Jurassic World Dominion in theaters June 10th. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Greeny with Mike Greenberg.
Giannis is the best player in the world. That doesn't change with the fact that he had a bad day and lost.
Greeny, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
Back on Tuesday, Canty and Carlin, 3 p.m. Eastern. Can the Warriors extend their dynasty?
And can Steph Curry reel in his first NBA Finals MVP?
That's Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio and ESPN Plus.
It is black and proud, fluid and solid, colorful and contradictory, intimate and intricate, vast and varied. It's blackness in full, and it's all here in the Endscape, where black and everything intersect. Welcome home. Find us at Endscape on all platforms.
Sundays mean you're just one day away from the latest with First Take. Rest up, because I'm bringing it starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on ESPN and the ESPN app.
It's always streaming season on ESPN Plus. Stream thousands of live events from the NHL, MLB, La Liga, and more. Plus UFC fight nights and pay-per-view events, PGA Tour Live, and the best seat in the house for college sports like football and basketball. You'll also get the complete 30 for 30 library, premium articles, and exclusive originals from stars like Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Clarissa Shields, and more. Sign up at ESPNplus.com to join the evolution or get the Disney bundle and save.
Coming up Monday, the Splash Brothers are back in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you why I think another championship will make them one of the top trios of all time. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio, ESPN 2.
Give us baseball.
The greatest game ever. This is going to be special.
You got me feeling like. Give us Sunday night. That's gone in a big way.
Everyone here, you're standing up right now.
Give us one place to watch MLB's best. Sunday night baseball. Cardinals, Cubs. Sunday at 7 Eastern on ESPN. Telecast presented by Taco Bell.
The Right Time
with Bomani Jones.
Number 7 for the Chicago White Sox, Tim Anderson.
It wasn't a joke. It was serious. When I get mad, I don't really be bothering people, man. I be staying to myself and just, doing my thing. I don't really pick with people. And, it's just one of those things that did for me a little bit. I ain't really like it. I didn't really want to play like that after I already addressed it.
The Right Time with Bomani Jones.
You can listen or follow on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Tatum with a big right-hand dribble up to the three-point line, finds Smart with 5. Smart on the drive, up fakes, puts it off the window, missed it. Butler the rebound with 20 seconds to go. Shot clock is off. He's going for the lead of 3, missed it. Tipped out, Horford's got it. They got a foul with 13 seconds to go.
That was the miss heard around the world, right? Jimmy Butler missing the go-ahead three-pointer. The Heat were down 98-96 at the end of the game, about 16 seconds left. That was heard on ESPN Radio. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app, also SiriusXM Channel 80. He's Evan Mack. I'm Q Myers. We've been reacting to the Celtics getting the victory over the Heat to advance to the NBA Finals. Right now, we want to hear from Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry. They're at the podium there in South Beach. Let's hear from them.
That's all that really mattered. At the end of the day, we don't make excuses. We tip our hats to the Boston Celtics. Congratulations, Eastern Conference champions, and they beat us. And for ourselves, it is what it is. We go back to the drawing board and back to the bottom of the totem pole like everybody else, besides 2 teams right now.
Jimmy, how would you sum up the series that you just had?
Not good enough. I didn't do my job. Stats don't mean anything.
It's back to the drawing board. But, man, those are the two young bucks that I don't know if he has any answer for at the moment. So I can't wait to see what he does with them in game one, though, Q.
I feel like they're going to take this approach of trying to be as physical as they're allowed.
Oh, 100% going to be physical.
And I think that they have to, right?
Yes.
I mean, if you're the Celtics, you have to be as physical as will be allowed. You have to be able to make the Warriors uncomfortable if you want to try to beat them. And look, they're still a hell of a team. And, you know, the thing about the Celtics, and we heard earlier from Jaylen Brown, he said that they like to make things difficult on themselves. The Celtics, to me, are that team that could really, I don't want to say dominate a game, but they could play really well for the majority of the game and still find a way to lose. You know what I mean? And the Warriors are that team that doesn't always necessarily play the cleanest game and still find ways to win.
They gave up an 11-0 run in the closing moments of this game right here.
Facts.
Like they almost listen. They're Jimmy Butler 3 away from going home.
Right.
Yeah, y'all, listen, I can say, but I will say this with certainty, Schoolboy Q. This is what I will say with certainty. Y'all better not show up like that against that team, the Warriors. Let me tell you something. Because that 11-0 run will turn into a 21-0 run. And they will blow the doors off you. That's one thing I will say. Listen, y'all better tighten that up because they will blow the doors off of you.
Right. And you saw what the Warriors were able to do against the Mavs in a pivotal game too. You know, they were down 19.
Listen,
and the Warriors found a way to come back and totally change the series once they won that game. Of course, they pick up the victory in Game 3 to get up 3-0, and then everyone knew it was over. Dallas, you know, got a courtesy game. They got one gentleman's sweep in Game 5. But yeah, you can't allow the Warriors to hang around or even believe that they can hang around because they'll beat you. They'll run you right out the gym. You know, they get too hot and they'll go on stretches. And so that's part of the chess match. Is I think that the Celtics are going to have to try to slow the ball down a little bit. You know, I think you mentioned it earlier in the show. Try to keep the Warriors under 200 points. You know, I believe the over-under, matter of fact, according to Caesars Sportsbook, is at 210.5 points right now for Game 1. If the Warriors are over 100 points, I feel like they're winning this game.
Yeah, the Celtics win the series. Actually, handily, they win the series if they can keep the Warriors under like 90 points. They can keep between like 80, 85 to 95 points a game, even lower than that. They'll win this series, and that's a big old if, brother.
Right, and again, Caesars Sportsbook have the Warriors as 3.5-point favorites for Game 1, and the total is 210.5 points. Coming up next, why does everyone want to discuss Steph Curry's legacy? I don't know why, but we've talked about it a lot. We're going to talk about that, of course. That was Straight Talk Wireless, or Straight Talk presented by Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise. This is ESPN Radio.
Jayson, J. Will, and Max.
When you go through what he went through a year ago, they're going to allow him to be Justin Fields that we saw at Ohio State.
The very latest from the National Football League. Every morning with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max at 6 Eastern. Followed by Green.
And Deshaun Watson is better. It's not insulting Baker Mayfield.
On ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Friends, ever heard the grass is always greener on the other side? If you're in a dead-end job, you want greener grass. Well, My Computer Career can help. In months, not years, they can give you a new life as an IT pro. You learn from home by taking classes live online. Financial aid is available to those who qualify. And My Computer Career offers lifetime career services, which helps you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Want to be a fly on the wall at Nat Geo's headquarters? Well, with the Overheard podcast, you can. From smuggled dinosaur bones to man-made glaciers, each episode takes a dive into the curious conversations that occur behind the scenes at National Geographic. Overheard is presented by Geico. Millions of ESPN sports fans count on Geico for reliable car insurance and low, low rates. Visit geico.com, get a quote, and see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Sundays mean you're just one day away from the latest with First Take. Rest up, because I'm bringing it starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, only on ESPN and the ESPN app.
Canty and Carlin.
Lamar Jackson still does not have a contract extension, but from all accounts, it's because Lamar Jackson does not want to sign a contract extension right now. I'm having trouble understanding why this is.
Lamar Jackson knows what every other NFL player knows. The closer I get to free agency, the more leverage I have and the better chance I have at being able to get market value.
But how can he not be worried about getting hurt?
Well, Carlin, I'm with you. I would be concerned about getting hurt too, especially with the way that Lamar Jackson plays and how the Ravens use him as a focal point in their running game. But every player has a different risk tolerance. And for Lamar Jackson, the math is simple. Do I want to sign up for a Josh Allen-esque contract, 6 years and making $43 million a year? Or do I want to wait a year and sign a contract 6 years for $300 million?
Chris Canty and Chris Carlin are Canty and Carlin. Don't miss them weekdays on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
Coming up Monday, the Splash Brothers are back in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you why I think another championship will make them one of the top trios of all time. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio, ESPN 2.
Memorial Day Baseball on ESPN Radio.
The ball crushed for Kemp on its way left field. There it goes and gone. Home run, Manny Machado.
Manny Machado and the San Diego Padres take baseball's best road record into Busch Stadium in St. Louis to face Paul Goldschmidt and the Cardinals.
One! Paul Goldschmidt goes yard.
The Padres and Cardinals. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The Stanley Cup playoff party continues as hockey's best carry on their quest for the Stanley Cup.
These are the top teams in the NHL.
The scoring will be electric.
What a goal!
And the saves will be iconic.
What a save!
The matchups will be tougher, which makes the glory sweeter.
They are the Stanley Cup champs!
The Stanley Cup playoffs, presented by Geico, continue on ESPN.
This is Bart and Hahn.
Jeff Van Gundy joins us right now.
Now that the playoffs have started, it seems like I'm watching the episode of MASH. Is this something that we should see adjusted during the regular season so guys can be ready for this marathon, which is the playoffs?
It used to be people would look at an injury and say, oh, I could play if it was a playoff game. Now we have guys missing playoff games, and a ton of them.
Bart and Hahn. Weekdays at noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN Plus.
The Boston Celtics are heading to the NBA Finals for the 22nd time in franchise history. The Celtics coming away with a victory over the Heat 100-96. The Heat stormed back to cut the lead to 2 in the closing seconds. And Jimmy Butler went in for the lead but missed a three-point attempt. The Celtics were then able to finish things off and wind up going to the NBA Finals again for the first time since 2010. Butler finished with 35 points. Jayson Tatum led a balanced Boston attack with 26. So it will be the Celtics and Golden State Warriors in the NBA Finals. That will get underway on Thursday. The Celtics already established as the underdog of the series with the Warriors as the favorite. Game 2 will be on Sunday, and then the series will shift to Boston. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the final spot in the conference finals will be decided on Monday night. It'll be a battle in the Eastern Conference second round. Game 7 between the Hurricanes and the Rangers from Raleigh. The winner advances to the NHL's Eastern Conference Finals, where they will await the Tampa Bay Lightning, defending champions, already advancing. Meanwhile, in baseball, the Mets finished off a weekend sweep of the Phillies in dramatic fashion, coming behind to win by a score of 5-4. Mets trailing 4-3 going to the 9th. They get a home run to tie the game, and then they win it in the bottom of the 10th inning. So New York sweeps the series from Philadelphia. Meanwhile, the Dodgers went to 33-14 on the season with a 3-1 win over the Diamondbacks. They now have the best record in baseball, with the Yankees losing to Tampa by a count of 4-2. In the Battle of Chicago, the White Sox beat the Cubs 5-4 in 12, but lost shortstop Tim Anderson. He's headed to the injured list with a groin injury.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
I'm done even putting Luka's name in the same breath, comparison-wise, similarity-wise, to LeBron.
Get more from the guys Monday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN 2.
The Celtics top the Heat 100-96 and are on their way to the NBA Finals to square off with the Golden State Warriors. That'll start on Thursday. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. SiriusXM Channel 80 presented by Progressive Insurance. He's Evan Mack. I'm Q Myers. And now joining us on the phone lines to talk a little bit of Warriors and Celtics as the NBA Finals square off starting on Thursday is Kendra Andrews, ESPN's NBA reporter. And Kendra, thank you so much for your time this evening. And we know who's going to be squaring off now in the NBA Finals. Before we get into the matchup with the Celtics and the Warriors, how are the Warriors looking as far as health goes when it comes to Gary Payton II, Otto Porter Jr., and Andre Iguodala? How are they looking so far?
Yeah, well, they're slowly getting integrated back into team practice. That's going to be the plan for them over these next couple of days. The Warriors, they were off on Friday and Saturday. Today, Sunday, they had a light workout, light treatment, and then full practices throughout the week leading up into Game 1. So the plan is for them to get integrated back into those team practices, and then the Warriors say that's what's going to give them a much clearer idea of what their availability and their status is going to look like heading into Game 1. So still up in the air, but they're making good progress.
Ms. Kendra, what do you feel about layoff? Do you believe in layoff hurting a team or helping a team? What about the team Golden State with their layoff? Is it going to hurt them or help them, in your opinion?
I think in this instance, it's going to help them. You watched that Boston-Miami game, right, and just how tired all of those players were. The Warriors are going to have tons of rest, and yes, of course, that could take you out of a rhythm, but when you just look at how beaten down the Celtics team is heading into San Francisco, this really should be in favor of the Warriors. And if it goes against the Warriors, I think that something else has to be going on. It should definitely help them.
Talking right now with Kendra Andrews, ESPN's NBA reporter here on Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. He's Evan Mack. I'm Q Myers. And Kendra, right now, Caesars Sportsbook has the Warriors as the favorites for Game 1 and for the series. But in your opinion, how do the Warriors match up with the Celtics? Is this really the matchup that they wanted?
It's going to be a really difficult matchup. I think either one of them could have been tricky. Boston, of course, everyone makes so much of their defense, which is really true. They're a very big team. They're a physical team. It's a team that, maybe on paper, the Warriors don't have all clear advantages over, right? The Warriors are a team that likes to go small and haven't really faced a team with defensive presence like Boston. But I think, even the Celtics would say that this series against Miami wasn't necessarily the best. So if it's that same version of that team coming into San Francisco, the Warriors should be all right. But at the same time, the Warriors cannot be turning the ball over as they have throughout these playoffs because the Celtics are going to take full advantage of that. The Warriors can't be sloppy. A lot of their Achilles heels, the Celtics can take advantage of. So the Warriors have to make sure that they also play better than they have been throughout these playoffs so far.
Ms. Kendra, I know Ime is going to have something for Steph and Draymond and Clay and possibly Poole. But I'm thinking about, in your opinion, what could be another X factor that he might have to deal with that he might maybe not have time to focus. Is it Wiggins? Who are you thinking?
Yeah, I think you can go a couple different ways. Andrew, of course, is going to be really important for this team. Kevon Looney has been such an important key, especially on the boards. And what I just mentioned, how Boston's a little bit bigger than some of the teams that the Warriors have been facing, especially in the Western Conference Finals, right? The Dallas Mavericks. Boston's a much bigger team, so Kevon's going to be extremely important. And then if he's available, I think a guy like Gary Payton II will be huge for this Warriors team. He brings such an athletic component that the Warriors don't have much, Gary, Andrew Wiggins, and Jonathan Kuminga are the three most athletic guys on this team. So if they can get Gary Payton back, if they can get that defense back, he's a guy that they like to play when they like to go small. They kind of play him as a big, but it really works for them. So if he's able to play, that would be really big for them as well.
Following last season, Steph said you don't want to see the Warriors next season. This being next season, they're back in the NBA Finals. As much as you've been covering and following the Warriors this season, how much have you just seen them grow to the point where they are now, kicking in the doors of the next NBA Finals? They're 6-1 in 8 years.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, and it's so different how they got to the finals. It's so different than how they did all of those dynastic years. Maybe it's more similar to their early championship runs, right, in that 2014-15 season, because it wasn't a given, right? Of course, they still have Steph, they still have Clay, they still have Draymond, but all of those three guys missed significant stretches of time during the season. Health, as it has been for, every team, has been an issue for the Warriors. They're still not fully healthy. They have a pair of 19-year-olds who are playing. They have Jordan Poole, who's a rising, he's emerged this season. You have Andrew Wiggins, whose reputation wasn't great when he came to Golden State. So you have all these guys kind of coming together, and they're peaking at the right time. And Draymond told me, I think this was really interesting, because I asked him a similar question of, you guys have won championships before. You guys have had incredible regular seasons and then not won championships before. Where do you guys see yourself? Where do you see this team? And he said, we don't chase wins in the regular season. We've learned that you just have to chase improvement so that it all does come together at the most important time, and that time is right now. And I think that's what we're seeing from the Warriors.
Here with us, Kendra Andrews, ESPN NBA reporter on ESPN Game Night. Hugh Myers, Evan Mack. Listen, Miss Kendra. Why is everybody always talking about Steph Curry's legacy, unanimous MVPs and multiple championships, and the second closest person to three-point shooting now is Ray Allen, and he's already retired? Why does everyone talk about Wardell, Stephen Curry's legacy? Because I think it's already cemented and etched in marble somewhere in Mount Olympus. Can you please answer that question for me?
Yeah. Pulling out the Wardell, huh? I mean, it's a good question, one that I wish I had a concrete answer for you. And I think you just look at every big superstar that we talk about now, or maybe not we. I don't tend to have these conversations, but a lot of people do. When you talk about LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, people just like to focus so much on what they're going to leave behind versus just what they're doing right now. They like to get a little bit ahead of themselves. And I think even, we have these conversations of, who's the GOAT, Michael Jordan or LeBron James, as if there's only one answer. There's only one right answer. And the other, if it's not Michael Jordan, then you're saying LeBron James is trash. If it's not LeBron James, you're saying Michael Jordan's trash. Stephen Curry, if he doesn't do this, his legacy is ruined. And I think people just like to have those conversations. And even though there isn't any real reason for them. I agree with you. What Stephen Curry has done has revolutionized the game of basketball, the way it is played. And whether he wins 5 more championships, whether he wins no more championships, he accomplished that. No one else, in modern day NBA can say they changed the game like he did. Wow. And, I think people just like to get into arguments and have some conversations. And it's an easy one to have, right? It's not an easy one to answer, but it's an easy conversation to start up and get a reaction out of people.
Look out, Kendra. You're making way too much sense. So hold on. You're making way too much sense. Someone's not going to like that.
I'm so sorry.
No. Before we let you go, I wanted to ask you, this is not Roracle. This is not Oracle. I'm an Oakland native, so I know how the Coliseum used to get rocking. This is the Chase Center. Absolutely. What do you expect the Chase Center to be like Game 1 Thursday night? How do you expect that crowd to be rocking and rolling?
I mean, I expect it to be really good. I remember, I think Game 6 of the conference semifinals against the Grizzlies was as loud as I've heard Chase Center, and it was a vibrating building, right? I agree with you. It is never going to be Oracle Arena. And so I think that people need to, again, maybe I apologize if I'm trying to talk too logical or something like that, but I think people have to walk away from this notion that it's going to be the same, because it's not, right? It's times have changed, buildings have changed. It's a different crowd. Back at Oracle, you could get tickets for $20, right? Yep. And go sit in the lower bowl for $20. This isn't the same, right? And you still have to appreciate that the Bay Area loves basketball so much, and they're going to come out for this team and show up. And so I expect it to be a really, really good environment. Is it going to be the same as Oracle? No, but it never will be. And for the fact that Chase Center has only been open for 3 seasons, and for one and a half of them, there were no fans allowed in the building because of the pandemic, the Warriors have to be pleased with the home court advantage that they have, especially because, you guys, they're undefeated in San Francisco during these playoffs. So that has to say something.
Yeah, it says a whole lot. Absolutely. Well, Kendra, fantastic stuff. As always, we definitely appreciate you taking some time on this Sunday evening, this Memorial Day weekend. Have fun at the finals. I know you're going to enjoy it. And like I said, thank you again. Absolutely.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, there she goes. Kendra Andrews, ESPN NBA reporter, joining us here on Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. And, yeah, man, I think the Steph the Steph legacy question is so funny, but I think Kendra broke it down perfectly, Evan.
Oh, she killed it. She killed it. She put that to bed. Anybody listening to that, like, play that.
Right, exactly. No doubt about it. Make sure you tune in to a National League battle later on. National League battle today as the Cardinals host the Padres. Coverage begins at 1:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Coming up next, we're going to put a bow on this thrilling Game 7 and bring you some insight into Jimmy Butler's mindset. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
I look at the position of Tyreek Hill. Can Tyreek Hill be what the Dolphins think he can be without Patrick Mahomes? That's more of a question mark for me than the other way around. If Patrick Mahomes can be what we know he can be without Tyreek Hill.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Tired of dealing with the same old lumpy mattress and pillows? Catch some sleep and save on Z's. With Casper's Memorial Day sale, you can save up to $800 on any of our award-winning mattresses. It's a summer dream come true. That's right, you can get up to $800 off Casper's amazing mattresses, like the Wave Hybrid Snow Mattress. For more info, go to Casper.com or a store near you. This sale ends June 7th, so hurry over soon. Exclusions apply. See Casper.com/promo for more info.
Financing a new home couldn't be easier when you choose Cross Country Mortgage. Their mission is simple: to provide you with the best possible lending options and offer a transparent mortgage process for everyone involved. With their dedicated team of loan officers, your dream home could be yours in an average of 21 days. For homeowners, they offer renos, refis, jumbo loans, everything you need to keep your house feeling like home. Visit ccm.com. Cross Country Mortgage, dedicated to getting it done. Cross Country Mortgage, LLC, NMLS 3029, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey there, I'm Julie Foudy from the podcast Laughter Permitted. We've teamed up with Ally for all 7 seasons of our show because they take being an ally seriously. That's why they're also an official partner of both the National Women's Soccer League and the Players Association, where they've doubled down and become a major part of the positive change that fans and players are already starting to see in the league. It's another great example of why we're all better off with an ally. To learn more about Ally, visit ally.com.
Switching and saving with Geico is easy, so you're free to ponder life's big questions, like is the word dictionary in the dictionary? If so, it probably says something like dictionary, noun. A dictionary is the word you are reading now on the pages they were printed on. Basically, this thing you are looking at right now that you're holding, reading words from, it's a dictionary. As in, hey, look at me. I'm holding a dictionary in my hands as I read the definition of dictionary. Yeah, it's probably something like that. Switch and save with Geico. It's easier than you think.
Friends, we all reach tipping points in life. The weight of a low-paying job, unpaid bills, a new family. You can't keep going. That's where My Computer Career can help. In just months, not years, they can help you start a new life as an IT pro, even without prior experience. Impossible? You learn online from home. And My Computer Career offers lifetime career services to help you find jobs with companies begging for IT pros. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
The Boston Celtics need 7 games. They've defeated the Miami Heat 100-96. The Celtics win their 26th Game 7, and they're headed to the NBA Finals.
That was the final call right there, heard on ESPN Radio. The Celtics topping the Heat 100-96. They have punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. They'll kick things off on Thursday versus the Golden State Warriors. This is Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, heard on SiriusXM Channel 80, presented by Progressive Insurance. He's Evan Mack. I'm Q Myers. Game 1 of the Warriors-Celtics will be here on ESPN Radio Thursday night. Until then, you got to make sure you tune in to Keyshawn, Jay, Will, Max. Of course, they're going to give you all the insight, all the analysis, everything you need to get ready for the 2022 NBA Finals starting weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern Time right here on ESPN Radio. So, Evan, man, what a series. What a Game 7. I mean, really, if there's been some games that haven't been the most, down to the wire, heart pumping and all that, but there's this was a good one. This was a really good one. The Celtics earned their way to the NBA Finals to square off with the Golden State Warriors. Jimmy Butler, he put it all out there, man. We heard from him earlier. We heard from Kyle Lowry earlier. But two performances that you just got to give those guys, tip the cap to both the Celtics and the Heat.
People don't understand what it takes to put that much effort in back-to-back games. Listen, I know he gets paid, and I know they needed it, but he still had to give it. Yep. And playing for all 48 minutes is a beautiful thing. They show about his conditioning. Even though he's hard on himself and saying he can do better, he has to do better.
Right.
It was, from my perspective and just watching it, I felt very blessed to be able to see some kind of talent like that this year.
No doubt about it. Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry both talked after the game in their press conference, and it was a shot. There was a big shot. There was a questionable shot Jimmy Butler took at the end, a three-pointer to try to take the lead. He didn't make it, and eventually the Celtics go down and get a couple more free throws and really extend that lead. But here's Jimmy Butler talking about his thought process on that late Game 3.
My thought process was go for the win, which I did. Missed the shot, but I'm taking that shot. My teammates like the shot that I took, so I'm living with it.
There you go. And, the thing about it is, Evan, if I'm going to lose, I want to lose with my best player trying to make us win.
Yeah, how can I argue with Jimmy Butler just said it. We talked about it earlier, but he just said why he did it. My only problem is he's so damn good at the finish at the rim. He's so good that I think him going against Horford and taking that up strong against Al Horford, who knows what would have happened, but I love that answer from Jimmy Butler. Love it.
I do too. And look, if he takes it to the rim, I think most likely he probably not only gets the bucket, but has an one opportunity. But in the heat of the moment, again, he's looking at it. He's looking at the clock and saying, I'm trying to get the dagger. I'm trying to win it right now. And again, I'd much rather Jimmy Butler take that shot than somebody that just got got into the game, and I want my best guys. We always say, right? You go down shooting with your guys. So Jimmy Butler gave them a chance to advance or lose, and they lost. But again, he said, I'm taking that shot. Now, one of the things that was pointed out when we heard from Eric Spoelstra earlier in the show was the fact that Jimmy Butler played every second of the game, played all 48 minutes, and as you pointed out, hey, they needed him, so he provided that. But here's Jimmy Butler on if he knew he was going to play the entire game.
No, I didn't know, but with every second that I did play, I feel like I should have done more, could have done better to ensure this win. I mean, ain't nothing you can do about it now, but I just really, really, really appreciate the guys that I get to go to battle with, and I'm grateful for those guys.
Wow. There you go. Jimmy Butler, 35 points, needed 38. 38 points, most likely they're headed to the NBA Finals, but you got to give them a lot of credit. And I ask you this, Evan, now that you saw the Heat, who really, I don't want to say were disrespected, but a lot of folks didn't think that they were going to be in the position that they were, but they did. They were the number 1 seed. They did make it all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 7, almost to the NBA Finals. What do they need? What do the Heat need to get them over the top?
I'm gonna say nothing, Q, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Because a lot of people went chalk. That's why they didn't give them the credit they deserved in it. So it felt like disrespect. They went chalk. They went Nets. They went Giannis in the Bucks, and I understand why. But the reason why I'm gonna say nothing is a bucket drops, Q, is 99-98, and they could possibly come back and beat the Celtics and be in the NBA Finals. Right. So I'm not going to sit here and say they need more, though, brother. I could be wrong, but they're a bucket away in a couple seconds from getting to an NBA final and going to play for 4 games. And look, what if they lost in the NBA Finals? Would they need pieces then? I think they're pretty good, and I think they have enough pieces to win a championship.
Again, you're listening to Game Night here on ESPN Radio on the ESPN app. He's Evan Mack. I'm Q Myers. Jayson Tatum, he was a monster. He had a heck of a performance. The Celtics had a heck of a performance. They're advancing on to the NBA Finals. He talked after the game at his press conference and basically was talking about taking the toughest route possible to get to the NBA Finals.
It feels great, honestly. Some of those guys been in Eastern Conference Finals 4 times, my 3rd time. Obviously we know we want to win a championship, right? But, to get over this hump in the fashion that we did it, obviously we took the toughest route possible. And then to win a Game 7 and go to the championship on the road, it's special.
They did. They took a very tough route. You know, I mean, we remember the Brooklyn Nets series. We remember when they went in there and handled their business against Brooklyn. Everyone thought, man, look at the Celtics team. But all these series and all these games, they all got tougher and tougher and tougher. We thought the Brooklyn series was going to possibly be the toughest one for them to start with. I didn't know that they were going to advance past Milwaukee, or I didn't know what they had left. Goodness. But man, they put in yeoman's work. They were really they were battling it out, game in and game out, series in and series out.
Now, listen, will that be enough? They're battle tested,
right?
But has there been too many battles? That's the question. Because let's be real. When they beat the Nets, everyone's like, "Oh, that team's in disarray." Then they beat the Bucks, and everyone's like, "Okay, hold on, wait a minute now. The Bucks, that team's not in disarray. That team won a title last year. Okay, now we got to start paying attention." So the Celtics, listen, man. Q. This team, are they going to run out of gas at the wrong time is my only question.
Well, I mean, and that's fair. That's very fair. I mean, they'll go to a Game 7. The good thing is that the series doesn't start till Thursday, so they get a little bit of time to rest and relax. And hey, these are a lot of young cast. Of course, there's some veterans as well, but these guys know what's on stake, man. Both teams are playing for 4 more wins. That's what it's all about. And Jayson Tatum, the Celtics, they have a ton of confidence. He also spoke after the game about believing in himself and believing in the team.
I don't know. I just feel like if you ask the question, how confident are you? I just feel like as a competitor, there's only one way to answer that question. Not trying to be arrogant or anything, but I just really believe in myself. I really believe in our team. And, it's the biggest game of the season of my career. And I just had faith that we were going to give it all we had, regardless of that.
3 times they've been into the Eastern Conference Finals the last 5 years. They get over the hump this time. How big was that for Jayson Tatum himself? I mean, it's a team game, but how big was that for that young rising star?
Big time, because he gets criticized a lot. He's a young buck, but he gets criticized a lot about his play. And sometimes I get at him a little bit about his ebbs and flows. But he's here. He's arrived. He's in the NBA Finals. Win, lose, or draw. This young man is in the NBA Finals, and you're going to have to deal with him for probably 10 more years. 12 more years.
I was about to say, don't think that this is going to be probably the last trip to the NBA Finals that him and the Celtics make. You know what I mean? This team, this coaching staff, they've got a lot to like. They really do. And so there's some, and you know what I love about it? There's some really good quality teams coming up. We saw a lot of them on display during the playoffs this past, playoff run. The Grizzlies, for one, they're a fun team to watch. They're coming up. The Dallas Mavericks, they got some work to do, but they still are on the come up. Of course, the Celtics. We saw the Bucks. I mean, there's so much to like about the NBA right now. It's a reason why we tune in all the time. So, man, it starts on Thursday right here on ESPN Radio. Coming up next is Sports Center All Night with Jay Reynolds. He's going to bring you the highlights and post-game sound from Game 7. This has been Game Night on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Strong opinions.
A guy like this gives you all sorts of opportunities to be successful.
The best analysis, plus the biggest names in sports.
Travis Kelce, Kansas City Chiefs.
Max, Keyshawn, Jay, what's going on, fellas?
Keyshawn, Jay, Will, and Max starting at 6 Eastern, followed by Green.
The only place to start today is with outstanding football conversation.
Mornings on ESPN Radio.
Netflix, Amazon Prime, HBO, Showtime. How many streaming services are you paying for? Better question, how many do you actually watch? Odds are you're paying for subscriptions you're not even using. Why? Because getting out of subscriptions often feels like more trouble than it's worth. Well, not anymore. Just download the Truebill app. Truebill is the #1 subscription tracker, manager, and canceller all in one. Connect your accounts and instantly you'll see a complete picture of all your recurring subscriptions in one easy-to-use interface. Truebill organizes your subscriptions by due date and notifies you when something is coming up. Now, instead of waiting on hold for close to an hour while you connect to a customer service rep, cancel that subscription immediately with a tap right from the app, and Truebill will handle the rest. To find out more about all the awesome personal finance features packed into Truebill, go to Truebill.com/sports or download Truebill from the Apple app or Google Play stores. Truebill, the money app that works for you.
Only one sale away from the Shopify 1000 Club.
Is that a thing?
Wow, Mom, have a cookie.
I'll take one.
Dad.
These are delicious. You need to show them.
You should.
Mom!
No, seriously. Let's set you up on Shopify. It's easy.
I always knew you would build your own business.
Guys!
Yum.
Okay, if Mom can do it, then why not?
Number 1,000.
Start selling today with Shopify for free. Sell online, in person, and anywhere else your future holds. And manage it all from a single place. No design or coding experience necessary. It's why every minute of every day, something amazing happens. A new seller makes their first sale with Shopify. Plus, with on-demand business courses and 24/7 support, Shopify is with you every step of the way. So, when you're ready to bring your idea to life, build it on Shopify, the commerce platform powering millions of ideas around the world. This is Possibility, powered by Shopify. Sign up for a free 14-day trial at shopify.com/play. Go to shopify.com/play right now and start selling today. Shopify.com/play.
Hey there, I'm Julie Foudy from Laughter Permitted alongside my co-host Lynn Olzawi. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, Jules.
Since the very beginning of Laughter Permitted, Ally has supported our mission of sharing the stories of trailblazing rad women. Now, Ally is backing even more incredible women as an official partner of the National Women's Soccer League and the Players Association.
Ally's goal is to make a positive change in women's pro soccer. In 2021, Ally helped increase the number of teams in the playoffs, which boosted the earnings of about 60% of the league's players.
And on top of that, which is amazing, Ally made a substantial contribution to support the Players Fund, which assists current and former players facing financial hardships.
Two great examples of why we're all better off with an ally.
To learn more about Ally, visit ally.com.
With YouTube TV, watch live TV like cable. You can get started in minutes and watch the NBA Finals live on ABC. And without long-term contracts or hidden fees, YouTube TV lets you stay up to date with real-time stats and highlights of your favorite teams. YouTube TV. Everything live TV should be. Try it free. New users only. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Back on Tuesday, Canty and Carlin, 3 p.m. Eastern. Can the Warriors extend their dynasty?
And can Steph Curry reel in his first NBA Finals MVP?
That's Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Canty and Carlin on ESPN Radio and ESPN+.
Coming up Monday, the Splash Brothers are back in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you why I think another championship will make them one of the top trios of all time. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern, ESPN Radio, ESPN2.
The Right Time
with Bomani Jones.
Number 7 for the Chicago White Sox, Tim Anderson.
It wasn't a joke. It was serious. When I get mad, I don't really be bothering people, man. I be standing to myself and just, doing my thing. I don't really pick with people. And, it's just one of those things that did for me a little bit. I ain't really like it. I didn't really want to play like that after I already adjusted.
The Right Time with Bomani Jones.
You can listen or follow on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts.